Chapter 782, Famed Sword Bonfire. Big Sis Rain? Blue Phoenix was confused. This was the first time she had seen Phoenix Rain grow so angry in her eyes. Phoenix Rain was a lofty queen. She was always calm and dignified. Even when competing with a super guild over an item, she spoke and smiled peacefully. Now, however, she was clearly anxious. It was simply inconceivable. Phoenix Rain had also realized that she had lost her composure. Smiling bitterly, she explained, Ye Feng's group is doomed. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have bet so much on the Azura battle team. Big Sis Rain, is that man particularly powerful? Blue Phoenix watched the middle-aged man, who now led the glorious lions appearance-wise. This middle-aged man had a handsome face, a strong body, and sharp eyes that resembled an eagle's. He wore silver-black armor and carried a flame-red greatsword. He looked like a towering war god. After analyzing the man just for a short moment, Blue Phoenix suddenly noticed that the man's gaze shifted towards her as if he noticed her watching him. Blue Phoenix was afraid not only was she far from the dueling ring, but she was also in a VIP room. The players in the dueling ring should not be able to see inside the VIP rooms at all. Blue, you understand now, right? Anger filled Phoenix Rain's eyes as she glared at the new team leader Big Sis Rain. Who is that man? Why haven't I heard of someone with so much power? Blue Phoenix asked as she realized just how powerful the middle-aged man was, shock setting in logically. Such monster-level characters should disdain taking part in such competitions, yet here one was. It was no wonder why Phoenix Rain had become so enraged. Although you've never met him before, you should have heard his name, Phoenix Rain said as she shook her head. He is one of the 4 great wolf kings of the battle wolves, Sirius. That's him? Blue Phoenix immediately understood Phoenix Rain's anger. The battle wolves was a super guild that had existed for over 100 years. The guild's 4 great wolf kings had shaken the virtual gaming world with their fame for many years now and were mainly responsible for pushing the battle wolves to the peak of the virtual gaming world. Only 8 years ago, the 4 great wolf kings had removed themselves from the public eye. No one had heard any news about the Wolf Kings after that. For those who remember them, however, the names of the 4 great Wolf Kings still resounded like thunder in their ears now. An old monster had arrived to participate in a competition between the younger generation. This was harassment. Big Sis Rain, why don't we notify Ye Feng and tell him about this? Although Blue Phoenix had lost to Ye Feng, at the end of the day, they were on the same side. Now that Sirius had joined the competition, they could only send cannon fodder at him. Losing the match intentionally and focusing on the other match is no need. Ye Feng is no fool. He can tell how powerful Sirius is. I don't think he'll try to face Sirius head-on, Phoenix Rain said. However, Sirius isn't the only one to watch out for. There are several other members who are extremely dangerous as well. Even if Ye Feng chooses the right members for the matchups, this will be a hard battle. Are we going to lose our first competition? Blue Phoenix was frustrated. She wished she was a part of the battle team's roster. They might even have a chance at victory. However, now that the competition roster had been set, no further changes were allowed. If you lose, you lose. Victory and defeat are common on the battlefield. In any case, this will be a profitable loss. At the very least, we now know the Glorious Lions battle team's trump card. Although Phoenix Rain was frustrated as well, one must know when to surrender. Fortunately, this was only their first competition, not a crucial competition. The only problem was that Zero Wing would, most likely, suffer a huge loss of resources this time. This is odd, though. Hua Qiushui is a calm and collected woman. Why would she suddenly decide to deal such a vicious blow to a new battle team, going so far as to reveal her trump card? Guild leader, the Glorious Lions atmosphere is weird. Their previous team leader has been demoted to vice leader. The other members don't seem to like him either, Aqua Rose stated curiously as she watched the Glorious Lions rest a short distance away. Changing members at the last minute was a basic strategy in such competitions, so she had not been particularly surprised by the sudden development. After all, with every battle in the Dark Arena, a large number of people would analyze the players in the competition. If a battle team revealed their cards to the public, the team's next opponent would prepare a strategy to counter them. To prevent exploitation, last-minute substitutions were normal only. Despite Everlasting War being the vice leader of the team, the others seemed to disregard him. None of them treated him with any respect. This was strange to behold. They were probably just not on the same wavelength. Ye Feng laughed. He could not help but shift his gaze towards Sirius. However, their new team leader is really powerful. I wonder how the Glorious Lions found such an individual. In the past, Ye Feng had never heard of Everlasting War becoming the vice leader of the Glorious Lions. As far as he knew, Everlasting War had always been the Glorious Lions team leader. Most of the battle team, though, had been replaced after all. Every fighter in the Dark Arena wished to become the organizer. Hiding one's strength was a basic strategy. Only, Ye Feng had never imagined that the Glorious Lions had hidden so much strength. Everlasting War himself was already quite formidable. However, none of the substituted members were weak. Furthermore, the new team leader was immeasurably powerful. It was especially true for that great sword on Sirius's back. Ye Feng was extremely familiar with that particular weapon. It was one of God's domain's 36 famed swords, Bonfire. However, according to Ye Feng's memory, a berserker named Deathless had owned Bonfire. Could he be deathless? Ye Feng was fiercely curious. However, he shook his head and denied the thought. No. Deathless had not joined God's domain this early. Everlasting, for this competition, you'll fight in the last 3-on-3. Leave everything else to Thousand and the others, Sirius announced in a gravelly tone that left no room for argument as he glanced at Everlasting War. Understand. Even if Everlasting War was unhappy with this decision, he could only nod in agreement. In truth, however, he was not dissatisfied at all. If not for Sirius's guidance, he would not have improved so fast. Only, it was unfortunate that he would not get the opportunity to fight. There were a total of 5 matches in this competition. The first match was a 1-on-1. Following it would be a 2-on-2, and then another 1-on-1. If they won the first 3 matches, there would be no need for the last 2 3-on-3s. Thousand, you'll be our spearhead. Take it a little easy, and don't let the opponent die too quickly. I don't wish to reveal the battle team's strength so soon, Sirius said deeply. I understand. The level 36 ranger called Thousand Blades nodded, chuckling seeing Thousand Blades walk up to the dueling ring. The other battle team members expressed their displeasure. TCH. Why has he been chosen again? What can we do? Our leader doesn't want to reveal too much of our strength. Naturally, sending Thousand is the best choice. After all, his combat power ranks in the middle of our team. He should be able to deal with the enemy easily while pulling the wool over those intelligence personnel's eyes. When the other members heard this deduction, they understood Sirius's decision. After all, they had already garnered plenty of attention with the sudden substitutions. Restraining their strength would benefit them. When Zero Wings members saw that their first opponent would be a ranger, everyone began to volunteer for the match. Guild leader, let me fight. We're both rangers. It is a good opportunity to determine which battle team is superior, Minor Wind said hurriedly. No. As a precaution, Aqua Rose will face him, Ye Feng said as he shook his head. He had already formulated his own plan. Chapter 783, Thousand Blades vs. Aqua Rose. When the Zero Wing team heard Ye Feng's decision, they were confused. The Cursemancer was a magical class, so it would be at a disadvantage against a ranger. At the very least, they should send a ranger like Minor Wind to negate the class advantage, or an assassin or berserker, which countered Ranger's guild leader. Let me take him on instead. My class is particularly effective against rangers. This match will be ours, Fire Dance suggested. The others agreed with her proposal. There were a total of 5 matches in this competition, but they only needed to win 3 to emerge victorious. If they could win the first match, it would increase their chances of winning and the team's morale. Moreover, during their journey to the Dark Arena, the team had noticed a change to Fire Dance's weapons. Fire Dance, who had never replaced her true fire blades before, had replaced both of them. The true fire blades were set weapons. Both were also top-tier dark gold weapons. Even on their own, they were only slightly weaker than level 35 dark gold weapons. However, even two level 35 dark gold weapon could not compete against the true Fire Blade's set effects. Yet, Fire Dance had still replaced them. This told them that the new weapon's attributes must far surpass the true Fire Blades. Now that Fire Dance had gained a boost to her attributes, with her combat techniques, she should be able to defeat the ranger easily. No. Aqua is the best choice here. You have more important matters to deal with. Ye Feng shook his head. His decision was firm. Ye Feng knew quite a bit about the ranger named Thousand Blades. After all, he had been one of the Glorious Lions battle team's members in the past. Thousand Blades also often took part in the Dark Arena battles. In these top-tier competitions, attributes meant very little. Even if Minor Wind wore a Tier 1 set equipment and was slightly stronger than those wearing level 35 Dark Gold equipment in terms of attributes, the Tier 1 set equipment only consisted of 5 pieces. Minor Wind's other equipment would not give him an advantage against Thousand Blades. Both rangers were also fully equipped with Tier 3 gemstones. To put it simply, Minor Wind did not have much of an advantage with his attributes at all. In the end, the fight would come down to techniques based on Ye Feng's estimations. If Minor Wind had an equipment score of 2,000 points, then Thousand Blades would have around 1,800 points. Although there was a gap, techniques could easily close that gap. This was commonplace in the Dark Arena. Moreover, tools were not allowed in Dark Arena battles. This meant that the fight would come down to techniques and equipment. Minor Wind had yet to reach the half-step refinement realm. He could only exert his body to its limits. How could he possibly challenge a refinement realm expert like Thousand Blades, someone who could control his body's power freely? After Ye Feng made his decision, the fighters' names appeared above the dueling ring, which had an area of 300 by 300 yards. Thousand Blades versus Aqua Rose. The Azura battle team is pretty pitiful. They're actually sending Aqua Rose, the most famous player on their team, into the first match. It seems they really don't have anybody who will be a challenge. The assassin Long Rainbow laughed. Unfortunately, even she is no match for Thousand. They would have been better off sending cannon fodder. They've just lost their only chance to win. Based on our reports, the Sword King, Black Flame, is the only capable player in Zero Wing. I really wish I could fight him. That way, I could take the title of Sword King for myself. Blood Sun, the blue-armored swordsman, said. He could not help his sigh as he looked over the Azura battle team roster. The Glorious Lions' other members nodded their agreement. This first match told them everything they needed to know. The Azura battle team stood no chance of victory if Aqua Rose were a refinement realm expert. Even with a class disadvantage, she could put up a good fight against Thousand Blades. Unfortunately, she was not. Even though she was only a thread away from the threshold, without actually setting foot into the refinement realm, there would be a massive gap between her skills and Thousand Blades. Big Sis Rain, what is going on with Ye Feng? He sent Aqua Rose up. Can't he judge Thousand Blades' strength? Previously, Blue Phoenix had come to admire Ye Feng. Now, however, Ye Feng's choice had disappointed her. Thousand Blades had not bothered hiding his combat power at all. His actions were so smooth and natural, without any excess movement. It was obvious he had already reached the refinement realm. No matter how I look at it, Thousand Blades should have reached the refinement realm. Even if Ye Feng doesn't face the ranger himself, at the very least, he should send Fire Dance, right? Fire Dance was Zero Wing's #1 assassin. In terms of techniques, she was on par with Aqua Rose. Moreover, the assassin class, more or less, countered the ranger class. Although Fire Dance had not reached the refinement realm either, with her attributes, it was not impossible to secure a win. Giving up the match without even trying was a waste. Phoenix Rain simply shook her head. She, too, did not understand Ye Feng's decision. If the weak wanted to take down the strong, they needed to grasp and strike at the enemy's weakness. Currently, it was obvious that the Glorious Lions did not take the Azura battle team seriously at all. It was the perfect advantage. Yet, Ye Feng had chosen to give up the match. Aqua Rose did not give Ye Feng's decision much thought. A one-on-one fight against such a powerful expert was a rare opportunity. Although she did not know what was going through Ye Feng's mind, she was very happy to face Thousand Blades, even though her odds of winning were low. Aqua, hold on a second. Ye Feng suddenly stopped Aqua Rose, who was about to enter to the dueling ring. He then retrieved an emerald staff from his bag and handed it to Aqua Rose. No need to rush the battle. Take this chance to hone your skills. Guild leader, this is. Aqua Rose was ecstatic when she saw the emerald staff. She then said, Guild leader, rest assured, I'll toy with him with everything I've got. Saying so, Aqua Rose approached the stage confidently. Your leader is a fool. He sent you to your death. Well, whatever. It's been too long since I killed a beauty like you. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Thousand Blades was arrogant, his lips curling into a cruel smile. He retrieved the copper-colored longbow from his back and took out 5 green steel arrows from his quiver. He had prepared these arrows himself. They were called scorpion arrows, each costing 10 silver to produce. They were extremely expensive. He wouldn't normally use them, but in this competition, he could not be frugal. Even a slight graze from these arrows would cause massive damage. They would also poison the target when they struck, reducing their movement speed and attack speed as well as inflicting damage every 5 seconds. Magical classes already had low movement speed. If the scorpion arrows hit Aqua Rose, she wouldn't be able to dodge any follow-up attacks. She would become a sitting duck. Moreover, Cursemancers were different from elementalists. Elementalists were human-shaped cannons with powerful burst damage. Cursemancers, on the other hand, focused on crowd control and debuffs. Their instantaneous firepower was subpar at best and was no match for Rangers. Aqua Rose ignored Thousand Blades' provocation. She was utterly focused on her new staff, looking like a little girl with a new toy. Thousand Blades was instantly indignant when he realized he had been ignored. I'll teach you the meaning of despair. The countdown finally reached 0. With the sound of the bell, the match officially began. Scatter. Thousand Blades fired an arrow towards the sky and executed the Tier 1 AoE skill, Falling Rain. The descending scorpion arrows cast a massive shadow over Aqua Rose. Chapter 784, Attack and Defense. This is bad. When Blue Phoenix saw Thousand Blades start the battle with an AoE skill, she could not help her worry, for Aqua Rose Rangers were a physical ranged class, and the majority of the class's skills were single-target skills. Very few were AoE skills. Hence, when one fought a ranger, they only needed to focus on monotonous attacks from the front. Even ordinary players could dodge these attacks. However, as soon as a ranger learned an AoE skill, their attack patterns would no longer be monotonous. It would become significantly more difficult to avoid a ranger's arrows. An agility-type class might have an easier time coping with a ranger's AoE attacks, but Aqua Rose was a Cursemancer. She had far less mobility. Hence, it was even harder for her to dodge attacks from an expert like Thousand Blades. I'll make you wish for death. Thousand Blades then pulled his bowstring into a full moon, firing scorpion arrows rapidly to surround Aqua Rose. He targeted Aqua Rose's right side, where she was most likely to dodge. When he had executed Falling Rain, he had focused the majority of the skill's effective area towards Aqua Rose's left. Hence, if she wanted to avoid the Falling Rain, she would have to dodge to the right. When experts fought each other, it was common to use the first attack as a diversion and the second attack to deal a blow. Surprisingly, Aqua Rose didn't move even after noticing the rain of arrows descend towards her. With a light wave of her emerald staff, a faint red protective barrier appeared around her life shield. Tier 0 spell. Summons a barrier that absorbs damage equal to 30% of caster's maximum HP for 15 seconds. Cooldown, 36 seconds. Aqua Rose had a maximum HP of 9,200. This meant that the life shield could absorb up to 2,760 damage. However, Aqua Rose was not done. She then slammed her staff down, and a gray magic array appeared, covering the ground. Dark Strengthening, Tier 0 spell. Damage taken reduced by 20% and casting speed increased by 20% for 10 seconds for all allies within 10 by 10 yards. Cooldown, 1 minute. Thousand Blades' Falling Rain was only one wave of attacks. Moreover, due to it being an AoE skill, its damage was not particularly high in the end. The arrows descending on Aqua Rose had not even broken her life shield. As for Ranger's follow-up attacks, they were useless. Thousand Blades was slightly surprised that Aqua Rose had not fallen for his trap. Very quickly, however, he altered his attack pattern, choosing to attack the Cursemancer directly instead. Instantly, 5 arrows transformed into 5 streaks of green light as they flew towards Aqua Rose. All 5 arrows closed the distance of over 20 yards in the blink of an eye. Not wanting to be outdone, Aqua Rose waved her staff once more, sending out pitch-black dark arrows, one after another. Aqua Rose's dark arrows clashed into Thousand Blades arrows, the impact throwing both attacks off course. In addition, Aqua Rose double-cast, using Dark Weakening on Thousand Blades. Immediately, dark fog appeared next to the ranger, swarming him. Noticing the attack, Thousand Blades retreated without hesitation, avoiding the dark fog. While he retreated, he continued his ruthless assault on Aqua Rose for a time. The two combatants traded attacks, neither gaining an advantage on one side. Thousand Blades utilized his high mobility to avoid Aqua Rose's attacks. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose utilized her various skills to defend herself. Even after multiple exchanges, neither fighter had lost a single HP. Aqua Rose is quite good. She has already grasped the technique to double cast. It's no wonder why she is quite famous. If she is nurtured properly, it is entirely possible for her to reach the peak of the virtual gaming world. Unfortunately, she joined the Azura battle team. Everlasting War had not expected Aqua Rose to be so powerful. Although Thousand Blades was holding back, it was still impressive that she fought the ranger to a standstill. Thousand Blades was already in the refinement realm. His physical control was quite refined. Hence, his combat was quite efficient. Ordinary players would find it difficult to deal with the ranger's direct attacks, not to mention the counterattacks he launched while evading. Moreover, every time Thousand Blades attacked, he fired at least 3 arrows simultaneously. When an ordinary player attacked, there was over an 80% chance that they would fail to avoid such a complex counterattack. However, with her ability to double cast, Aqua Rose was able to both attack and defend. Unfortunately, such high-intensity battles placed a heavy burden on a player's concentration and stamina. In such a battle, Thousand Blades could conserve more of his strength and outlast Aqua Rose should the battle drag on. This girl really does deserve her fame. After fighting me for a short time, she has already gotten a clear grasp of my movements. Thousand Blades clicked his tongue. Contrary to his expectations, Aqua Rose had not grown weaker as the battle progressed, rather, her strength was growing. Thousand Blades no longer looked down on Aqua Rose. Initially, he had evaded Aqua Rose's curses easily. However, as the battle progressed, Aqua Rose's attacks improved. Now, she was beginning to predict his movements, and it was becoming far more difficult for him to evade her attacks. When the battle had first begun, he could fire 5 arrows simultaneously while dodging. Now, he could fire only 3 arrows. Why are her dark arrows so powerful? With the power behind my scorpion arrows, even if they collide with her dark arrows, the impact should not affect their trajectories at all. Thousand Blades was very confident of his own arrows. He had never imagined he would encounter something like this. I can't drag this on any longer. Thousand Blades was now certain that dragging this battle on any further would only benefit Aqua Rose. Immediately, Thousand Blades used the Tier 1 skill, Heart-Piercing Arrow Show. A silver arrow sliced through the air as it flew towards Aqua Rose. Heart-Piercing Arrow's power was astonishing. Even the Berserker on the Glorious Lions battle team would not take Thousand Blades' Heart-Piercing Arrow head-on. Hence, it was impossible for Aqua Rose to block his attack using the instant cast Dark Arrow Peng. As expected, the Heart-Piercing Arrow shattered the Cursemancer's Dark Arrow. Such power. Aqua Rose knew that it was too late to cast another spell. Immediately, she used her staff to block the attack bang. When the Heart-Piercing Arrow struck Aqua Rose's staff, the Cursemancer was forced to take 5 steps back. Her arms were numb from the impact, and a damage of over -600 points appeared above her head die. Thousand Blades smiled faintly, taking the opportunity to launch a fierce assault. One scorpion arrow after another rained down on Aqua Rose like a storm. As the Heart-Piercing Arrow had interrupted Aqua Rose's rhythm, it became impossible for her to defend against the dozen or so arrows. Meanwhile, the only life-saving skill a Cursemancer had was Soul Protection. It could reduce the damage she took by 90% for 4 seconds. However, the skill had no defense against the movement speed reduction and dot effect of the scorpion arrow's poison. Once Soul Protection's duration ran out, her fate would be sealed. If you have to blame someone, then blame yourself for being a Cursemancer. Thousand Blades grew gleeful when he saw that his attacks would hit Aqua Rose. Dang. 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 Suddenly, 3 massive Trance appeared before Aqua Rose. Like an iron wall, the Trance blocked all of the incoming arrows. What's going on here? Thousand Blades frowned when he saw the 3 massive Transforest Sprite, Special Elite. Level 38. HP 240,000/240,000. A powerful expert could, at most, deal with 1 special elite of the same level. Now, however, 3 special elites had appeared before him. He also had a Cursemancer, a class with many control skills, to contend with. This was definitely a problem. Chapter 785, The Cursemancer That Shouldn't Be Provoked. The 3 6-meter-tall Trance earned shrieks from the audience the moment they appeared in the dueling ring. Do Cursemancers have such a skill? What skill is that? 3 special elites. The Glorious Lions are going to have a difficult time winning this match. The players in the audience were not ordinary, but experts with extraordinary insight. Ordinary players might never have the chance to watch a match between God's domain experts, but to these players, such opportunities were readily available. Hence, they were very familiar with the amazing aspects of God's domain experts. They were even more familiar with classes' skills in God's domain. Cursemancers mainly relied on control skills in combat. As long as they could restrict their opponent's movements, they could finish them off easily. However, Cursemancers were somewhat weaker than Elementalists and Summoners when it came to survivability and damage output. However, if they had a meat shield to pin down the opponent, a Cursemancer's threat level would rise exponentially. After all, Cursemancer's tiers and levels were still low, and many of their powerful skills had relatively long cast times. The class was not suited for expert battles. In a battle between experts, the outcome could be determined at any moment. It would be suicidal to use a spell with a cast time of more than 1 second. Hence, very few Cursemancers were found in the Dark Arena's battle teams. Generally, the battle team's casters were Elementalists and Summoners. However, now that 3 special elites had appeared to assist the Cursemancer, these monsters would easily make up for her deficiencies. Ivy really underestimated the Azura battle team. It's no wonder why they dared to send a Cursemancer into the fight. Sirius could not help but shift his gaze towards Ye Feng, who sat quietly on the other side of the dueling ring. Tell Thousand to stop holding back. We must win this match. Everlasting War nodded. He then left his seat and approached the side of the dueling ring, forming hand signals to inform Thousand Blades. Players inside the dueling ring could not receive any messages or hear anything from outside the dueling ring. However, they could see what was outside the dueling ring. Hence, the various battle teams in the Dark Arena had created their own hand gestures and code words to convey instructions. At this moment, Thousand Blades' continuous retreat was exhausting him. Not only were the 3 forest sprites' defenses very high, but their movement speed was also relatively high. Avoiding the 3 Trance took a lot out of him. He also had to deal with the various control skills Aqua Rose sent at him. Hence, he had no choice but to focus on his defense. Yet, if he only defended without attacking, he would, inevitably, suffer defeat. Previously, he had accidentally allowed one of the forest sprites to graze his shoulder, and instantly, his HP had fallen by 2,318. His total HP was just slightly over 10,000. A few more hits would definitely finish him off. I can go all out. When Thousand Blades noticed Everlasting War's hand signals, his lips curled into a smile. He then retrieved 3 golden arrows from his quiver and fired them at the 3 forest sprites' imprisonment arrows. The imprisonment arrow would prevent enemies within a certain range from leaving the area, and the only way to break free from the seal was to destroy the arrow itself. However, the imprisonment arrows would also reduce summoned creatures' damage by 80%. Even to Thousand Blades, these arrows were precious. After spending a large stock of precious materials, he had only managed to produce 5 imprisonment arrows. Now, however, to win this match, he had no choice but to use them. 3 golden streaks of light struck the 3 forest sprites. Immediately, the Trance were trapped inside golden cages. Meanwhile, each of the golden cages had 100,000 HP. Even though the forest sprites were special elites, after the 80% damage reduction, it would take them quite some time to free themselves from the cages. By the time they escaped from their imprisonment, the match would be over. After imprisoning the 3 forest sprites, Thousand Blades activated his Berserk skill, Beastmaster's soul. For 1 minute, his agility increased by 80%, strength by 60%, and movement speed and attack speed by 50%. The Berserk skill also had a cooldown of 10 hours after the ranger's strength and agility jumped. Not only were his arrows faster, but they also contained far more power in the next moment. A sonic boom echoed throughout the dueling ring. Numerous arrows arrived before Aqua rose, however. As if she had expected this, Aqua Rose simply smiled as she waved her hand. Suddenly, 3 figures covered in blue flames appeared before her. When the powerful arrows struck these blue figures, they were forced to step back. Aqua Rose, however, remained unharmed. Thousand Blade's eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. How was she a Cursemancer? She was basically a summoner. He could accept the 3 forest sprites, but Aqua Rose could also summon 3 elite-ranked Bluefire Crows. Go! Aqua Rose immediately directed the 3 Bluefire Crows to charge towards Thousand Blades. Although the Bluefire Crows were not as powerful as the forest sprites, they were faster. Thousand Blades knew he could not afford to clash with the elite monsters head-on. Hence, he had no choice but to run about the dueling ring while finding opportunities to attack. If he dealt with the summoned creatures first, Aqua Rose would have enough time to activate an advanced spell. If that happened, the summoned creatures wouldn't be his only problem. He absolutely could not give Aqua Rose that kind of time. Still not giving up. Seeing the arrow fly at her, Aqua Rose activated the power of darkness, her attributes rising abruptly. She also activated the Bluefire Heart's skill, Bluefire Devour. Although she would lose a significant portion of her mana and increase her mana consumption rate by 200%, her skill effects would increase by 200% for 30 seconds. Aside from Bluefire Devour, Aqua Rose also activated Elemental Domain. Elemental Domain. All allies within a radius of 50 yards will have their magic damage increased by 15%, cast speed increased by 15%, and mana consumption decreased by 20% for 1 minute. Aqua Rose then fired a dark arrow. When the dark arrow clashed with Thousand Blade's scorpion arrow, the latter was thrown off course, whereas the former continued towards the ranger. Seeing this, Thousand Blades hurriedly fired another arrow, successfully diverting Aqua Rose's dark arrow. Why is it so powerful? Thousand Blades was stunned. The arrow he fired after activating his Berserk skill was even weaker than before. Thousand Blades had no clue that the staff Aqua Rose wielded was the epic ranked staff, the Song of Beatrice. Aqua Rose already had higher basic attributes than Thousand Blades. Now, not only had Aqua Rose activated her Berserk skill, but she also had a support skill empowering her attacks. Hence, it was only natural that her dark arrows were far stronger. However, Aqua Rose did not give Thousand Blades too much time to think about it. She sent one dark arrow after another. At the same time, Dark Weakening's ominous fog began to appear around Thousand Blades. If the dark fog caught him, not only would his speed fall sharply, but his attributes would also decrease significantly. Again, Thousand Blades was forced to focus on his defense, escaping for his life. This time, however, he struggled far more than before. Previously, he had only needed to deal with the summoned creatures. Now, he had to deal with the summoned creatures and Aqua Rose's dark arrows. As a result, Thousand Blades' mobility was restricted. Meanwhile, this situation gave Aqua Rose sufficient time to cast the Tier 1 spell, Soul Cloud. Soul Cloud gathered the power of shadows to form 10 flying blades that could only be dodged, not blocked. Soul Cloud was considered one of the Cursemancer's sure-kill spells. After Bluefire Devour's amplification, Aqua Rose was able to summon 20 pitch-black flying blades. However, she wasn't satisfied. Just before she finished casting Soul Cloud, she activated the third skill of the Song of Beatrice. The Song of Sprites. Song of Sprites increases the effect of a specific spell by 300%. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose chose to amplify none other than Soul Cloud. Immediately, the 20 pitch-black flying blades increased to 60. Each flying blade was even stronger than Aqua Rose's dark arrows. Impossible. Thousand Blades paled when he saw the swarm of flying blades hover before Aqua Rose, a chill crawling down his spine. He could feel the power within those pitch-black blades. A single one of them would devour at least half of his HP. Without waiting for Thousand Blades to react, Aqua Rose waved her finger. Immediately, the 60 flying blades transformed into 60 streaks of black light as they shot towards the dazed ranger from all directions. Hua! 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 Even if Thousand Blades had already reached the refinement realm, he was powerless against the attacks of 3 summoned creatures and 60 flying blades. In the end, the streams of black light consumed him, and he died tragically. Chapter 786, Strong Matchup. Underscore when the black lights dispersed, the victor's name appeared above the dueling ring. Aqua rose. The entire venue fell silent. Aqua Rose's performance was simply too shocking. Not only could she summon monsters to fight for her, but her final soul cloud was also exceedingly powerful. It's no wonder why Ye Feng sent Aqua Rose to fight in the first match. It turns out that she has an impressive trump card. I'm guessing that not even the glorious lions expected such an outcome. Blue Phoenix shuddered when she recalled the might of Aqua Rose's soul cloud. Although Thousand Blades had activated his life-saving skills to defend against the attack, Soul Cloud could not be blocked, only dodged against flying blades from all directions. Even Blue Phoenix was only confident in dodging 20 to 30 attacks with her techniques. Using Blink to escape would be her only option. However, Thousand Blades was a ranger. He did not have any instantaneous movement capabilities or skills that provided invulnerability. It seems that we don't understand as much about Zero Wing as we thought. Phoenix Rain revealed a bright smile as she watched Aqua Rose one move to finish the enemy. Such situations were rare in the Dark Arena. Furthermore, Aqua Rose had yet to even set foot into the refinement realm. Since she had not secured victory with her techniques, then the only possibility was the Cursemancer's weapon and equipment. Previously, Ye Feng had displayed his overwhelming advantage in terms of attributes. Now, they realized that Aqua Rose had the same advantage. The Glorious Lions had the support of the Super Guild Battle Wolves. Very few could compete with the Glorious Lions' equipment and weapons. Hence, it was inconceivable that Zero Wing's Aqua Rose had better equipment than Thousand Blades. Phoenix Rain's curiosity of the guild named Zero Wing grew. However, the following matches were the true hurdles the Azura battle team had to overcome. A team had to win 3 out of 5 matches to win the competition. However, the Glorious Lions had a monster-like expert. One could say that the battle team had at least 1 match in the bag. If the Azura battle team could not win 2 out of the 3 remaining matches, then it would lose. However, through this first match, everyone finally understood the Azura battle team's strength. They also understood just how powerful Aqua Rose was. Victory with 1 move. In the future, anyone who challenged Aqua Rose would have to consider today's fight for a time. The various major powers focused their attention on Aqua Rose. They began to investigate her past. She used to be an honorary elder of Twilight Echo. The upper echelons of Twilight Echo really are interesting. They chased such a talent out of the guild. Ha ha ha. Twilight Echo sure is rich. While others are frantically trying to recruit top-tier experts, Twilight Echo is chasing them away. The guild must have too many geniuses. It's no wonder why Twilight Echo has not been performing well in recent years. So this is their problem. Now that Aqua Rose has joined a small guild like Zero Wing, we might have a chance to poach her. The various major powers in the venue could not help but ridicule Twilight Echo. The expressions of Twilight Echo's upper echelons, who had come to watch the battle, twisted in response. Although they had known that Aqua Rose was a talented fighter and an experienced manager, they had never thought she would become this strong. Meanwhile, in the Glorious Lions battle team's resting area, the team members remained indifferent about the battle's outcome. They acted as if it were none of their business that they had lost the first match. This Azura battle team is fairly interesting. They are slightly stronger than I expected. It is no wonder why that Aqua Rose is Zero Wing's vice leader. Thousand Blades really lucked out this time, the swordsman Blood Sun commented disappointingly. He paid no attention whatsoever to Thousand Blades' defeat. After all, there was no way their battle team could lose this competition. On the Glorious Lions battle team, Thousand Blades' strength only ranked in the middle. None of their strongest combatants had taken part in the competition yet. On the other hand, the Azura battle team had already dispatched its strongest fighter. The competition's outcome was already self-evident. Let's see what the Azura battle team plans to do next. Though, it doesn't really matter what kind of tricks they try to pull, the assassin Long Rainbow said, yawning. In the first match, the Glorious Lions battle team had been the first to send a combatant into the ring. For the second match, it was the Azura battle team's turn to send a representative. Ye Feng had no wish to prolong this competition. Hence, for the next 2-on-2 match, he sent Fire Dance and Violet Cloud. What's going on? They're actually sending a cleric? Is the Azura battle team giving up this match entirely? Wait, that Fire Dance seems to be the commander of Zero Wing's main force. The Azura battle team's representatives for the second match confused the crowd. Although clerics were not entirely useless, one would not normally send a cleric into a 2-on-2 match. After all, if the enemy focused on the cleric, the battle would quickly devolve into a 2-on-1 situation. To make things worse, the assassin class could not pin down players like the Guardian Knight and Shield Warrior classes could. Just what is going through that man's mind? Is he trying to forfeit the match? Phoenix Rain could not help her frown. She was aware of the three great experts of Zero Wing. They were Aqua Rose, Fire Dance, and Violet Cloud, respectively. Although sending two of the three great experts seemed like a good move, in the off chance that they were both defeated, the Azura battle team would lose all chances of winning this competition. Having them take part in the later 3-on-3 matches, taking the enemy by surprise like Aqua Rose had, would have been the wisest move yet. Ye Feng had discarded that opportunity. Interesting. This brat's desire to win is impressive. He wants to win 2 matches in a row and rely on his own strength to fight for the final strand of hope. He is underestimating the glorious lions, Sirius muttered as he glanced at Ye Feng. Immediately, he instructed, Rainbow and Blood, you two will fight. Show the Azura battle team's leader the glorious lion's strength. Blood Sun and Long Rainbow's combat prowess was only weaker than his among the glorious lion's battle team. It was especially true for Blood Sunday. To increase their chances of becoming the Dark Arena's organizer, the Battle Wolves had even given Blood Sun an epic weapon. With Blood Sun's skills and the epic weapon, the swordsman's combat power was only beneath his own. Hence, winning this match would be child's play for Blood Sun and Long Rainbow. In fact, Blood Sun alone was more than enough to defeat the Azura battle team's 2 representatives. Leader, rest assured, Long Rainbow confidently reassured the team's commander as he stood abruptly. Rainbow, wait a minute. Fighting one player is too boring. Let me handle the both of them by myself, Blood Sun said as he stopped Long Rainbow. After the competition, I'll give you a bottle of life wine. How about it? The life wine was a Fire Dragon Empire specialty. It was known as a mortal world delicacy. Although the recipe was easy to obtain, the materials it required were extraordinarily rare. One could only obtain these materials if they were lucky. Aside from the drink's delicious taste, the life wine also had a certain probability of strengthening a player's physique. It was even more precious than dark gold equipment. Really? Long Rainbow was certainly tempted when he heard the words, life wine. This item was Blood Sun's treasure. Even their team leader had only managed to obtain 1 bottle from the swordsman after a lot of trouble. Normally, Blood Sun would not even share a cup. Of course, Blood Sun assured he wanted to test his new sword properly, and he did not want Long Rainbow to interrupt his fun. Fine, I agree. However, if it seems like you are going to lose, for the sake of winning the competition, I'll have to join the fight. Of course, you'll still have to give me the life wine, Long Rainbow said after giving it some thought. Sure. Blood Sun grinned. Chapter 787, Phantom Sword. In the wide and spacious dueling ring, the assassin Long Rainbow stood in the corner while the swordsman Blood Sun took his place in the ring center. The spectators were surprised. Normally, in a 2-on-2 match, teammates wouldn't stand so far from each other. They usually stood relatively close so that they could better coordinate their attacks and defense. Furthermore, they were both melee players, which was all the more reason not to stand 50 yards apart. With a distance of 50 yards, even a ranger, the class with the longest range, would not be able to assist a companion in battle. What are you guys trying to do? Fire Dance glanced at the distant Long Rainbow before shifting her gaze back to Blood Sun. Carefreely, Blood Sun said, 1-on-1 battles are too boring, so I intend to take you both on by myself. Don't worry about it. The fight will be over very quickly. The audience could hear the players in the ring quite clearly. When they heard Blood Sun's words, an uproar shook the venue. They never thought that the Glorious Lions member would make such a bold statement. Nothing like this had ever happened in the Dark Arena before. Everybody wanted to win the competition, so why would anyone hold back their strength? If Blood Sun wasn't a fool, then he must be absolutely confident of his own power. So, you want a 1-on-2 battle? Rage flared in Fire Dance's eyes as she glared at Blood Sun's arrogant expression. Suppressing her anger, she said coldly, it seems the glorious lions really underestimates us. Ha ha ha. Don't put it like that. This is a good opportunity for you to win the competition. Blood Sun laughed. He did not pay any particular attention to Fire Dance's cold-killing intent. The loss of the first match had wounded the Glorious Lions battle team's reputation quite severely. Blood Sun's first reason for asking Long Rainbow to step aside was to recover the team's reputation, while the second reason was to experiment with his epic weapon. However, Blood Sun did not think Fire Dance and Violet Cloud even qualified as test subjects. As you wish. Fire Dance stepped forward, standing in front of Violet Cloud. Understanding Fire Dance's intentions, Violet Cloud retreated. Interesting. Blood Sun did not mind the women's actions as he unsheathed the silver sword encrusted with 7 resplendent gemstones. Hopefully, you don't lose too quickly. This is bad. Gentle Snow frowned as she watched the ring from the spectator stand. Snow, what's wrong? If Fire Dance could last against the party leader of the Flower of 7 Sins for so long, shouldn't she be able to defeat Blood Sun easily? Zhao Yueru was, more or less, familiar with Fire Dance's strength. Even if Blood Sun was very strong, she did not think that the swordsman was guaranteed to win. You don't know this, but Blood Sun's swordsmanship is very odd. Even a shield warrior like War Wolf couldn't defend against his attacks, Gentle Snow explained as she shook her head. She had watched the video of the battle between War Wolf and Blood Sun. She already had a general understanding of Blood Sun's strength. Although there was not much of a difference in terms of combat power between Blood Sun and a party leader from the Flower of 7 Sins, in terms of attack techniques, the former was definitely stronger. Now that Blood Sun wanted to face his opponents alone, it was the perfect opportunity for the Azura battle team to get rid of the swordsman immediately. Gentle Snow contacted Ye Feng guild leader Snow. What's the matter? Ye Feng asked after accepting the call. Ye Feng, Blood Sun has strange attack methods. It is best for Fire Dance and Violet Cloud to finish him off together. If you allow Fire Dance to fight him by herself, she won't be able to defend against Blood Sun's attacks. Gentle Snow hurriedly warned the man. The match had not begun yet. There was still time for Fire Dance and Violet Cloud to coordinate their attacks and deal with Blood Sunday. Once the match officially began, it would probably be too late even if the two women banded together. Thank you for your warning, Guild Leader Snow, Ye Feng said, laughing. He had never expected Gentle Snow to call him in such a rush just to warn him. Seeing Ye Feng's calm reaction, Gentle Snow's anxiety grew. It was obvious that Ye Feng was not taking her words seriously. Blood Sun is very strong. He even defeated War Wolf and Soaring Snake while they were working together. War Wolf's shield couldn't get close to Blood Sun's sword before he suffered defeat. I believe you are aware of War Wolf's strength. If he couldn't even deflect Blood Sun's attacks, it will be very difficult for Fire Dance hold the man off, Gentle Snow explained in detail. In Star Moon Kingdom, War Wolf's strength was absolute. He could rank within the top 3 MTs of the kingdom. Defeating War Wolf was already impressive, yet the powerful shield warrior had not been able to withstand Blood Sun's attacks. I understand. If Guild Leader Snow doesn't have anything else, I'll disconnect the call now. The match is starting soon. Ye Feng nodded. He then disconnected the call. Hello? Hello? Gentle Snow was speechless as she stared at the already dark screen. Ye Feng is so infuriating. Even though you offered a warning with good intentions, he treated your words like they were nothing. It'll be his fault when his team loses. Zhao Yueru grumbled. Leader, will it really be alright to let Fire Dance deal with that man by herself? Aqua Rose asked sternly. She had been sitting beside Ye Feng, so she had overheard the conversation with Gentle Snow. War Wolf's strength definitely ranked at the top of Star Moon Kingdom. If not for her equipment advantage, even she would not be a match for the man. Don't worry about it. We just need to sit tight and enjoy the show. Ye Feng waved his hand aside from Sirius. He had very detailed information on the Glorious Lions combatants. Ye Feng understood Blood Sun's capabilities far better than Gentle Snow in the past. Blood Sun had been quite famous in the Dark Arena. He had been known as Blood Sun the Phantom Sword. Although Blood Sun had only reached the Flowing Water Realm standard, the swordsmanship he used made it impossible to grasp his attack trajectories and rhythm. If one had not reached the Void Realm, it would be exceedingly difficult to defend against his strikes. If the Fire Dance of a few days ago were fighting, he would definitely instruct her coordinate with Violet Cloud. They could easily defeat Blood's Son with the Astromancer's strange attacks. Moreover, the assassin Long Rainbow was similarly extraordinary. In the past, he had earned the title Ghost Hand in the Dark Arena when the two worked together. Even a Void Realm expert would fall. However, Fire Dance was not the assassin she had been in the past. Even Ye Feng was unsure how much her strength had improved. This was the perfect opportunity to test her strength. Above the dueling ring, the countdown timer finally reached 0. Yuri not entering stealth? Blood's Son asked, unable to help his curiosity, as he watched Fire Dance, who remained motionless 30 yards away from him. As an assassin, Fire Dance could only display her true power while hiding in the shadows. Generally, assassins would enter stealth as soon as the battle began and look for an opportunity to deal a fatal blow that won't be necessary. Fire Dance sounded calm as she unsheathed 1,000 transformations and petrified thorn from her waist. Step by step, she slowly advanced on the swordsman before her. Good. Very good. I want to see just how long you can hold that arrogance. When Blood's Son heard her challenge, rage flared in his chest. This was the first time someone had looked down him. Taking a step forward, he used Wind Blade and dashed towards Fire Dance. Chapter 788, Legendary Power. Has she lost her mind? Gentle Snow was flabbergasted as she watched Fire Dance approach Blood's Son slowly. Zero Wings Guild leader was insane enough. She had never imagined that Fire Dance would follow in that man's footsteps. An assassin's abilities in a frontal confrontation were significantly weaker than a swordsman's. It would be very easy to defeat an assassin in a head-on clash. Blood's Son was not an ordinary expert, yet Fire Dance had forfeited the greatest advantage an assassin possessed. As soon as Blood's Son arrived before Fire Dance, the silver sword in his hand vanished. Following which, over a dozen streaks of silver light appeared around Fire Dance, surrounding her. Tier 1 skill, Wind Flurry. In the next moment, the dozen or so silver lights sliced through Fire Dance's body. An afterimage? Before Blood's Son could celebrate his attack, he noticed something odd. Abruptly, he leaped forward. Show. A streak of silver light then cut across where Blood's Son had just stood. Seeing her shadow steps fail, Fire Dance followed up with an absolute strike. Instantly, she transformed into a shadow as she plunged towards the swordsman. Dang. As soon as the shadow Fire Dance had transformed into arrived before Blood's Son, the swordsman parried the incoming attack with his silver sword, negating all damagites. No wonder why you dared to fight me head-on. Your strength is so high despite being an assassin. Blood's Son was slightly surprised as the impact forced him to retreat 3 steps. He smiled and asked, however, how will you react to this move? Blood's Son charged at Fire Dance. Suddenly, his 2 swords transformed into dozens of afterimages. Every one of these images slashed at Fire Dance simultaneously. The sudden appearance of so many blades would have bewildered any opponent. However, this was not the most impressive aspect of Blood's Son's attacks. The speed of these sword images varied. Some moved faster than others. Moreover, the blade's speeds constantly changed. Trying to grasp the swordsman's attack rhythm was nearly impossible, not to mention predicting the image's trajectories. The attack took Fire Dance by surprise. She couldn't differentiate which of these swords was real. If she rushed to defend or attack, the slightest carelessness could very well result in her death. Wind steps. Fire Dance retreated as she utilized the less than 1 second invulnerability the skill provided. In addition, Wind steps' movement speed increase allowed Fire Dance, whose movement speed was already quite high, to dash out of Blood's Son's attack range. Yuri really fast. You are definitely the fastest assassin I have ever seen to date. Although Blood's Son had hit Fire Dance, the assassin had utilized Wind steps to block his attacks. Just as he was about to chase the woman down, he discovered that the assassin was already quite some distance away from himself. He couldn't hit her from this far if he wanted to. Although Fire Dance and Blood's Son's exchange had been brief, the audience was stupefied. These two are amazing. Why do I feel my chest tighten while watching these two fight? Every member of the audience had seen battles between experts before. However, Fire Dance and Blood's Son's battle ranked near the top of their lists. Both players were incredibly fast. Before anyone could react, they had already separated from their confrontation. All the onlookers saw was dozens of sword images and a flickering shadow. In the next moment, both fighters had swapped positions. They were too fast for the naked eye to follow. As a result, many among the audiences weren't entirely sure about what had just transpired. Blood Sun is powerful. Blue Phoenix exclaimed. Although most of the audience did not know what had happened, Blue Phoenix was a Void Realm expert. She had seen the exchange very clearly. Blood Sun should be the famed Battle Wolves' phantom sword. I had never thought that the Battle Wolves would be so desperate to host the Dark Arena. Phoenix Rain smiled bitterly. Phantom sword? Although Blue Phoenix had never heard this name before, even she had been unable to differentiate which sword images had been real and which had been fake. After all, she was too far away from the dueling ring. She could only rely on her sight, not her other senses. He is one of the great experts that the Battle Wolves have nurtured. I've also heard that Phantom Sword managed to defeat one of the Battle Wolves Guild elders, Phoenix Rain explained. It seems the Azura battle team won't be able to win this match. Why do you say that? Although Fire Dance is at a disadvantage, both her movement and reactions are very fast. She still has a possibility of winning this match, Blue Phoenix asked curiously. You underestimate the Battle Wolves. I've told you before that the Battle Wolves do not care about their reputation. The guild has even loaned the epic-ranked one-handed sword they obtained from a boss they stole to Blood Sunday. Knowing this, do you still think Fire Dance has any hope of winning? Personally, Phoenix Rain wanted the Azura battle team to emerge victorious. However, based on the information she had obtained, the gem-encrusted, silver sword in Blood Sun's hand should be the epic-ranked one-handed sword the Battle Wolves had plundered some time ago. A dark gold weapon could never compare to an epic weapon. The benefits of an epic weapon were simply too great. Moreover, Blood Sun had just been testing out his new weapon. Without utilizing his actual strength, he had backed Fire Dance into a corner. If he began to take the match seriously, he would only need an instant to defeat Fire Dance. An epic weapon is quite amazing. Just after equipping an epic weapon, Blood Sun can produce far more sword images. I wonder how long this young lady will last against him. Sirius revealed a faint smile after watching Blood Sun's performance. The Phantom Sword was no stranger to experts. His swordsmanship utilized the shift in swinging speed to generate afterimages. Ordinary experts would be hard-pressed to generate 3 perfect afterimages, but Blood Sun was a genius in this aspect. Using 2 swords, he could generate dozens of perfect afterimages. However, this was not Blood Sun's most frightening aspect. Blood Sun's physical control also surpassed ordinary players by leaps and bounds. Even an expert would struggle to launch attacks with the exact same trajectory at full speed. However, Blood Sun could do just that. Moreover, he could perform the feat without error. Blood Sun's attack, which had just been an afterimage, could very well be a real sword in the next second. This ability made it nearly impossible to avoid or block his attacks without reaching the Void Realm. It was impossible to differentiate which of his attacks were real, and which were fake. In the dueling ring, Blood Sun launched a barrage of attacks at Fire Dance. However, Fire Dance maintained a subtle distance from him. She only needed 1 step to escape his attack range. This made it possible to dodge or block his attacks easily. Let's end the game here, then. Blood Sun had mostly familiarized himself with Daybreak. Meanwhile, the duration of Fire Dance's wind steps was nearly over. Immediately, he activated Windwalk, increasing his speed as he charged towards the assassin. His swords then transformed into dozens of phantoms, blocking all of Fire Dance's paths of retreat. Just as the silver lights were about to devour Fire Dance, she tightened her grip around 1,000 transformations and swung the weapon in front of her with just a light swing. Suddenly, countless sword lights appeared before Fire Dance. The sword lights shone like stars in the night sky. These sword lights clashed with Daybreak's phantom's bang. Pung! The sound of metal clashing reverberated throughout the dueling ring. Blood Sun felt his hands go numb instantly. He was also forced back 4 steps before he managed to stabilize his body. How did you do that? Blood Sun's eyes widened. He couldn't believe what had just happened. Even though Fire Dance had simply swung her sword, countless, shining sword lights filled the space between them. These sword lights were incredibly realistic, making it impossible to determine Fire Dance's true attack trajectory. When he came into contact with a random sword light, it had repelled him. Chapter 789, Realistic Illusionary Attacks. What happened? Everyone was confused when they saw Blood Sun pushed back. All they had seen was Blood Sun accelerate towards Fire Dance, and in the next moment, a silver light flashed. Blood Sun was forced to retreat by several steps before he stabilized himself. They could even see the swordsman's hands tremble. Originally, the battle had been in Blood Sun's favor. Now, however, the situation had changed completely. Nobody understood what had just happened. Who is that Fire Dance? Everlasting War's mouth gaped in shock. He had understood Aqua Rose's victory. After all, she was a famous newcomer in the virtual gaming world. She had also been nurtured by a super guild. However, no one had ever heard of Fire Dance, yet she was actually able to repel Blood Sun while he went all out. Everlasting War could not believe this to be real. Even he had an extremely difficult time defending against Blood Sun's Phantom Sword. He could only use an AoE skill to counter Blood Sun's attack. However, Fire Dance had only used one strike to repel the swordsman. With just a single swing of her sword, she filled the entire space between them with her sword's afterimages. It was practically impossible to defend against such an attack. Blood Sun's Phantom Sword was meaningless in the face of such an attack. One could say that Blood Sun was simply showing off his slight skill before a master. Compared to Fire Dance's attack, Blood Sun's Phantom Sword was a joke. Everlasting War was confused. He could not figure out how Fire Dance had managed to accomplish such a feat. Who could defend against an attack like that? She's already set foot into the refinement realm? Sirius narrowed his eyes as he began to evaluate Fire Dance carefully. Fire Dance's previous attack was astounding. Even Sirius had not seen how the assassin had pulled it off. Against such an attack, even he would be forced to evade the sword images. However, Fire Dance's performance showed that she did not use any excess movements when drawing her sword. She had not executed any special techniques at all. She had just swung her sword. Yet this ordinary attack had created countless afterimages that filled the area before her. Unfortunately, he sat too far away from the battle. He had not been able to see the details of what had happened. Snow, look! Fire Dance repelled Blood Sun. What do you think just happened? Zhao Yueru turned to Gentle Snow, her mouth hanging open, shaking her head. Gentle Snow responded with a surprised expression, saying, I don't know what happened, either. This was simply too shocking. Only now did Gentle Snow understand why Ye Feng was so confident in letting Fire Dance take on Blood Sun alone. It turned out that Fire Dance had hidden her strength all this time. Compared to the audience's shock, Zero Wings members were utterly stupefied. When did Big Sis Fire learn such a peerless technique? That attack was so powerful. We'll definitely win this time. With a single swing of her blade, Fire Dance created countless, deadly stars. Her powerful attack made it impossible to approach her or defend against her attacks. One could only cope with this vicious barrier if they attacked from a range or to use an AoE skill. In the dueling ring, Blood Sun's face twisted into a grave expression. However, he was no fool. He did not believe that Fire Dance's attack was a peerless technique. He suspected that she had used a skill. Hence, he strode forward and attacked the assassin using Phantom Sword once again. Although that move is quite powerful, all skills have a cooldown. I don't believe you can use it limitlessly. Blood Sun sneered. However, despite seeing the dozens of sword images flying at her, Fire Dance didn't move. Instead, she swung the 1,000 transformations upward violently. Ping. Countless silver lights flashed, and she repelled Blood Sun again. Ye Feng laughed silently when he saw the dumbfounded look on Blood Sun's face. In terms of basic attributes, even an epic weapon was no match for a fragmented legendary weapon. However, this was not the largest benefit of wielding a fragmented legendary weapon. A fragmented legendary weapon would also grow stronger with the improvement of the player's combat techniques. Previously, Fire Dance had never utilized her full strength in battle. She had used plenty of excess movements when she swung her sword. In her last attack, however, there were none. Hence, she had displayed 1,000 transformations, true power, realistic illusions. Although she had only swung 1,000 transformations once, every afterimage that appeared was real. Regardless of which afterimage the enemy encountered, that afterimage would become a true attack the moment they made contact. Fire Dance didn't need to think about how she should defend herself against Blood Sun's Phantom Sword. She only needed to swing her own blade. A simple swing could transform into an attack that incorporated both attack and defense. Countless people dreamed of achieving this level of swordsmanship. However, Fire Dance had achieved it easily with the 1,000 transformations. This was also why so many people desperately chased after legendary weapons. If a fragmented legendary weapon already possessed such power, a true legendary weapon would be terrifying. In the dueling ring, Fire Dance charged at Blood Sun and brandished her 1,000 transformations. Numerous sword lights flashed before Blood Sun's eyes. However, Blood Sun could not find the real weapon among the illusions. It seemed as if every afterimage was the real deal. He was already inferior to Fire Dance in terms of speed. The assassin's unavoidable attack only made things worse. Now, all he could do was attempt to block the attack with his swords, yet the instant his weapons clashed with Fire Dance's afterimages, the attack forced him back, both of his hands going numb as a damage of over -200 points appeared above his head. However, Fire Dance showed no signs of stopping as she assaulted the swordsman before her. As a result, Blood Sun's HP continued to decrease. This turn of events stunned the audience members. Nobody had imagined that an assassin could be so frightening. Fire Dance's slashes was a combination of violence and beauty. Blood, I'll help you. Long Rainbow shouted. Long Rainbow could already see the severity of the situation. Immediately, he entered stealth and charged at Fire Dance. I have truly underestimated the Azura battle team. I had never imagined that your team would have such a powerful player. However, don't think that you have won just yet. As Fire Dance repelled Blood Sun, his HP gradually fell. If this continued, she would drain his HP, which totaled at over 10,000, in less than 30 seconds. Immediately, Blood Sun activated his berserk skills, his attributes rising abruptly. His HP shot from over 10,000 to more than 15,000. A blue glow enveloped his body. The epic weapon Daybreak in his hand also emitted a blue sword aura that was over 2 meters long, increasing Blood Sun's attack range significantly. Blood Sun then executed Phantom Sword and struck at Fire Dance. Let's see if you can block this. Blood Sun revealed a sinister smile. He was clearly confident in his attack. He had activated his berserk skill, Sword Shadow. When activated, the skill increased all of his attributes by 50% and his attack speed by 80%. The skill also increased his attack range. At the same time, Blood Sun had activated one of Daybreak's skills, Consecutive Shadow Strikes. For 10 seconds, his attacks could neither be blocked nor parried. Fire Dance was only an assassin. Her attack range was shorter than a swordsman's. Now, he had increased his attack range further. Moreover, even if Fire Dance's short sword clashed with Daybreak, the epic weapon would ignore the blade and strike Fire Dance's body immediately. A sword light phased through Fire Dance's 1,000 transformations, colliding with the assassin. However, Fire Dance suddenly split into 6 copies of herself. When Daybreak hit Fire Dance's body, it simply passed through her unhindered. He had not felt the sensation of his weapon cutting into flesh at all. An illusion? Blood Sun's complexion paled. He had not expected Fire Dance to have a move like this. It's my turn now. Fire Dance smiled suddenly. All 6 female assassins charged at Blood Sun from different directions. Blood Sun brandished his 2 swords, attempting to defend himself. However, when his attack struck the Fire Dances, not a single one of them received any damage. All of them are fakes. Just as Blood Sun wondered about the skill, the 6 Fire Dances arrived before Blood Sun, surrounding the swordsman. All 6 assassins raised their weapons and swung downward. Blood Sun had intended to ignore Fire Dance's doppelgangers and rush out of the encirclement, but a silver short sword suddenly slid into his back, dealing -3,481 damage. Yuri real? Blood Sun reacted quickly, swinging his sword at the real Fire Dance behind him. However, when Daybreak cut across Fire Dance, it did not cause any damage. Unfortunately, you've guessed wrong. The Fire Dance who stood to Blood Sun's left grinned as she swung her sword at the swordsman. Once more, Blood Sun lost a large chunk of his HP. In the blink of an eye, he lost over 7,000 HP. His HP was now dangerously close to 0. It would only take one more hit to end his life. However, Blood Sun suddenly smiled. No. You're bait. Fire Dance suddenly felt a bone-chilling killing intent from behind her. Immediately, a streak of black light pierced through her back. You noticed too late, Long Rainbow suddenly whispered with a cold smile. Chapter 790, Different Level. Everything had happened far too quickly. Long Rainbow was like a wild beast as he approached and ambushed Fire Dance stealthily. He had hidden his presence throughout the process. However, when he finally struck, he was like a venomous snake, both fast and accurate. What a pity. The glorious lions truly don't care about their reputation anymore. Previously, they've even declared that they wanted to go 1-on-2. Now, it's become a 2-on-1 instead. None of the audience had expected the battle to change so quickly. Words could no longer describe Fire Dance's strength. She was definitely the most powerful assassin they had ever seen in God's domain. Her strength attribute was absurdly high. She had been able to suppress a swordsman expert with so little effort. Her attack that filled the ring with starlight could also suppress everything before her. She was practically invincible in a 1-on-1 battle. Meanwhile, standing behind the woman, both Long Rainbow's pitch-black dagger and the hand wielding the weapon passed through Fire Dance's body without any resistance. Long Rainbow did not dare believe his eyes. The target he had carefully chosen was just an illusion. Just as he was about to warn Blood Sun, he discovered a silver short sword cutting across Blood Sun's waist, eliminating the swordsman's final strand of HP. Even after Blood Sun's HP reached 0, the man had not realized what had happened. Confusion as to why his HP had dropped to 0 filling his eyes. After Fire Dance killed Blood Sun, she released a sigh of relief. Long Rainbow had nearly forced her into a fainted state. With both Long Rainbow and Blood Sun having activated their berserk skills, she would most likely die before Violet Cloud could lend her support. Fortunately, the 1000 Transformations Phantom skill was no ordinary skill. It allowed her to swap positions with her doppelgangers without any telltale signs. The ability also didn't have a cooldown, allowing her to use it freely. All she needed to activate the ability was a thought. Hence, she had swapped positions with her doppelgangers the instant before Long Rainbow's dagger plunged through her. However, as soon as Fire Dance finished off Blood Sun, Long Rainbow reacted. Immediately, he used the assassin class's strongest skill, Absolute Strike, transforming into a streak of shadow that assaulted Fire Dance. Unfortunately, by the time the black shadow pierced Fire Dance's body, Fire Dance had long since swapped positions with another of her doppelgangers. When Long Rainbow's body rematerialized and reappeared behind Fire Dance's doppelganger, Fire Dance swapped position with said doppelganger again. Holding the petrified thorn in a reverse grip, she spun and with centripetal acceleration, she executed a perfect backstab, shoving her blade into Long Rainbow's back. Dang. Vanish? Fire Dance realized what had happened after Petrified Thorn was forced to a stop before it could strike the other assassin. Long Rainbow began to disappear immediately. Her lips curling into a smile, Fire Dance stated, "Unfortunately, even this move can't save your life." A second after Long Rainbow had disappeared, Fire Dance raised the Petrified Thorn above her and slammed it into the dueling ring's floor petrification domain. This was the epic ranked dagger's second skill. When activated, it dealt 500% weapon damage to enemies within 50 yards. Enemies hit would also suffer a 50% movement speed reduction for 10 seconds. In addition, the petrification domain increased Fire Dance's attributes and movement speed suddenly. With Fire Dance at the center, the ground began to turn stone gray, the affected area spreading outwards in the blink of an eye. Everything within 50 yards of Fire Dance turned stone gray. Meanwhile, Long Rainbow had been forcefully exposed. Golden, divine runes flowed around the assassin's body, and although Long Rainbow had not received any damage, his body had turned the same gray as the ground, his movement speed having plummeted. Damn it. This skill has a movement speed reduction effect. Long Rainbow's expression was grim as he watched Fire Dance dash towards him. Although he had activated magic immunity and his berserk skill, his basic attributes higher than Fire Dance's by a large margin, he was not confident of defeating Fire Dance in a direct confrontation. After all, even Blood Sun, who was the stronger of the two, had died while facing the female assassin head-on. His chances of victory were even lower. The only way he could win this match now was to eliminate the cleric Violet Cloud first. Once his skills cooldowns had completed, he could look for an opportunity to slay Fire Dance. However, that was no longer an option. Just as the 6 Fire Dances were about to reach Long Rainbow, the latter activated a skill that freed him from all control effects. Following which, he struck at the leading Fire Dance head. Fire Dance did not bother resisting the attack, allowing Long Rainbow to strike as much as he wished. After Long Rainbow passed through Fire Dance's body unhindered, Fire Dance executed an eviscerate from behind the male assassin. However, 1,000 transformations had failed to hit Long Rainbow. The fragmented legendary weapon only struck the afterimage the assassin had left behind before anyone realized it. Long Rainbow appeared behind Fire Dance's true body, executing backstab. Long Rainbow had thought of this plan after Fire Dance had forced him out of stealth. He had deliberately exposed a weakness in his defense, launching a surprise counterattack while Fire Dance attempted to strike die. Long Rainbow shouted, his eyes bloodshot with fury as he thrust his blade in the end. However, his dagger still passed through the woman without any resistance. He had failed how? Long Rainbow's eyes widened. Meanwhile, as soon as Long Rainbow's black dagger left Fire Dance's body, the doppelganger spun and slashed at the assassin. The two were too close. Even if Long Rainbow had predicted the attack, the Fire Dance's attack speed was simply too high. Furthermore, he had not yet recovered his stance after his full-powered attack. He could not defend himself. The silver 1,000 transformations became a stream of light that shot Long Rainbow's heart immediately. A damage of minus 10,648 points appeared above Long Rainbow's head, devouring more than 2/3 of the assassin's HP. Ignoring the pain, Long Rainbow abandoned his defense as he tightened his grip on his dagger and stabbed at Fire Dance. As an expert, his pride no longer allowed him to care about winning or losing this match. Only one thought went through Long Rainbow's mind. He needed to damage Fire Dance at least once. Although his attacks had only struck illusions, the pain 1,000 transformations caused him was absolutely real. Hence, Long Rainbow was certain that the Fire Dance before him was the real deal. Yet, just as his dagger was about to strike Fire Dance, Long Rainbow felt another sting in his back. As Long Rainbow's HP dropped like a stone, he turned his head to take a look, discovering that the real Fire Dance had appeared behind him without his notice. Following which, Long Rainbow fell to the ground, bitterness filling his eyes. Despite his berserk skill, even until his death, he had not managed to touch the real Fire Dance. This was the first time since he had joined God's domain that anyone had toyed with him to such a degree. And he had been completely powerless against it. Silence dominated the spectator stands compared to this battle. The previous battles had been a joke. The battle had only lasted several seconds, yet before anyone realized what was going on, the two great experts of the Glorious Lions battle team were dead. Although none of the audience members understood what had just happened, they had learned one thing from watching Fire Dance's battle. All attacks against Fire Dance were ineffective, while every one of her attacks was vicious. This fight had felt like a dream. Two great experts had died without offering the slightest resistance. Aside from their confusion, everyone among the audience admired and feared Fire Dance. The Glorious Lions' two great experts were undoubtedly extraordinary individuals. Even in the dark arena, their strength ranked at the top. Yet, even after these two great experts had activated their berserk skills, Fire Dance had defeated them without any berserk skill whatsoever. Berserk skills generally improved a player's combat power significantly. It should have been impossible for a player without a berserk skill to contend with a player with one active. Today, however, every player in the room had been given a living example to the contrary. This was no longer an issue of attributes. Both sides were simply on entirely different levels. Just who is this Fire Dance? The major powers in the audience grew quite curious about Fire Dance's identity. Chapter 791, Old Monster. Above the wide, spacious dueling ring, the system displayed Fire Dance and Violet Cloud's names as this match's victors. When the audience saw this announcement, an extraordinarily heavy atmosphere overtook the venue. With a mysterious combat technique, Fire Dance alone had defeated two great experts from the Glorious Lions battle team. At this moment, Fire Dance's name etched itself deeply on everyone's hearts. Amazing. I had never thought that Zero Wing would have hidden so much of its strength. It's no wonder why Black Flame could afford to excuse himself from such an important event. When Phoenix Rain looked at Fire Dance, she felt as if a whole new world had opened up to her. Although Fire Dance's combat realm was mediocre at best, the assassin's bewildering combat method was a first for her. Even Blue Phoenix, a Void Realm expert, would not have any defense against Fire Dance, much less Long Rainbow and Blood Sunday. The only method to deal with the assassin's mysterious combat method was to use large-scale destruction spells or manipulate several dozens of flying blades like Aqua Rose had and attack from a distance. Even having significantly higher attributes than Fire Dance would be of little use against the assassin. However, both large-scale destruction spells and the Tier 1 spell, Soul Cloud, had a long casting time. During this period, with Fire Dance's speed, she could kill her opponents several times over. If even magical classes would have such a difficult time against Fire Dance, physical classes would have even more trouble taking her down. Even Hua Qiushui, who watched from the spectator stands, was stunned by the match's outcome for quite some time. The Azura battle team, a team new to the Dark Arena, possessed such a strong framework. It was simply inconceivable whether it was Thousand Blades, who had fought in the first match, or Blood Sun and Long Rainbow, who had just been defeated. All three were experts that she had handpicked herself. She was very familiar with their strengths. Yet, all three had failed. She had never expected this outcome. Where did this Azura battle team come from? Hua Qiushui wore a gloomy expression. She was in a very bad mood. To avoid the unexpected, she had been as careful as possible, yet after dispatching the members of Team 2, they had still lost 2 matches in a row. If they lost another match, they would lose the entire competition. It's no wonder why he dared to challenge my Glorious Lions battle team. Sure enough, he has some ability. Hua Qiushui could not help but shift her gaze toward Ye Feng. Initially, she had seen Ye Feng a minor character that did not necessitate any attention. Now that he was the Azura battle team's leader, however, she could not afford to ignore him. Meanwhile, when Exemplary Willow saw Hua Qiushui's gloomy expression, she more or less understood the Glorious Lion's situation. However, Exemplary Willow was truly confused. Zero Wing was merely an upstart guild. She could deal with the guild's victory over the Star Alliance in the previous war, but it now forced Hua Qiushui's battle team into a serious predicament. This was simply inconceivable. Auntie Hua, we will win this competition, right? Exemplary Willow asked worriedly before the competition had begun. She had wagered all of the rare materials and equipment she had obtained after many difficulties on the Glorious Lion's victory. She had obtained the materials and equipment from Twilight Echo to use as bets. As a precaution, she had bet her funds on the Glorious Lions. On the off chance that the battle team lost, Twilight Echo's development would most likely stagnate. Rest assured, although the Azura battle team's performances were shocking, such powerful skills and equipment are not that easily obtainable. The fact that the Azura battle team had 2 or 3 such items is impressive. However, it is unlikely that they will show off any more in the following matches. Hua Qiushui responded confidently. Her confidence stemmed from the fact that the third match was a one-on-one. The Glorious Lions had sent their strongest fighter, Sirius, into this match. Hua Qiushui had also investigated Zero Wing during the small break after the last match. The guild only had so many experts. Aqua Rose, Fire Dance, and Violet Cloud were known as the guild's 3 greatest experts. After including Ye Feng, a hidden expert of the guild, Zero Wing only had 4. The other experts within the guild were mediocre at best. They had no reason to fear them. One of the remaining matches was a one-on-one, while the other 2 were 3-on-3s in a 3-on-3. Ye Feng was the only true opponent the Glorious Lions had to face. Even if the Glorious Lions members were no match for Ye Feng in a one-on-one, with 3 people using their sure-kill skills simultaneously, they could easily finish off the swordsman as soon as the match began. Afterward, they could take their time finishing off the other 2 Azura battle team members. If Ye Feng fought in the one-on-one, all the better. Sirius could win the competition by himself. The following matches would only be for show. Regardless of what decision the Azura battle team made, the outcome would be the same. It seems the Glorious Lions can't endure this any longer. Phoenix Rain's lips curled up slightly when she saw Sirius walk onto the dueling ring. The Glorious Lions lineup was gorgeous after all. The Super Guild Battle Wolf supported the battle team. Zero Wing was merely an upstart guild. The fact that it had forced the Glorious Lions into a corner was considered a miracle in the Dark Arena. Big Sis Rain, who do you think the Azura battle team will send for this match? Blue Phoenix could clearly feel the terrifying aura Sirius radiated. The instant Sirius entered the ring, her instincts warned of extreme danger. This was the first time she had experienced such a feeling. Although she had never fought Sirius, she could already see her defeat. The gap between them was simply too wide. He was someone she could currently defeat. Phoenix Rain only shook her head in response to Blue Phoenix's question. Even she didn't know what was going through Ye Feng's mind. After all, the man's performance until now had surpassed her expectations. Hopefully Ye Feng won't try to be a fool. As long as he doesn't fight Sirius, there is more than a 50% chance that Zero Wing will win the competition. Blue Phoenix nodded, agreeing with Phoenix Rain's words completely. In the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, although Martial Dragon was strong, he was not so strong that she could not see the difference between them. On the other hand, Blue Phoenix could not even begin to guess how wide the gap was between her and Sirius. However, after giving it some thought, Blue Phoenix thought that this situation was reasonable. After all, Martial Dragon had only recently awakened his domain. Sirius, on the other hand, was already an old man in his 50s. In front of an old monster like Sirius, Martial Dragon was no more than a newborn. Martial Dragon only had the potential to contend with Sirius in the future. Although Ye Feng was also very powerful, he was not yet qualified to face Sirius. Please, don't be a fool. Blue Phoenix suddenly worried, for Ye Feng experts were prideful beings. When they encountered stronger experts, they had the urge to challenge them. Furthermore, opportunities to fight against old monsters like Sirius were extremely rare. If Ye Feng acted rashly and tried to fight Sirius himself, this competition would truly be over for the Azura battle team. Brat, what are you waiting for? Sirius, who waited in the dueling ring, chuckled softly as he said, or are you a coward? This old bastard. Ye Feng rolled his eyes at Sirius's provocation leader. Are you really going to face him? Aqua Rose, who sat beside Ye Feng, asked. After feeling the killing intent Sirius radiated, she had paled to a ghostly white. This was the first time she had felt such a cold and tangible killing intent. Just bathing in it stole her breath. The difference in their combat experience was like the difference between heaven and earth. They were on entirely different levels. Of course, I'm going to face him. Opportunities to fight such old monsters don't come by very often, Ye Feng said as he contained the excitement in his heart. Slowly, he approached the dueling ring. Chapter 792, The Ye Feng that cannot be underestimated. Seeing Ye Feng approach the dueling ring, Phoenix Rain frowned. Ye Feng is still too young and aggressive. Although Phoenix Rain could understand Ye Feng's desire to challenge powerful experts, he should also consider the time and place. Sirius was an old monster that Ye Feng had no chance against as he was right now. Even if he wanted to challenge Sirius, at the very least, he needed to awaken his domain first. Otherwise, the only outcome would be a miserable defeat. When Blue Phoenix saw this, however, she somewhat envied Ye Feng. Old monsters like Sirius stood at the true peak of God's domain. Hence, many gaming experts' ultimate goal was to challenge monsters like Sirius and emerge victorious to prove themselves worthy of standing at the peak as well. Blue Phoenix had yet to qualify to challenge such old monsters. However, Ye Feng did. Why wouldn't she be envious? Although Sirius had intended to provoke Ye Feng, this showed that he acknowledged the swordsman's strength. He believed that Ye Feng was qualified to challenge him. Otherwise, an old monster like Sirius would not stoop so low as to provoke a youth. If she were in Ye Feng's shoes, she, too, would accept this challenge to see what kind of heights she could reach. This kid is insane. He is actually challenging Sirius. A victorious smile emerged on Hua Qiushui's face when she saw Ye Feng walk up the dueling ring. In order to recruit Sirius for the Glorious Lions battle team, she had made a powerful promise to the Battle Wolves. Had she not, the Battle Wolves would not have allowed Sirius to join the team. Even Hua Qiushui wasn't sure of Sirius's true strength. However, she was certain of one thing. When she had first met Sirius, she had wanted to test the man's skills. Hence, she had hired over a dozen top-class professional bodyguards to fight the old man. The outcome of that fight had far surpassed her expectations. Every one of the bodyguards she had hired was a top expert, yet, not one of these bodyguards had even laid a finger on Sirius. Before she realized what had happened, all of her bodyguards were lying on the floor. She had not dared to move a single muscle. She had felt as if chains had bound her. At that time, she had finally realized how greatly she had underestimated the experts of the virtual gaming world. After all, Sirius had even defeated her most trusted bodyguard, Everlasting War, with a single move. Hua Qiushui had seen such situations before. However, that had been when she had hired ordinary people as bodyguards. In front of Sirius, even experts were no different than ants. Moreover, this had happened in the real world. Meanwhile, when Ye Feng and Sirius stood in the dueling ring, staring at each other, the stage's atmosphere seemed frozen. Not bad. Sirius nodded slightly as he watched Ye Feng. You have reached such a standard at such a young age. You can even endure my mental suppression. It's been a long while since I've seen such a promising brat. You also agreed to fight me. Before the match begins, what would you say to placing a bet? A bet? Ye Feng could not help but laugh when he heard this. What do you want to wager? The girl named Fire Dance on your team is very promising. It would be a waste for her to remain on your team. She could have an even brighter future, so I'd like to accept her as my apprentice. I can help her advance on her path. In the future, she will grow to surpass me. Hence, if your Azura battle team loses, I want Fire Dance to become my apprentice, of course. If our Glorious Lions battle team loses, I'll tell you how to advance your combat standards. What do you think? How to improve my combat standard? Ye Feng had to admit that he was tempted after reaching his level. It was extremely difficult to improve further. Awakening a domain was not a simple matter. Countless geniuses were stuck at this bottleneck and were unable to enter that realm. Even he had yet to discover any clues about awakening his domain yet. Sirius declared that he had such a method in Ye Feng's opinion. However, such a possibility should exist in the past. He had merely been the guild leader of a second-rate guild. He had very little information regarding the top powers of the virtual gaming world. These top powers had existed for decades. They all had their own methods to nurture experts. Hence, it was not entirely impossible for them to discover a method to awaken a domain. Unfortunately, this method was an absolute secret. Otherwise, how could the various super guilds nurture so many refinement realm experts? This was the difference between ordinary guilds and super guilds. A small guild was lucky if they even had a few top-tier experts. A large guild was considerably powerful if it had several refinement realm expert leaders. However, super guilds could easily nurture their own refinement realm experts. An expert nurturing system would be a powerful asset to Zero Wing. Ye Feng inwardly sighed. What do you think? Sirius asked seriously. This is not something I can decide. Fire Dance has her own plans. However, what if I offer something else as a wager? Ye Feng was sorely tempted by Sirius's proposal. If he could obtain a reliable method to improve his abilities, rather than search for the method himself, it would save him a lot of time. He could also use that method to nurture others. Something else? I'm not trying to look down on you, but there is nothing in the virtual gaming world that can tempt me. Sirius had not expected Ye Feng to propose a counteroffer. He could not help but laugh as he said, neither coins nor epic items are out of my reach. I just need to invest a little time to obtain them. If you are trying to tempt me with such things, don't bother. What about the stable design? Ye Feng smiled faintly. What did you say? Sirius was taken aback. You have the stable design? A super guild like Battle Wolves had no issue obtaining epic items. They needed little time to amass a collection. In fact, the Battle Wolves already had several epic items. Hence, epic items weren't tempting in the least to Sirius. The stable design was a different story. The various large guilds in God's domain were currently going crazy over mounts. They were frantically gathering the required materials to construct a stable. However, although many guilds throughout God's domain had obtained the needed materials, until now, none had obtained the precious stable design. Acquiring this design was simply too difficult. If the Battle Wolves could obtain the stable design and begin nurturing their guild mount ahead of the other guilds, the guild would surpass its competition by a large margin. They would have a greater advantage when competing for dominance over God's domain. What do you say? Ye Feng understood just how important the stable design was to a guild. It was an important item that could raise the guild's overall strength. The stable design was far more valuable than several epic items. Even super guilds were trying desperately to obtain the stable design. After all, sheer strength was not enough to obtain the item. One also needed to be lucky. Regarding Ye Feng's ownership of the stable design, he no longer had a reason to hide the information in any case. The moment he began constructing the stable, the secret would be out. I have to say, I am touched by your sincerity. When Sirius looked at Ye Feng once more, he suddenly felt that the young man before him was not as simple as he had thought. The fact that Ye Feng had the stable design, which even super guilds had failed to obtain, was proof enough of the young man's abilities. After both sides agreed to the wager, the countdown came to an end. Sirius immediately revealed a smile as he unsheathed the flame-red greatsword from his back. He then swung the weapon violently at Ye Feng, who was 20 yards away. Instantly, a sea of fire emerged from the dueling ring's floor, transforming into a ferocious beast that pounced on Ye Feng. Chapter 793, Famed Sword vs. Famed Sword. What a cunning, old bastard! Ye Feng cursed as he watched the towering crimson fire surge towards him, destroying everything in its path and sealing off his path of retreat. Before the match had begun, Sirius had stood in the ring's corner, opposite of Ye Feng, deliberately. Burning Wave, one of the famed sword Bonfire's skills, was an AoE attack skill. With the skill's wide range and the old man's strategic positioning, Sirius had cornered Ye Feng perfectly. If Ye Feng jumped into the air to avoid the attack, he would expose himself in midair, giving Sirius the perfect opportunity to strike a fatal blow. Break. Ye Feng shouted abruptly, "Dragon Breath." Immediately, the cry of a dragon echoed throughout the arena, a white beam piercing through the sea of fire and heading towards Sirius. In terms of basic attributes, Ye Feng was far stronger than Sirius. Moreover, Dragon Breath was one of the fragmented legendary Heavenly Dragon's Breath's additional skills. In terms of power, the skill was already stronger than the additional skill of an epic weapon. Hence, Dragon Breath could easily break Sirius's Burning Wave. The white beam devoured Sirius wholly. It's over? Just like that? Everyone in the audience was stupefied. However, Ye Feng did not relax. He immediately activated Windwalk and his swordsmanship master title before charging towards Sirius's previous location. Yet, before he reached the halfway point, Sirius burst out of the white beam, radiating a faint purple glow. When Dragon Breath's white beam collided with the purple glow, it scattered into nothing. The old man received no damage from the attack whatsoever. "You actually saw through my trick," Sirius stated, feeling slightly surprised when he saw the young man charging towards him. Originally, he had intended to launch a sneak attack while the swordsman youth relaxed. However, it seemed that the plan was not viable. Ye Feng did not intend to give Sirius time to react. Immediately, he activated Illusory Shadow. Suddenly, 6 blue streaks of light flashed from Killing Ray, arriving before Sirius. Instantly, Ye Feng moved like flowing water. His attacks had no excess movement. Thanks to the swordsmanship master title, his attack speed had also increased by 20%. He moved far faster than what an ordinary person could perceive. After the blue lights cut across Sirius, a deep frown appeared on Ye Feng's face. In the next moment, a streak of red light sliced towards his head from an inconceivable angle. Without hesitation, Ye Feng pulled his abyssal blade closer. Dang! When the two swords collided, sparks scattered, and even the air trembled. The impact's shockwave cracked the stage. Fortunately, Ye Feng had managed to block the incoming red light just in time. However, the instant he blocked the first attack, another one descended towards him. How? Ye Feng had just repelled one of the berserker's attacks. How could he have launched another already? Moreover, he had failed to detect the attack until it was upon him. Parry. This time, Ye Feng used Killing Ray to block the red beam from above. Such high strength. Ye Feng retreated by a step, the floor beneath his feet shattering. His arm was also slightly numb. This was the first time he had blocked a player's attack that could numb his arm. As expected of the famed sword Bonfire, it excels with both speed and power. After this single exchange, Ye Feng could tell that Sirius's basic attributes were extraordinary. Although Sirius was a berserker and had extremely high strength growth, logically, his strength attribute should not be this high even with a famed sword. Hence, Ye Feng was sure that Sirius had more than one epic item. It was impossible for the berserker to overwhelm him slightly with strength with just Bonfire's passive skill. However, this was still not the most important issue. Despite his intense perception of his surroundings, he had failed to detect Sirius's attack. He had not even noticed the trajectory of the old man's attack. Moreover, his attacks with Illusory Shadow should have hit Sirius, yet he had not felt Killing Ray strike flesh. Although the two combatants had only exchanged moves for a brief moment, everyone on the spectator stands was stunned. "They're so fast!" Phoenix Rain exclaimed. Ye Feng's attack speed was even faster than when he had faced Blue Phoenix. Even his hand movements were only a blur to her, not to mention the sword itself. "Big Sis Rain, why didn't Sirius lose any HP? I clearly saw Ye Feng's attack hit him. Blue Phoenix asked curiously. Hit him? Phoenix Rain shook her head. Ye Feng hasn't touched him once. How could he lose any HP? Huh. But I saw the streaks of blue light pass through Sirius's body. Blue Phoenix's eyes widened. She couldn't believe it. However, the statement had come from Phoenix Rain, so it couldn't be false. This is Sirius's power, absolute control. Phoenix Rain explained slowly, saying, although it looked like Ye Feng's attack had hit Sirius, in reality, there was a paper-thin distance between Sirius and Ye Feng's sword. The gap is impossible to see with the naked eye. It's natural that you couldn't tell the difference. However, the system's judgment with attacks is very accurate. Even if the gap is 1/10 of a millimeter, the attack will not count. Blue Phoenix's mouth widened when she heard this. Is he even still human? Blue Phoenix doubted that she could evade an attack by a single centimeter, and she had even reached the Void Realm. Someone in the Refinement Realm only had a delicate control over their movements. Their perception was still far from comparable to a Void Realm expert. Hence, dodging an attack by 3 centimeters would be a miracle. Meanwhile, Sirius could dodge an attack by less than 1 centimeter. It was inconceivable. This is only the beginning. Sirius is far stronger than you can imagine. Phoenix Rain sighed as she watched Ye Feng defend against Sirius's attacks. In the dueling ring, Ye Feng's alarm grew as he fought the old monster. No matter how fast he swung his swords, he couldn't hit the berserker. On the contrary, Sirius's attacks grew powerful as the battle progressed. At this point, he was starting to struggle to keep up. Sirius's attacks always struck at his blind spots. The attacks also grew more precise. He had very nearly failed to block the old man's last attack finally, after over a dozen seconds. A streak of red light finally struck Ye Feng. However, the red light stopped just before it collided with Ye Feng's body, unable to proceed. Is this the strength of a domain? Ye Feng had no choice but to activate Defensive Blade. None of his attacks were effective against Sirius. On the other hand, the berserker had no issues landing an attack. Throughout the battle, for some reason, Ye Feng had felt as if someone were pulling his strings. Amazing. You have lasted this long without using a life-saving skill. Sirius smiled calmly as he looked at the miserable youth before him. Now, rather than gripping his greatsword in one hand, he transferred it into a two-handed grip. Since you are so strong, I will show you my true power. Sirius raised his crimson greatsword high before swinging it down towards Ye Feng. Suddenly, time stopped. Only Sirius's sword moved, descending so fast. Although Ye Feng could see the sword light approaching, he knew that neither of his swords could make it in time to block the attack. No, I'm the one who has slowed down. Immediately, Ye Feng recalled another of Bonfire's skills, Flame Dragon's Flash. When activated, it reduced attack speed and movement speed of all enemies within attack range by 60% and tripled the user's strength when attacking. This move was famous for being unblockable. A strength increase of 300% was far more powerful than a damage increase of the same amount. With strength, one could shatter the opponent's defense, causing the opponent to expose a weakness. One could then strike a fatal blow. Ye Feng knew that it was too late to block the attack. Moreover, Defensive Blade's block counts had already been exhausted. He had no defense against this attack at all. Hence, he had no choice but to use silent steps, evading the sword light and appearing behind Sirius. However, just as Ye Feng was about to strike the berserker, Sirius spun, as if he had expected the move, and swung the greatsword in an arch towards Ye Feng's right side. The greatsword's oppressive strength even suppressed the air around them. Even though Ye Feng's strength attribute was also very high, his movements felt so restricted under Bonfire's massive pressure that he even struggled to breathe. With no other choice, Ye Feng activated Thunder God's Descent and Heavenly Dragon's power. Sirius's attributes were extremely high. The berserker had even tripled his strength. Being hit by Sirius's greatsword was no laughing matter. A critical hit might even kill him on the spot. Chapter 794, Contest of Strength. The instant the aquamarine killing ray and the crimson bonfire collided, a boom shook the dueling ring with the two swords at the center. The stage's stone floor shattered, dust clouds filling the air. As soon as the shockwave passed, a figure flew through the dust clouds, slamming into the ground. As soon as that figure landed, however, it stood. I made it, Ye Feng muttered as he got to his feet. Glancing at his trembling hand, he smiled bitterly as he said, "He has so much strength." God's Domain's 36 famed swords each had their own strengths. Among them, Bonfire was famous for its destructive power. Its skills were incomparably violent. In the hands of a berserker, the weapon could topple a city even though his basic attributes were slightly higher than Sirius's. After activating Heavenly Dragon's power and increasing his strength by 100%, the berserker's attack had still sent him flying fortunately. However, Heavenly Dragon's power had increased both his HP and defense by 300%. Thunder God's Descent also had a damage reduction effect, hence, even after receiving the attack, he had only lost a little over 200 HP. Fortunately, with Heavenly Dragon's power, Ye Feng's maximum HP reached more than 48,000. Even without the Thunder God's Descent, Sirius's attack could barely scratch Ye Feng. Ye Feng is strong. Even after Leader used Flame Dragon's flash, he took so little damage. Blood's Son was almost speechless after seeing Ye Feng mostly unharmed. Everlasting War was similarly dumbfounded. His memory of Sirius's Flame Dragon's flash was still fresh in his mind. While Sirius had offered him guidance, the berserker had used a single hit to finish him off, yet Ye Feng had only lost slightly over 200 HP. It was astonishing. Moreover, Ye Feng had lasted so long against Sirius. Ye Feng was the first person he had ever seen capable of such a feat. Not one member of the Glorious Lions battle team could last 10 seconds against Sirius. Activating their berserk skills had not changed that. Sirius could still end their lives in 10 seconds without relying on a berserk skill himself. The difference in combat techniques between Sirius and his subordinates was like the difference between heaven and earth. I had never realized that Ye Feng had held back so much of his strength. He can actually contend with an old monster. It feels as if he is even stronger than Martial Dragon. A light shone in Blue Phoenix's eyes. She couldn't help but admire Ye Feng's strength. If she had been the one to fight Sirius, the match would have ended by now indeed. Ye Feng is stronger than Martial Dragon. However, this is only in terms of skills and attributes. It really is a wonder how Zero Wing has obtained so many epic weapons and equipment. Phoenix Rain fell into deep thought as she watched Ye Feng, who stood proudly in the dueling ring. After watching this match, she finally had a relative understanding of Ye Feng. Sirius's strength spoke volumes for itself. Yet, despite facing a monster like Sirius, Ye Feng could rely on his basic attributes to compensate for his shortcomings. One could just imagine how powerful his basic attributes were. One could not rely on dark gold equipment to gain attributes like this. Epic items were the only explanation. However, how precious were epic items? Even now, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion only had a few. Yet, among the Azura battle team, more than one member wore or wielded their own epic item. By her estimations, Aqua Rose and Fire Dance should both possess at least one epic item. As for Violet Cloud, the cleric had yet to fight, so she did not know. However, this insight was frightening enough. After all, Phoenix knew very well that these epic items originated from Zero Wing. After Ye Feng activated his berserk skill, he would not waste time. Immediately, he charged at Sirius, going in for the kill with his HP and defense. He didn't need to worry about Sirius's attacks. He could afford to trade blow for blow. As Ye Feng was about to arrive before Sirius, he jumped into the air. He then raised Killing Ray, the power of fire and lightning gathering around the blade. Thunder Flame Explosion. Immediately, the attack suppressed the space around Sirius. The spatial suppression would reduce all enemies' movement speeds. With the skill's wide range, Sirius had nowhere to dodge. Sure enough, Sirius showed no intentions of avoiding the attack. Instead, he crossed Bonfire in front of his body, fully intent on receiving the descending element's boom. Fire and lightning devoured the berserker whole. However, the instant the elements came into contact with Bonfire, the famed sword absorbed them as if it were a black hole. This skill sure packs a punch. Sirius revealed an excited smile after Bonfire finished absorbing the flames and lightning. More cracks had appeared beneath his feet. However, thanks to you, I finally have a chance to use this skill to its limits. The berserk skill he had learned was somewhat unique. The skill's name was Baptism of Fire. To display the skill's might, he needed to absorb a certain amount of damage from a single attack. Furthermore, he could exert more of the berserk skill's strength depending on the damage he received from the one attack in the past. he had been lucky if his opponents allowed him to display 50% of the skill's might. However, Ye Feng's attack allowed him to exert 100% of the skill's effects currently. Baptism of Fire's strength bonus reached 120%. His attack speed increased by 100%, and his HP jumped by 200%. 6 blades of fire also appeared around his body. Meanwhile, Baptism of Fire lasted 1 full minute, which was more than enough time to end the match. Ye Feng had a bad feeling as he heard Sirius's words. However, before Ye Feng could react, the 6 flaming swords shot towards him so fast. Seeing the rapidly approaching swords of fire, Ye Feng instinctively brandished Killing Ray and the Abyssal Blade. Peng. 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 6 brilliant fires scattered around him as he repelled the fiery weapons. However, the attack had also sent Ye Feng flying across 10 yards, 3 damages of over -300 points appearing above his head. How is this be possible? Every member of the Azura battle team was shocked when they saw Ye Feng fly through the air. They knew full well how strong Ye Feng's basic attributes were. This was the first time they had seen anyone or anything throw Ye Feng after he activated Heavenly Dragon's power. Heavenly Dragon's power increased Ye Feng's strength by 100%. With Ye Feng's current strength attribute, a 100% increase even allowed him to face down a High Lord, yet Sirius had sent him flying. How could they not be shocked? After landing, Ye Feng stared at Sirius with fear in his eyes. Is this the true strength of these old monsters? Ye Feng glanced at his trembling arms, excitement flaring in his eyes. Others might not know what had just happened, but as the person responsible for deflecting those swords of fire, Ye Feng understood the events well. Regarding strength, Ye Feng's was definitely higher than that of the fiery blades. However, Sirius could control the 6 swords of fire to their limits. 1 sword of fire might not have enough strength to overpower him, but if 2 swords combined their strength, then they would be stronger than him. Although combining the strength of 2 swords sounded simple, realizing the action was extremely difficult. To accomplish this feat, one needed both swords to attack the same location at the same time. Only by doing so could one combine the strength attribute of both swords. No ordinary player could achieve the precision and skill this feat required. Even he, as he was now, could not accomplish this feat. However, Sirius had done it. Moreover, he controlled the swords from a long distance. Fighting you to this point has made me quite happy. In return, I will show you my strongest, ultimate move, Sirius proclaimed as he smiled at Ye Feng excitedly. With a faint smile, he pointed Bonfire at Ye Feng immediately. The 6 swords of fire shot towards Ye Feng, all 6 combining into one flaming weapon. Chapter 795, 6 Swords in 1. When the 6 swords of fire merged into one, the crimson flames turned a brilliant white. Wherever this flaming white weapon went, the white stone floor beneath it melted. Seeing the white sword of fire fly towards him, Ye Feng's expression turned grim. Just how strong is he? Merging 2 swords of fire together was already an incredibly difficult task. If one could not synchronize the swords perfectly, even an error of 1/10 of a millimeter would ruin the combined strength, resulting in individual attacks. Yet, now, Sirius had merged all 6 swords of fire into one. The compounded strength was no laughing matter. The burning white weapon possessed 3 times the strength of the previous combination. All right, it's time we put an end to this battle. Sirius narrowed his eyes. Show. A sonic boom resounded throughout the dueling ring as the fiery white sword covered a dozen yards in an instant, arriving before Ye Feng's heart. Although Ye Feng wanted to dodge the sword, Sirius had already locked onto him. If he moved in the slightest, Sirius would immediately adjust the sword's trajectory. Defending himself while moving was also far more difficult. His only option was to allow the flaming blade to come within critical range before dodging it. The instant the sword was within range, Ye Feng sidestepped it. It's useless. I've already predicted your actions. Sirius shook his head as he commanded the white sword of fire with a thought. The sword suddenly changed its trajectory, stabbing towards Ye Feng's heart once more. However, Ye Feng had prepared for this moment. Suddenly, Killing Ray released a dazzling white glow. Flame burst. The white light caused the dueling ring's temperature to soar instantly. Killing Ray then transformed into a streak of white light that collided with the sword of fire. Boom. Everyone in the spectator stands felt their hearts shake and eardrums rupture. In the next moment, a small crater with a radius of over 2 yards appeared at the epicenter of the collision. The crater had been scorched black as if created by a meteorite. Meanwhile, like a cannonball, Shi Feng flew over 20 yards away. His HP instantly fell by more than 1,500 points. When he landed, the stone flooring beneath his feet cracked, the fissures extending over 5 yards from him. As the deafening boom passed, silence overtook the audience. Everyone was stupefied. Is this really a battle between humans? This thought continuously echoed through everyone's minds. The two fighters in the dueling ring felt more like Lord-ranked monsters, rather than players. Not only were they both astonishingly fast, but their strengths and reaction speeds were also incredible. They had used the system's slow-motion function to watch the two fighters clash. Otherwise, they would not have had a single clue about what had happened. Snow, do you know anything about that sort of fire? Is it a skill? Zhao Yueru asked, excitement flashing in her eyes. Even after watching the fight for a long time, she could not figure out why that burning weapon was so immensely powerful. Previously, it had only dealt Shi Feng around -300 damage. Now, not only had it dealt over -1,500 damage, but the strength it contained had also increased tremendously. However, she had only seen the 6 crimson swords of fire merge into one. If she could similarly combine her spells, just how devastatingly powerful could her spells become? Gentle Snow simply shook her head in response to Zhao Yueru's question. This was the first time she had ever seen something like this. The thought of combining attacks to improve the strength of a skill had never crossed her mind before. She had never imagined that the combined strength would yield such overwhelming effects. Although she could tell what her friend was thinking, she did not think that Sirius's attack was just as simple as merging the 6 swords of fire to attack simultaneously. After all, when they fought dungeon bosses, there were often instances where several spells struck the boss simultaneously. However, none of those instances had ever yielded such combination effects. Moreover, if the 6 swords of fire had combined to attack simultaneously, 6 damages should have appeared above Shi Feng's head. However, only one had appeared. Hence, Sirius's attack was not as simple as it seemed. Otherwise, with Shi Feng's current combat standard, there was no reason why he could not use such a technique as well. Since Shi Feng was not using this technique, that could only mean one thing: he was not capable of using it. Thinking up to this point, Gentle Snow trembled involuntarily. The combat technique Shi Feng had displayed had long since surpassed her imagination, yet even a powerful expert like Shi Feng couldn't use this combination technique. One could just imagine how powerful Sirius was. Moreover, at this point, it was obvious that Shi Feng had already activated his berserk skill. Even so, he was at a disadvantage. In contrast, Sirius had yet to suffer a single point of damage. While everyone focused on the battle, Sirius had launched another attack. He had no intentions of allowing Shi Feng to catch his breath. Again and again, the sword of white fire attacked. Although Shi Feng managed to block them, the attack sent him flying repeatedly. Very quickly, his HP dropped below the 50% threshold. Is that old man really human? Blue Phoenix was speechless as she watched the battle unfold. Others might not grasp how complex and elaborate Sirius's combination attack was, but she could. Moreover, she had even attempted the technique before. Currently, she could barely merge 2 attacks into one. Adding even one attack to the combination would increase the technique's difficulty exponentially. Although combination attacks could increase her firepower tremendously, this technique placed an extremely heavy burden on her concentration. After 3 uses, she had no choice but to enter sleep mode. In contrast, not only was Sirius capable of merging 6 attacks, but he could also the attack over a dozen times. Brat, you really are durable. You are the first person to last so long against this move. However, now that you've used up that skill that enhances your attack power, the next attack won't just end with flying across the ring. Sirius laughed. Is this the true strength of a domain? As Shi Feng watched the flaming blade dart towards him again, he finally realized the gap between Sirius and himself. Although his attributes were superior, Sirius surpassed him when it came to skill application. Experts in the realms of refinement might be able to exert 100% of their combat power, but the old man before him could exert more than that. However, this battle had also helped him finally realize what he needed to work towards to fight against an old monster like you. I am truly fortunate, Shi Feng mumbled, his lips curling into a smile as he watched the brilliant white sword fly straight towards him. Fortunate? Sirius was momentarily speechless when he heard Shi Feng's mumbling. He had not expected Shi Feng to be a masochist. Shi Feng suddenly relaxed his body before tightening his grip on Killing Ray Blade Liberation. The weapon he chose was none other than the sacred sword Killing Ray. Blade Liberation's effects would change depending on the quality of the target sword. In previous instances, when he used the Abyssal Blade as the target sword, his strength and agility increased by roughly 90%. Meanwhile, Killing Ray was a higher quality weapon than the magic weapon. The instant Ye Feng activated Blade Liberation, a blue glow surrounded his body. With a light swing of his arm, the Killing Ray in his hand transformed into a bolt of lightning that ripped through the air towards the Sword of White Fire. Chapter 796, Godly Power. When lightning and fire clashed, the flash momentarily blinded everyone watching. With the boom that echoed throughout the venue, Ye Feng was forced to retreat by 3 steps before he could steady himself. Following which, a damage of over -100 points appeared above his head. As for the White Sword of Fire, the attack had thrown it to the side. When the audience saw this, they were flabbergasted. Just how strong is Ye Feng? Who is Ye Feng? Can current players really achieve this level? Before, the audience members had somewhat admired Ye Feng's strength. Now, however, that admiration had become shock. It was especially true for those who knew serious this should have been a one-sided battle. Nobody could have ever imagined that Ye Feng still had such a trump card. Even though they did not stand in the ring themselves, they could feel the violent power radiating from Ye Feng's body. Many of them had felt this power in the past. One only experienced this power while raiding a large-scale team dungeon. This was the power of a great lord. At this point, the pressure they felt from Ye Feng was even greater than the pressure they felt from the great lords they had fought before. They were breathless. Big Sis Rain, just who is Ye Feng? For a time, Blue Phoenix was at a loss for words as she stared at the glowing Ye Feng. After her own match against him, she had seen the gap between the swordsman and herself quite clearly. His strength had not been out of her reach now. However, it would seem that the strength Ye Feng had used against her had just been the tip of the iceberg. If she fought this kind of violent power, she would most likely die in an instant. Not responding to Blue Phoenix's question, Phoenix Rain remained silent as she continued to watch the man named Ye Feng. It seems I've truly underestimated Zero Wing. It's no wonder why they dared to pick a fight with exemplary Willow. So, the guild had still hidden such an expert. Joy flooded Phoenix Rain. She had not initially had much hope for the Azura battle team. She had only hoped to win a few matches and earn a small fortune in the Dark Arena. After all, the Dark Arena had only established recently. Many experts considered themselves to be above such brawls. Now, however, with the strength the Azura battle team had just displayed, they could definitely fight for a high rank in the Dark Arena. Ye Feng. Shock filled Everlasting War when he saw Ye Feng relatively unharmed after receiving Sirius's 6-in-1 combination attack. Others might not realize how strong Sirius was, but he knew to obtain the rights to host the Dark Arena, Hua Qiushui had paid an extremely high price, convincing the Battle Wolves to lend the guild several epic items to the Glorious Lions battle team. Blood's Son only possessed 1 epic item. Sirius, however, had 2. The Berserker even had a precious sword of undetermined quality. The treasured sword's attributes were even slightly higher than an epic weapon. In other words, Sirius had the equivalent of 3 epic items on him. Purely in terms of attributes, particularly strength, Sirius was, by far, the strongest berserker he had ever seen. Yet, even after combining the strength of 6 swords, Sirius had only been able to repel Ye Feng. The swordsman had only received a small amount of damage from the resulting impact. At this point, Everlasting War could not fathom just how high Ye Feng's strength was previously. He had thought that Ye Feng's strength was roughly equal to his own. Looking back at it now, his assumption was laughable. Equal? He overestimated himself. Meanwhile, in the dueling ring, the new development also surprised Sirius. So, this is why you were so confident about facing me. At this moment, even Sirius took this fight seriously. However, you are still a fool if you think you can defeat me. Saying so, Sirius directed the fiery blade to strike at Ye Feng again. That attack is so hard to block even after activating twofold Berserk. It seems I can't proceed with brute force alone. Seeing the white flames fly towards him once more, Ye Feng took a step forward and abruptly charged at Sirius. From an outsider's point of view, he had only lost around 100 HP. He currently had 48,000 HP, so 100 points of damage were negligible. However, only those who had experienced Sirius's 6-in-1 combination attack knew how powerful the attack was. If not for the 300% increase to his defense, as well as the damage reduction effect from Thunder God's descent, he would have lost far more HP. Meanwhile, Blade Liberation did not only improve his strength. The skill also increased his agility. Hence, he had received a massive boost to his movement speed, attack speed, and flexibility. Although Sirius's combination attack could multiply the strength behind his attack, it could not increase his attack speed. Now that Ye Feng's speed had increased once more, evading the sword of white fire had become much easier. In the next moment, Ye Feng easily avoided the fiery weapon, which he had not been able to dodge before. Ye Feng then approached Sirius with flying speed. The swords of fire were quite strong. However, to control this strength, one needed to invest much of their concentration, even more so after combining the strength of 6 swords. Hence, Sirius had been forced to stand in place while directing the burning blades. As Sirius had focused his concentration into controlling the 6 swords of fire, the man had no combat power at the moment. However, there was still a distance of over 20 yards between Ye Feng and Sirius. Although Ye Feng was fast, the white flaming sword hindered his path. This should be close enough. After avoiding the flaming weapon once more, Ye Feng tightened his grip on Killing Ray and swung the sacred sword. Thundering Flash. 4 arcs of blue lightning snaked their way towards Sirius. As if he had predicted this attack, Sirius directed the sword of fire to appear before him a step ahead of the lightning strikes. The flames slashed at each arc of lightning. The instant the sword collided with the lightning, the latter shattered. The sword of fire then advanced towards Ye Feng's heart. Take this. Ye Feng was not surprised by Sirius's defensive maneuver. Instead, he revealed the blazing meteor and through it a red streak of light smashed into the sword of fire, causing the white sword to pause before continuing towards Ye Feng, having lost momentum. At this time, Ye Feng hacked at the weakened white flames, the impact forcing him back a step. This time, however, he only received slightly over -50 damage. Trying to go for a battle of attrition? Sirius frowned slightly. Not on my watch. The 6-in-1 combination attack placed a huge burden on the user's concentration. Even he could not support the technique for too long. If his fight with the young swordsman dragged on, he would collapse from overextending his concentration, losing the match as a result, following which, one sword of fire split away from the white flames. Although a 5-in-1 combination attack was slightly weaker, it was still enough to suppress Ye Feng. Meanwhile, the other sword could find an opportunity to deal damage immediately. The brilliant sword of white fire charged towards Ye Feng, whereas the crimson sword attacked the swordsman from behind. As long as the white flames repelled Ye Feng, he would reveal gaps in his defense. This would make it far easier to land a direct hit. Bang. Sure enough, Ye Feng was forced back by a step after colliding with the 5-in-1 combination attack. However, just as the other sword of fire was about to stab the swordsman, a figure suddenly appeared to block the attack. Phantom kill. After he upgraded the abyssal blade by a rank, Ye Feng's doppelganger had gained 80% of his attributes. With his twofold berserk state, it was child's play for the doppelganger to block a single flaming sword. After blocking the attack, Ye Feng's doppelganger activated Windwalk and Wind Blade before charging towards the enemy berserker. Although Sirius wanted to use the white sword of fire to defend himself, Ye Feng had the weapon pinned down. It couldn't approach the doppelganger. When Ye Feng's doppelganger arrived before Sirius, the berserker finally gave up his control over the white sword of fire. He swung Bonfire to defend against the doppelganger's chop. Just as the doppelganger's sword was about to strike, the berserker evaded the attack. Immediately after, Bonfire bit into the doppelganger's body. However, even after the doppelganger received the damage, it did not retreat. Instead of the doppelganger, it was Ye Feng who stood before Sirius. After swapping positions with his doppelganger, Ye Feng swung his sword at Sirius. A streak of blue light flashed. Surprised by the unconventional attack method, Sirius had failed to react and received Ye Feng's attack in full. The massive impact forced Sirius into a retreat. Taking the opportunity, Ye Feng followed up with a series of over a dozen slashes. Although Sirius tried to defend himself, he couldn't block Ye Feng's attacks completely. As a result, he received several more strikes. Chapter 797, Complete Victory. Sparks scattered when the blades collided. Although the exchange appeared slow, in reality, everything happened in an instant. Sirius's HP drained like flowing water. Only after Sirius fell to the ground and lay there motionlessly did everyone realize the berserker's HP had dropped to 0. Leader lost. Impossible. The glorious lions were dumbfounded as they stared at Sirius's unmoving corpse in the dueling ring. None of them dared to believe their own eyes. Sirius was one of the Battle Wolves' Wolf Kings, yet, now, he had lost to a nameless upstart. Nothing like this had ever happened before. In fact, the glorious lions weren't the only ones who were shocked. Every member of the audience was stunned as they stared at the name above the dueling ring victor, Ye Feng. No one had expected this outcome. How could the competition end so suddenly? After one direct confrontation, the famous Sirius had tasted defeat. It was inconceivable. I am not seeing things, right? How can the Azura battle team be the victor? This is unbelievable. The Azura battle team is amazing. The Glorious Lions, a battle team that had won twice in a row, had lost, 3-0, to the Azura battle team. Only those watching will probably ever believe this. Even now, the audiences had yet to recover from their daze. It was as if the last, brief exchange from before had etched itself into their minds. The techniques in this battle were definitely worth studying. The Glorious Lions were not weak. The Azura battle team was just a little stronger. Although I've lost some materials from betting on the Glorious Lions, it was worth watching this battle. Many among the audiences had bet on the Glorious Lions battle team's victory. However, the majority of these people were not disappointed. On the contrary, the upper echelons from various major powers felt as if they had raked in a huge profit. The high-level battles that had taken place in this competition had taught them much. Particularly, it had allowed them to understand the true strength of each battle team. After this competition, it would be much easier to cope with the team members. At the same time, everyone had grown cautious about the Azura battle team. A fear of the guild called Zero Wing slithered through the crowd. A small upstart guild like Zero Wing had actually obtained so many epic items. If someone had told them that Zero Wing did not have any background or strength, they would not believe it. Big Sis Rain, now that the Azura battle team has become so famous, it will probably be very difficult to arrange opponents in the future. Although Blue Phoenix was happy for Ye Feng, in the Dark Arena, the stronger a battle team was, the more difficult it was to find an opponent. Every battle team in the Dark Arena fought to gain the arena's hosting rights. However, that was not an easy goal. Firstly, a battle team needed to participate in 10 games, winning 8. Only then would a battle team have the right to challenge the Dark Arena's organizer. Only after defeating the organizer's battle team would one obtain the hosting rights. Hence, the various battle teams would not accept challenges easily. It was even more difficult for strong battle teams. Everyone wanted to rack up victories by challenging weaker teams. Of course, to prevent some people from avoiding battles completely, the Dark Arena had a time limit. If a battle team could not find an opponent within 10 days, the Dark Arena would choose an opponent randomly. Hence, the stronger teams in the Dark Arena did not need to fear a lack of challengers. They just had to wait a relatively long time before they could complete all 10 required games. Much would change in God's domain after 100 days. It doesn't matter, Phoenix Rain said as she shook her head. Previously, I worried that the Azura battle team would lose miserably. As for future matches, it seems that we're going to make a fortune from now on. Big Sis Rain, did you agree to another match before this? A realization struck Blue Phoenix. That's right. As the Azura battle team is a new team, with members from a small guild, many people had requested a battle. A few had even promised to bet favors and a certain number of materials. It's a pity that each battle team can only compete in 3 matches every 10 days. It would be great if we could arrange a few more matches. Phoenix Rain laughed. When she thought about the next 2 battle teams they had to face, she could not help but pity those teams. Chances were that the players from those teams held a deep resentment for her right now. Every one of them had assumed that the Azura battle team was quite weak. None of them would have imagined that the team was actually a dark horse. Only finding opponents for the last 7 matches would give her a slight headache. Hopefully, Ye Feng can hold back in future matches. Otherwise, finding an opponent will be a problem, Phoenix Rain muttered softly. Lost. He actually lost. When Hua Qiushui heard the applause and cheers, her face twisted into an ugly expression. Losing a game was not a major issue for her. After all, the Glorious Lions only needed to win 8 out of 10 games. However, not only had they exposed much of their strength, but they had also lost the competition and suffered immense losses. Primal emerald wood and soul cultivating stones were not cabbage that one easily found on the streets. Not to mention, they also had to pay the 1,000 pieces of level 30 dark gold equipment and 30,000 magic crystals. Such a huge loss would not end with a slight sting. Who knew how much time she would have to spend to recover? However, losing money was secondary to her. Her reputation was far more important. The upper echelons from the major corporations would learn of the Azura battle team's victory. It was a guarantee that they would launch investigations on Ye Feng. If they discovered that she had chased Ye Feng away from the glorious lions, she would probably be branded with the title, Blind Fool. Her superiors might even begin to question her abilities as a manager. Zero Wing. Sooner or later, I will get my revenge. Exemplary Willow raged as she stomped her feet. She shot a glare at Ye Feng before turning to leave. Below the dueling ring, Zero Wing's members celebrated and rejoiced. Leader, are you alright? Fire Dance asked as she approached Ye Feng. Ye Feng looked worn. His complexion was pale and waxy. He looked nothing like a winner. It's nothing. I just expended too much of my concentration, Ye Feng replied as he shook his head. This battle had been truly dangerous. He had gone all out from the very beginning of the battle, pushing his 5 senses to their limits. He had remained on full alert throughout the match, fearing that a moment of carelessness would lose him the fight. Sirius's combat standard was simply too high. If this match had taken place 2 or 3 weeks from now, he definitely would have lost. Although Sirius's equipment was already impressive, the old man even possessing several epic items, at the end of the day, he did not have a fragmented legendary item. He also had not learned any super skills. These two aspects could improve a player's combat power by leaps and bounds. Even Sirius would have a hard time trying to bridge the gap by relying on techniques alone. In front of absolute strength, all manner of trickery was useless. This was the cruel reality of games. Hence, regardless if they were experts or ordinary players, all players prioritized improving their weapons, equipment, and skills. While Ye Feng rested, Sirius revived below the dueling ring and marched straight over to Ye Feng. Kid, you sure know how to hide your strength. However, you might be able to beat me now, but it will be a different story in the future, Sirius said, a warm smile appearing on his stern face. Alright, I've said enough. As per our agreement, I'll give you this. With this information, you should be able to improve yourself further and reach my level a little sooner. However, whether or not you obtain the item will depend on your own abilities. Saying so, Sirius sent Ye Feng a private message. He then turned and left. As he walked away, he could not help but glance at Fire Dance, shaking his head and sighing. His reaction creeped Fire Dance out. Seeing Fire Dance's reaction, Ye Feng chuckled. The two had discussed their bet through private chat. Nobody knew about their conversation. If Fire Dance knew that Sirius had wanted her as his disciple, she would probably feel quite awkward. However, although Ye Feng admitted that Sirius's guidance would open many doors for Fire Dance in the future, he did not think that she would have any fewer achievements if she remained by his side. He also would never allow the battle wolves to poach one of his experts. Following which, Ye Feng opened the file Sirius had sent him, intending to glance through the information he had won from the old man. Just what kind of information could actually give him the possibility of advancement? Chapter 798, Deterring Force. Like a wildfire, news of the Azura battle team's victory in the Dark Arena spread throughout God's domain. Practically minutes after the competition ended, information regarding the Azura battle team had reached the hands of God's domain's various major powers. The reports were so detailed that it even included information on the acquaintances of the Azura battle team's members. Star Moon Kingdom, Maple City. Maple City had already become Overwhelming Smile's main headquarters. With Underworld's hidden support, the guild had solidified its position as the city's overlord. At the same time, Maple City had become the second largest city in the Star Moon Kingdom's eastern region. The city's player population was over 1 million. Although it was still far from the grandeur of White River City, it was superior to other cities within the kingdom. Yulan, why have you called me here all of a sudden? Feng Xianyang demanded, annoyed, as he entered the residence's meeting room, his gaze locked onto the charming, elegantly smiling Yulan. He should have had the most authority in Star Moon Kingdom's eastern region. However, due to Yulan's successful management of Maple City, Underworld's higher-ups designated Yulan to handle everything in the region. This enraged him. He had expended all of that effort to deal with Zero Wing, yet Yulan sat back and enjoyed the fruits of others' labor. Without an enemy to deal with, it had naturally been easy to develop Maple City. If it were up to him, he wouldn't have had any issues handling the task either. It's nothing major. I just wanted to tell you to withdraw Overwhelming Smiles members from White River City immediately and have them develop elsewhere, Yulan instructed, paying Feng Xuanyang's rude behavior no heed. And why should I do this? Feng Xuanyang said, his expression darkening as he grew somewhat indignant. You know how high of a price I've paid to solidify my position in White River City. Although Zero Wing is very strong, White River City's overlord isn't set in stone. Don't even think about ordering me to withdraw Overwhelming Smile from White River City. Many of Overwhelming Smile's members were focused on all sorts of quests, including guild quests, in White River City. As long as they completed a certain number of quests, Overwhelming Smile's status in White River City would improve. Afterward, they could accept all sorts of rare, high-level quests. They might even receive epic quests. With epic quests, it would be extremely easy to obtain all sorts of top-tier weapons and equipment. They might even find new, strategic tools for war. The guild's recent promotion had even triggered an epic guild quest. If they completed this epic guild quest, he could obtain a tool of war. When they started another war with Zero Wing, even if Zero Wing had an abundance of experts, he did not think he would lose against the guild. If they pulled out of White River City now, then all of the White River City quests they had already completed would be for naught. He couldn't give up on the city now. Feng Xuanyang, this is not my decision. The higher-ups made this decision. You have no say in this matter. In any case, you have 3 days to transfer all of our members to other cities, Yulan stated coldly. That is not possible. Feng Xuanyang was dumbfounded. The higher-ups had hoped to obtain White River City, investing manpower and resources into the endeavor. Yet, now, they had decided to give up on the city? No matter how he thought about it, such a thing was impossible. I also considered the decision foolish. However, after seeing the information they provided, I changed my mind. I don't disagree with the decision, Yulan said. She then threw a file at Feng Xuanyang, saying, have a look at it yourself. This is... Feng Xuanyang boiled with rage when he saw the folder's title Zero Wing Report. Zero Wing was Feng Xuanyang's sworn enemy. If not for Zero Wing interrupting his plans again and again, White River City would have been his by now. He wouldn't have suffered under Zero Wing's oppression as he did now. To make things worse, Zero Wing had flourished in the war in the Stoneclaw Mountains, becoming one of Star Moon Kingdom's large guilds that could even rival first-rate guilds. This had also weakened Overwhelming Smile's position in the city significantly. Now, Overwhelming Smile's members had to tread carefully when encountering Zero Wing players on the city streets. This humiliated Feng Xuanyang. However, he endured because he knew that this was still not the time to pick a fight with Zero Wing. Now, after striving silently for a long time, he had finally obtained an opportunity to seize White River City. Hence, no matter what, he could not give up in this competition for dominance. As long as he obtained White River City, the favor Yulan received from Underworld's upper echelons would also vanish. At that time, he would become the absolute leader of Underworld's branch in Star Moon Kingdom rather than playing underling to a greenhorn wench who had only been a member of the organization for a short time. However, after Feng Xuanyang read the Zero Wing report, his excited expression froze, his eyes widening with shock. He paled as if he had seen a ghost. How can this be? Feng Xuanyang couldn't believe his eyes. How has Zero Wing appeared in the Dark Arena? They even defeated a battle team that has the backing of a super guild. Currently, Underworld was considered one of the virtual gaming world's major powers. The organization was stronger than most first-rate guilds. Over the years, it had nurtured plenty of experts. However, there was still a vast gap between them and super first-rate guilds like the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, not to mention super guilds yet. An upstart guild like Zero Wing had actually managed to defeat a super guild's battle team. This was simply inconceivable. Super guilds had too many experts to count. They even had monster-like existences. The powers supporting them were also profound and complex. Only other super guilds and super first-rate guilds could shake the foundations of such giants. No one else should even consider trying unless Zero Wing had a super guild behind it. A super guild? Feng Xuanyang suddenly felt his body grow cold. That's right. The higher-ups have reached the same conclusion. Hence, we can't provoke Zero Wing anymore. There is no reason to continue wasting our time in White River City. In truth, Yulon doubted that Zero Wing had the support of a super guild. However, the Mana Pulse Cannon in the Stoneclaw Mountains and the various magic array scrolls. Now, they also had to consider the performance in the Dark Arena. A mere upstart guild was not capable of achieving these feats. Hence, it was quite possible that a super guild supported Zero Wing from the shadows. Even though it was only a possibility, Underworld would not take this risk. I understand. I'll transfer the majority of our members to other cities. However, I still have a quest I need to complete. Feng Xianyang nodded. Fine, but make it quick, Yulon stated before standing and leaving the meeting room. Elsewhere, Shi Feng had led Fire Dance and the others back to White River City. On their way back, Shi Feng browsed through the information Sirius had given him. So, this is the case. After reading through the files, Shi Feng was so happy that he found it difficult to hide his smile. Guild leader, what has made you so giddy? Aqua Rose asked curiously as she moved to Shi Feng's side. It's nothing. I've just found something that can help you improve your combat standards. Shi Feng laughed. Guild leader, what is it? Can I have a look? Violet Cloud sent Shi Feng a yearning look. Fire Dance had already reached the refinement realm. This development placed a weight on the rest of the team. Violet Cloud felt particularly pressured. She was incredibly anxious to become stronger. There is no need to rush. We happen to be on our way there right now. Saying so, Shi Feng pointed at the distant candlelight trading firm. Chapter 799, Secrets of God's Domain. The candlelight trading firm, special forging room. Guild leader, here are the items you requested. After Melancholic Smile entered the room, she stacked materials onto the stone table, creating a large mound of items. If the upper echelons of other large guilds saw this, they would be shocked. Every material was extremely valuable. Some were even used to construct a stable. However, among these materials, there was one item that was particularly eye-catching, a fragment of a silver stone tablet. This fragment was clearly not a raw material. Shi Feng picked up the stone tablet while transferring the materials into his bag. Including the materials he had won in the Dark Arena, he had enough to begin the guild stable's construction. Currently, the various large guilds were occupied with raiding dungeons to collect the stable design and required materials to construct the building. However, no one would have imagined that a small guild like Zero Wing had both. The only thing left to do was to construct the stable itself. Shi Feng could not contain his excitement. In the past, Shadow had invested a lot of time to construct its stable. By the time the guild stable was complete, God's Domain's mainstream players had surpassed level 50. Many ordinary players even had their own mounts. On the other hand, this timeline's mainstream players had only reached level 30. Yet, Zero Wing could begin constructing its own stable. Zero Wing would be the first guild in God's Domain to reveal its guild mount to the public. Ordinary mounts cost 40 gold. However, guild mounts only cost 25 gold. Although the difference was only 15 gold, no ordinary player could afford that, even if they sold everything they owned. Even guild elite players would have to save for a long time to accumulate so much. Due to this 15 gold gap, guild players could obtain their mounts ahead of ordinary players. The only problem guild players faced was that they needed to a certain amount of guild contribution points before they could purchase a guild mount. GCPs were automatically rewarded after one completed a guild quest. The amount of GCP varied depending on the quest's difficulty, with higher-leveled quests awarding more points, and ordinary and daily quests awarding very few. In fact, one could say that the GCP requirement wasn't a major issue. Money was the only thing guild players truly needed to purchase their guild mounts. Guild leader, is this stone tablet related to your earlier, mysterious actions? Fire Dance knew of their plans for the guild stable. However, she was more concerned with Shi Feng's previous statement. After reaching her combat standard, it was extremely difficult to advance further. If there really was an item that could improve a player's combat standards, it must be heaven defying. That's right. This stone tablet is the item that can help everyone grow stronger. Shi Feng nodded. The information he received from Sirius stated that there were all sorts of skills in God's Domain. There were ordinary skills, general skills, taboo skills, and an extremely rare type of skill known as a secret technique. Secret techniques were unique in God's Domain. Moreover, learning a secret technique was different from learning ordinary skills, whereby players could learn a skill with a click of a button. Secret techniques were also different from taboo skills, where players were only required to reach a certain completion rate. To learn a secret technique, players had to comprehend it. One's comprehension depended on the player. As to how one used the secret technique, that also depended on the player. Unlike the usual skills, a secret technique would not appear in a player's skill menu even after learning it. Secret techniques also lacked a cooldown. Players could use the secret technique whenever and however they desired. The only resource consumed when using a secret technique was concentration. Ye Feng had learned a secret technique before. In truth, a secret technique was just a unique method of utilizing combat techniques. Void Steps was considered a footwork-type secret technique. Moreover, Sirius had revealed that his 6-in-1 combination attack was a byproduct of his secret technique. Although he had known how to use such a technique for quite a while, he had not been able to use the 6-in-1 combination attack. However, learning the secret technique had allowed his combat standard to reach a whole new level, allowing him to execute a 6-in-1 combination attack. Without the secret technique, even with his domain, such a complex technique would have been beyond him. Meanwhile, when speaking of secret techniques, Ye Feng immediately thought of the secret sword technique he had obtained during his promotion to Blade Saint. At the time, he had not realized what this item's purpose was. The stone tablet's introduction simply stated that it held some kind of divine power and that he needed to collect all the stone tablet fragments to restore the engraved pattern. Hence, he had not bothered with the secret sword technique. After all, obtaining this single fragment had nearly cost him his life. How difficult would it be to collect all 6 pieces? Of course, the secret technique stone tablet the Battle Wolves had obtained was also incomplete. Even so, players could still learn from the fragment. However, they needed to meet a specific requirement to learn the secret technique. It hid. The requirement was magic crystals. One needed to inject a significant amount of magic power into the stone tablet to activate the secret technique once. Moreover, this secret technique was not complete. If one wanted to learn the complete secret technique, they had to collect all the necessary fragments. Although Sirius had kindly told him how to activate the secret technique stone tablet, the old man had not told him where to find one. This was also the first time Ye Feng had ever heard of secret techniques. This was the tragedy middle and low-class players faced. Unless one was extraordinarily lucky, many of God's domain's secrets were beyond people like him. Secret sword technique? Violet Cloud blinked as she looked at the stone tablet in Ye Feng's hands. Guild leader, can't only melee classes learn this? No. Any class can learn a secret technique. However, some are more suitable for certain classes. Fortunately, there is no limit to how many players can learn it. Take Void Steps and Sirius's 6-in-1 combination attack for example. These combat techniques are not necessarily suitable for our classes. However, if utilized properly, they are still significantly effective, Ye Feng explained, smiling. In reality, the secret technique Sirius had learned was more suited to magical classes, while Void Steps was more suitable for assassins rather than swordsmen. When used, however, they could still improve a player's combat power significantly. Aside from suitability, how much one had of a secret technique was also important. Sirius had learned his secret technique from a fragment. Hence, he could display immense power with the technique. On the other hand, Ye Feng had learned Void Steps by copying another player. His skill with the technique was less than garbage. Hence, his capabilities with Void Steps were limited. If he had learned the secret sword technique before his fight with Sirius, he would have had a much easier time taking the old man down. Hearing Ye Feng's explanation, his companions were speechless. They had all seen Sirius's 6-in-1 combination attack. They had never imagined that the stone tablet before them was actually something so amazing. If they could learn such a combat technique as well, they would have a higher chance of winning their battles, even against more powerful opponents. Chapter 800, Restrictions. Ye Feng could not help his smile when he saw the yearning and desperation in everyone's eyes. He could relate. Although the secret technique stone tablet is an excellent item, there are many restrictions. There are even restrictions while one is learning the secret technique itself. This is not an easy endeavor, Ye Feng explained. The secret technique stone tablet help players learn how to better utilize their combat techniques. While learning these methods, they might even discover a breakthrough and advance their combat standards. This was why Sirius was so confident of his declaration that Ye Feng could grow stronger if he possessed a secret technique stone tablet. If every member in a guild could learn the secret technique, their strength could defy heaven. Naturally, the main god system would not allow such a situation. Although the legacy within a secret technique stone tablet would not expire, it could only be used once per month. Moreover, only 10 players could learn the technique each time it was available. In addition, because he only possessed a fragment, he needed to create a stabilizing magic array to use it. Magic arrays were incomparably precious. Normally, it was impossible for players to obtain the knowledge of creating one. Moreover, kingdoms and empires kept a very tight lid on any information they had about magic arrays, making it even more difficult for players to learn the process. Hence, players had to rely on the magic array designs they obtained to teach them the mechanics of producing magic arrays. Currently, no player throughout God's domain knew how to produce stabilizing magic arrays. They could only obtain them from NPCs. Although God's domain had countless NPCs, not all NPCs knew how to produce magic arrays. Even powerful magical class NPCs rarely knew how to produce more profound arrays. The stabilizing magic array just happened to be a particularly profound, twofold magic array. Even Tier 3 magical class NPCs would find it extremely difficult to produce an array of such caliber. This wasn't the only issue they faced. These magic arrays also required something of each player. To learn a secret technique from a stone tablet, players also needed to know how to produce magic arrays. Of course, they didn't need a complete understanding of the topic, but they did need the ability to produce a simple intermediate magic array. This was why Ye Feng had led his team to the special forging room. The simulation device in the candlelight trading firm's special forging rooms had already recorded all of the information Zero Wing possessed about magic arrays. Even the designs for the 9-star polar domain and teleportation magic array had been recorded. Players could easily rehearse the production process without needing to waste precious materials. They only needed to spend some magic crystals. When Ye Feng thought about how the Battle Wolves lacked a special forging room of its own, he imagined how many materials they Super Guild had spent to allow 10 players to learn to produce an intermediate magic array. The thought was staggering. However, the Battle Wolves was capable of such a feat precisely because it was a super guild. A first-rate guild could never afford to learn a secret technique without a special forging room. If you wish to learn the secret technique, you'll have to learn to produce intermediate magic arrays. All of the necessary information can be found inside the simulation device. Learn the technique as quickly as possible. Once you can produce intermediate magic arrays, you can learn the secret technique, Ye Feng explained as he pointed towards the flowing ball of water inside the forging room. Learn to produce intermediate magic arrays? Aqua Rose repeated with a frown. This task would be very difficult. As a Cursemancer, she relied on incantations and runes to cast her spells, so she had little understanding of the subject. In reality, when magical class players cast a spell, they drew runes or chanted incantations to guide the surrounding elemental mana to form a magic array. Of course, higher-tiered spells required more runes and incantations. As she understood it, a Tier 1 spell's magic array was the equivalent of a basic magic array, while a Tier 2 spell's array was the equivalent of an intermediate magic array. Moreover, when constructing a magic array, the system would not offer any assistance or guidance. Players had to draw the runes or chant the incantations themselves. Hence, the requirement was quite strict. In other words, without any assistance from the system, she needed to complete a relatively complex Tier 2 spell in a set period of time. Furthermore, the magic array she needed to craft would be far more complex than any of her spells. It would be very difficult for her to produce an intermediate magic array. If a magical class player already had such troubles, this would be a nightmare for physical class players. This is mandatory. Even I can't do anything about it. You have to rely on yourselves for this task, Ye Feng said as he spread his hands in a helpless gesture. He could not help them. He had only been able to produce the 9-star polar domain so quickly because of the understanding he had gained in his previous life. Hence, it would take a relatively long time for the others to produce an intermediate magic array. Fortunately, he could use this opportunity to deal with the guild stable, following which, Ye Feng left the candlelight trading firm and headed towards the Adventurers Association. Meanwhile, Fire Dance and the other physical class players began to learn all they could about magic arrays. As for Aqua Rose and the other magical classes, they began to experiment with the process of producing basic magic arrays. As the number of guild residences in the city rapidly increased, the number of players who visited the Adventurers Association in search of their daily guild quests increased as well. Currently, the association enjoyed a constant stream of players entering and leaving the building. When the players inside the building saw the 6-winged guild emblem on Ye Feng's chest, their gazes turned green with envy. Many of the female players acted like ravenous wolves when their eyes landed on Ye Feng. They shot him flirtatious glances and dreamed of pouncing on the young man, devouring him whole. Ye Feng was speechless. He inwardly celebrated the fact that he had not come as Black Flame, and that he had chosen to wear his black cloak. Otherwise, these players might have truly devoured him. However, when he saw the players lined up to accept their daily quests, he could not help but feel nostalgia in the past. He, too, had often come here to receive his daily guild quests. Guild quests fell into two main categories. The first category consisted of the daily guild quests that players could accept at the Adventurers Association, while the second consisted of the NPC commissioned quests that were sent to guild residences. Any guild member could accept a daily guild quest. However, the rewards were mediocre at best. Very little EXP was awarded as well. Meanwhile, NPC commissioned quests were different. Even the most ordinary commissioned quest provided decent remuneration and EXP reward. Some even rewarded relatively good weapons and equipment. Unfortunately, guild residences did not receive enough NPC commissioned quests to supply every member within a guild. These quests were also directly related to a guild's popularity. The higher a guild's popularity was, the more well-known it was among NPCs. After reaching a certain level of popularity, even NPCs from other cities and towns would commission a quest. Currently, Zero Wing had the highest popularity among all of the guilds in White River City. Every day, Zero Wing's guild residents received more than 1,000 commissioned quests. Among them, there were over 100 high-level quests. Aside from its high popularity, Zero Wing received so many quests because of its residents' smithy. Every day, the smithy would provide a certain number of quests. Hence, Zero Wing received far more commissioned quests than other guilds. Large guilds like Overwhelming Smile only received several hundred commissioned quests each day. With only several dozen high-level quests, Zero Wing walked the path of the elite, so it had far fewer members than its competitors. As a result, the percentage of players within the guild that could accept commissioned quests each day was relatively high. On the other hand, due to having too many members, other guilds' ordinary members even found it difficult to receive an ordinary commissioned quest, not to mention high-level commissioned quests. In the second-floor reception hall. "Sir, how may I be of service to you today?" a beautiful female receptionist asked Ye Feng, smiling. "I wish to construct a stable. Please compile the necessary quotes for me," Ye Feng said, handing over the stable design. Chapter 801, Mount Taming. After the female receptionist accepted the stable design, she tapped on the magic crystal ball before her. Immediately, a miniature, half-transparent building appeared before Ye Feng. This was the construction model for the stable. It allowed players to select and modify the building. Unlike other buildings, which were categorized by ranks such as ordinary and luxury, stables were only differentiated by size. There were many wild and demonic beasts in the world of God's domain, and all of these monsters came in different sizes. The larger a monster was, the larger the stable it required. Obviously, the larger the stable was, the more it would cost to construct it. A small-sized stable could cost anywhere from 2,000 to 3,000 gold. A medium-sized stable cost anywhere from 4,000 gold to 5,000 gold. A large-sized stable could cost anywhere from 8,000 gold to 10,000 gold. A super-large-sized stable could cost anywhere from 40,000 gold to 50,000 gold. For a high-ranking rare mount like the Thunder Wolf, Ye Feng needed at least a medium-sized stable. Of course, the benefit of a larger-sized stable wasn't limited to additional space. A larger stable would allow a guild to tame mounts faster. Guild players would also have an easier time growing their mounts. Most importantly, one could invite a powerful tamer with a larger stable. In God's domain, mount taming was considered a field of knowledge. Tamers played an important role in harnessing the power of a mount. Half of a guild mount's growth depended on the tamer. Hence, hiring a powerful tamer was essential to a guild. "I want this large-sized stable." Ye Feng chose a stable with style and clicked confirm. "Sir, you have chosen stable number 059. The total cost will be 9,450 gold. In addition, you also have to provide the core materials required to construct the stable." The female receptionist smiled as she produced a bill of materials. The list stated all the necessary expenditures to construct the stable. "Here are the materials and money." Ye Feng paid everything off without hesitation. He had made a huge fortune in the Dark Arena. Aside from the profits he had made from his bet with the Glorious Lions battle team, as the winning battle team of the competition, the Azura battle team also earned a small portion from the audience's winning bets. Moreover, due to the audience underestimating the strength of the Azura battle team, many people had gambled on the Glorious Lions. As a result, even after splitting half of the profits with Phoenix Rain, he still walked away with a hefty income. The battle team's shares in the Dark Arena were different from the organizers. Only the winning battle team would get a share of the audience bets. The loser received nothing. Moreover, the winning battle team would earn 3% of the shares, 2% higher than the organizer. Only, as Ye Feng did not own the Azura battle team's participation rights, he needed to split the 3% with Phoenix Rain among the 1.5% of winnings that Ye Feng had obtained. He had sold the materials and equipment that he did not need. Although Ye Feng had only received 1.5%, his earnings had not been meager. Every member of the Dark Arena's audience was a wealthy big shot. Their bets made involved several hundred gold of materials at the very least. Since so many people had placed generous wagers on the Glorious Lions, Ye Feng's earnings had naturally been impressive from this single competition. He had earned over 7,000 gold. He had also obtained the stable materials from the Glorious Lions. After obtaining what he had needed, he sold excess materials to Phoenix Rain, selling each primal emerald wood for 75 gold and each soul cultivating stone for 60 gold. Overall, he sold 20 logs of primal emerald wood and 12 soul cultivating stones, earning him another 2,220 gold including the money he had on hand before the competition. He now had over 11,000 gold on him. He could easily afford the large-sized stable. After Ye Feng finished paying the bill, the female receptionist passed him a stable certificate. In the future, if he wanted to modify the stable, upgrading it to a super large-sized stable, he could simply present this certificate to make the necessary modifications. He would not need to obtain another stable design. After Ye Feng confirmed the stable's construction, a group of NPC architects entered Zero Wings Guild residence in White River City and began building the stable. Suddenly, a large space within Zero Wings residence, which had been vacant, transformed into a construction site. Players were barred from the area. What's going on? We're constructing a new building? What is it going to be? Zero Wings members grew curious upon seeing groups of NPC architects enter the construction site. They had been ecstatic when the guild had constructed a smithy. Not only could they save money on repair fees, but they could also maintain their weapons with the weapon maintenance function, extending the amount of time they could spend out in the fields. Players from other guilds were particularly envious of this benefit. Now that their guild had begun constructing a new building, how could they contain their excitement? Elsewhere, Ye Feng hailed an advanced horse carriage in front of the Adventurers Association and headed towards the Commoners District. Based on Ye Feng's knowledge, there were a total of 3 master tamers in White River City. If he relied on a basic tamer or advanced tamer, it would take a very long time to finish taming a 5-star mount. As to how much time was needed, even Ye Feng had no idea. However, he did know how long it would take to tame a 3-star mount. A basic tamer required a month to finish taming a 3-star mount, while an advanced tamer needed 20 days. Master tamers only needed 10 days to complete the job. A master tamer was 3 times as efficient as a basic tamer. Moreover, basic tamers could not tame 5-star mounts. Only advanced tamers and above could do so. If even a master tamer needed 10 days to tame a 3-star mount, Ye Feng could not imagine how long it would take to tame a 5-star mount. He would be surprised if it only took double the time a 3-star mount required. If he left the task to an advanced tamer, the required wait time would be even more frightening. Hence, he needed to hire a master tamer to tame the Thunder Wolf. An hour later, Ye Feng arrived before a large courtyard in the Commoners District. Many beasts lounged on the courtyard's lawn. The lowest level beasts were at level 100, with the more powerful ones being level 150. Ye Feng could also see a level 150 High Lord. This beast was even stronger than an ordinary level 150 Tier 2 class. This is the residence of Master Owen. Master Owen does not wish to meet with outsiders, so please leave. As soon as Ye Feng arrived before the courtyard's entrance, 2 level 150 Tier 1 guards in silver heavy armor immediately blocked his path, barring him from the residence. Although tamers were not as reputable as forgers and alchemists, after becoming a master, their statuses were slightly higher than ordinary nobles. Hence, although Owen was only a commoner, he still had 2 level 150 Tier 1 guards protecting his home. Ordinary people did not qualify for his attention. Don't tell me that even I am refused entry? Ye Feng flashed his identity as White River City's count immediately. The 2 Tier 1 guards fell to one knee, kneeling before Ye Feng with respectful expressions. This scene dumbfounded passing players. Just who is that? Amazing. He can actually force Tier 1 NPCs to kneel before him. Normally, these Tier 1 guards thought very little of players, yet now, they knelt before one. How could they not be shocked? Huh? Ye Feng? Why are you here? Immediately after Ye Feng revealed his true appearance, a crisp voice sounded from beside him. Turning towards the voice, Ye Feng noticed a beautiful girl in deep purple mage robes approaching him. This girl was accompanied by a white-haired, old man. Chapter 802, Silver Legend. Upon seeing the old man, one of the 2 level 150 guards hurriedly stood to greet the old man, while the other quickly opened the large metal gates. Master Owen, welcome back. The guard said respectfully. Ye Feng was slightly surprised by this sudden development. Of course, his surprise was not due to the old man's identity. After all, this was not the first time he had met Owen. The true source of his surprise stemmed from Thoughtful Rain, the purple-robed beauty beside the old tamer. Although Owen was not a noble, he had a higher status in White River City than ordinary nobles. He was an advanced NPC that current players could not meet easily. Only a major noble like himself might be able to arrange a meeting with Owen. Thoughtful Rain, on the other hand, had yet to become a major noble in White River City, yet she had obviously become acquainted with the old man. It seemed that the girl was more capable than he had initially thought. I've come to make a request of Master Owen, Ye Feng explained as he watched Thoughtful Rain approach. The last time he had met Thoughtful Rain was when she had introduced him to Everlasting War. Back then, Thoughtful Rain had only had the level and equipment of an elite player. However, after this short time had passed, not only had the girl reached level 35, but she also wore equipment that elites would envy. She was almost fully geared in level 30 fine gold equipment. The deep red staff she held was known as the Elemental Requiem, and it was a level 30 dark gold ranked staff. In addition, she had a slightly more daring temperament than before. Moreover, as she walked towards him, her footwork was both light and natural. Her actions lacked any excess movement. Even if Thoughtful Rain had not yet reached the half-step refinement realm, she was not too far. Ye Feng found it truly hard to imagine that the girl had grown this much in God's domain in such a short period. A request for Master Owen? Did you receive the quest as well? Hearing Ye Feng saying so, Thoughtful Rain could not help her joy as she said, I've had a headache trying to figure out how to complete it. If we do it together, we should be able to complete the quest very quickly. Quest? A realization struck Ye Feng. Are you talking about the Silver Legend quest in the Crystal Forest? Isn't that your quest as well? Thoughtful Rain nodded no. I have not accepted that quest. I'm looking for Master Owen for something else. When Ye Feng saw Thoughtful Rain nod, although he appeared quite calm on the outside, he admired the girl's great luck. The Silver Legend quest was one of the few super rare special quests in White River City. It was not easy to obtain. One needed to encounter a certain NPC to obtain this quest. However, this NPC appeared at random locations within White River City. Players needed luck to find this NPC. Ye Feng understood it. This quest had caused quite a commotion in White River City in the past. After this quest had been completed, players received a mount as a reward. However, the quality of the mount depended on the player's quest completion rate. The higher their completion rate was, the higher the mount's quality would be. Players, even obtaining a common mount was a massive expenditure, not to mention a high-quality mount. Back then, this quest's discovery had led White River City's players to a frantic search for that NPC. Unfortunately, very few players had found that NPC, not to mention those who achieved a high question completion rate. What a pity. Thoughtful Rain sighed lightly when she heard Ye Feng's words. She had been working on this quest for a long time now. The next part of the quest was even more difficult than the previous parts. With her strength alone, this quest was difficult to complete. If she had an expert like Ye Feng helping her, she would have a far easier time with it. However, she had only met Ye Feng a handful of times before. They could hardly be considered friends. They were acquaintances at best. Naturally, she could not trouble an expert like Ye Feng to help her complete a quest. Suddenly, Blue Bamboo, who wore a pure white dress over a delicate, but curvaceous, body, appeared behind Thoughtful Rain. Rain, what's taking you so long? Everyone's starting to grow anxious, Blue Bamboo urged. However, her gaze quickly fell on Ye Feng, and she began to evaluate him. Narrowing her eyes as if trying to recall something, she turned to thoughtful Rain, revealing an expression that seemed to say, "Ah, I see. It's not what you think. We just met by coincidence." Thoughtful Rain explained hurriedly, "Doesn't our party just so happen to be missing a member?" Blue Bamboo grinned at her friend. She then turned to Ye Feng, smiling sweetly as she asked, "Big brother Ye Feng, won't you please help us? After we complete the quest, I'll have Rain treat you to a meal at Morning Dew restaurant. I heard the food there is even better than the food of a 7-star hotels." Blue. Thoughtful Rain could not help her embarrassment, miffed that Blue Bamboo was always trying to poke fun at her. "If you two can wait 2 hours, I can go with you," Ye Feng offered after giving it some thought. Currently, Thoughtful Rain was already an elite member in Zero Wing. Since they were allies, he would naturally lend a helping hand if he could. Moreover, the Silver Legend quest was very special. If the quest completion rate was high enough, Thoughtful Rain might become a powerful force in Zero Wing in the future. It's only 2 hours. Since this quest isn't particularly urgent, we'll meet up at the Flame Bar later, Blue Bamboo answered before Thoughtful Rain could react, following which, Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo departed from Owen's mansion, while Ye Feng entered the courtyard alone led by the Tier 1 guards. Ye Feng reached the courtyard's central garden. Owen already sat comfortably inside a gazebo, waiting for Hema. Count ranked at the top of White River City's social pyramid. Owen was merely a master tamer. His status was not as high as a master forger's. Hence, he still showed Ye Feng some respect. If any other player stood before him, he'd only show them a cold shoulder. Seeing Ye Feng approach, Owen took the initiative to greet the swordsman, bowing slightly as he said, "Lord Count, how may I be of service today?" "Hello, Master Owen. I'm here to invite you to become Zero Wing's tamer consultant. I wonder if you can agree to this request?" Ye Feng asked. In God's domain, guilds with stables generally sought to hire a tamer, having the tamer work in the guild at all times. However, hiring a master tamer was very difficult. It was impossible to tie a master tamer to a single guild. Hence, one could only hire a master tamer as a consultant. Moreover, there was still no guarantee that the master tamer would agree this. Owen hesitated for a long moment, unsure of how to respond. "Take a look at this." Ye Feng took out the stable certificate and handed it over to the old man. To hire a master tamer, a guild must first possess a large-sized stable. Otherwise, the effort would be futile. Even with Ye Feng's status, a master tamer would refuse. This was the main reason why he had opted to construct a large-sized stable. Only after Owen saw the stable certificate did he agree to Ye Feng's request, saying, "It would be my honor to accept Lord Count's invitation. We can see to the formalities immediately." Following which, Ye Feng signed a contract with Owen. In return for Owen becoming Zero Wing's tamer consultant, Zero Wing would pay Owen a monthly retainer of 200 gold. After the contract was official, Ye Feng led Owen to Zero Wing's guild residence. Meanwhile, a huge commotion tore through the guild residence. Chapter 803, New Expansion Pack. After the stable appeared within Zero Wing's residence, news of it spread at the speed of light. Even first-rate guilds have yet to construct a stable, yet Zero Wing has theirs already. This is insane. Zero Wing's members are so lucky. They can purchase a unique mount as soon as they reach level 40. On the other hand, we have to ride horses. I've heard that guild mounts only cost 25 gold. That's 15 gold cheaper than common mounts. This won't do. I need to join Zero Wing. I want to buy a guild mount, too. For a time, the official forums exploded with threads about Zero Wing's latest development. Many guild players drooled over the image of Zero Wing's stable. Field battles in God's domain were growing more difficult. Not only had the monsters become far more of a challenge, but the burden these monsters placed on durability also added a hefty expenditure to their daily budgets. If they could purchase a guild mount, not only would they save 15 gold, but they could also obtain a growing mount. Once they managed to nurture their mounts to bronze rank, their mounts could assist them in battle. Field battles would become easier to take down. The consumption of equipment durability could also be decreased significantly. At the same time, the various large guilds throughout Starmoon Kingdom also felt an immense weight drop onto their shoulders to obtain the stable design and the necessary materials to construct the stable. They had spared no effort. Yet, not only had they failed to obtain the stable design thus far, but they had also only collected a small stock of the materials. On the other hand, Zero Wing had already finished its own stable. How did Zero Wing construct a stable so quickly? When Feng Xianyang heard the news, jealousy overwhelmed him. At the same time, he was somewhat relieved now that Zero Wing had revealed this trump card. No other guild would have a chance of dominating White River City. This incident also confirmed for Feng Xianyang that a super guild did indeed back Zero Wing. Otherwise, how could the guild have possibly constructed a stable so quickly? Shortly after Zero Wing's stable was complete, a system announcement reached every player in God's Domain. System announcement: God's Domain's new expansion pack, Abyss Battlefield, has been activated. All players can now register at the War Gods Temple in the various cities to participate in the war. System announcement: God's Domain's new expansion pack, Abyss Battlefield, has been activated. All players can now register at the War Gods Temple in the various cities to participate in the war. System announcement: God's Domain's new expansion pack, Abyss Battlefield, has been activated. All players can now register at the War Gods Temple in the various cities to participate in the war. The system announcement repeated 3 times, echoing in everyone's minds. Immediately, players began to search for information on the new expansion pack. They were shocked by what they found after they read about the new expansion pack. Every player, ordinary and guild players both, were ecstatic. Meanwhile, Ye Feng, who had hurriedly led Owen to Zero Wing's residence, was also stunned when he heard the system announcement. Why has the Abyss Battlefield appeared so soon? Ye Feng could not help his frown. Is it because of the stable? The more Ye Feng thought about it, the more he agreed with the possibility. In the past, the Abyss Battlefield expansion had released when mainstream players neared level 40. At that time, super guilds had almost finished constructing their stables. Although the Abyss Battlefield was called an expansion pack, in reality, it was just the introduction to another way for players to experience the game. Ordinary players had almost no opportunities to experience a true battlefield. Guilds also tried to avoid massive wars involving hundreds of thousands of players. Hence, to give ordinary players the experience of a true battlefield, the system had introduced the Abyss Battlefield through the War Gods Temple in the various cities. Players had one chance to enter the Abyss Battlefield each day. If they died, they would be returned to their respective cities. The Abyss Battlefield was a massive map. Players transferring in from different cities would appear in different towns within the Abyss Battlefield. Players were required to defend their respective towns, preventing the abyssal race's invasion. The system awarded players depending on their contributions. EXP and honor points were the usual rewards. These honor points could be exchanged for various rare potions and magic scrolls. Players could also trade the points for the double EXP buff. In the Abyss Battlefield, players received EXP from the monsters they killed. These monsters' drops were also relatively good. Moreover, even if players died in the Abyss Battlefield, they would not suffer the usual penalties. On the contrary, they would be rewarded depending on their performances. Hence, when the Abyss Battlefield had been introduced during Ye Feng's previous life, players had flooded the area. Ye Feng could only manage a bitter smile. Although constructing the guild stable had provided massive advantages, it had also hastened God's Domain's evolution, following which, Ye Feng led Owen to the underground warehouse of Zero Wing's residence. Heavens! Are my eyes playing a trick on me? Owen's face lit up when he saw the Thunder Wolf inside the massive cage. I never thought I would actually meet a 5-star beast in my lifetime. Master Owen, may I know how long it will take for you to tame it? Ye Feng asked. This is my first time encountering a 5-star beast. However, based on my calculations, I will need roughly 25 days. Owen caressed his white beard before offering his answer. I'll leave the task to you, then, Ye Feng said. When he heard how long the Thunder Beast's taming would require, he was shocked. Even a master tamer required 25 days to tame the Thunder Beast. If he had hired a weaker tamer to do the job, even ordinary players would have their mounts before the Thunder Beast was ready. Please leave it to me. I will nurture the Thunder Beast into the best mount you've ever seen. Owen said, his eyes glowing with excitement. After Ye Feng finished dealing with the guild mount issue, he took a horse carriage to the Flame Baron. His way, Ye Feng could clearly hear the fevered discussions regarding the Abyss Battlefield. Meanwhile, in the Flame Bar, many players who had come to relax could not pull their eyes from the establishment's corner and the three great beauties sitting there. The girl in long, purple robes, in particular, moved the male players' hearts with every movement. However, as soon as these players saw the six-winged emblem on two of these beauties, they immediately discarded any thoughts of approaching the women. Zero Wings Guild emblem was a taboo in White River City. No player dared to provoke Zero Wings members inside White River City. Even the domineering members of Overwhelming Smile proceeded with caution. Blue, is this person really that strong? A female berserker in deep blue heavy armor could not help but ask. This female berserker had a graceful body and pearly white teeth. Of course. He is one of our guild's experts. Blue Bamboo said pridefully. An expert. The female berserker smiled. Even the two men beside her smiled. Ordinary layers might think of guild players as experts, but to them, guild experts were a joke. They had killed well over 100 guild experts in the fields by now. Look. He's here. Blue Bamboo said as she pointed towards Ye Feng after he entered the building. Chapter 804, Wind God Spear. Is he the person you were talking about? The female berserker and her two male companions shifted their gazes towards Ye Feng. The young man wore a black cloak and silver armor. From his waist hung two exquisite long swords, one white and one black. Every one of his movements felt natural and graceful. His actions lacked any awkwardness, so much so that, if they did not focus on this young man, their minds might ignore him altogether. Moreover, the young man did not give off the familiar pressure they usually felt from experts. On the contrary, he felt safe and relatable. As Ye Feng made his way through the bar, players seemed to move out of his way as if trying to avoid him intentionally. It was as if they couldn't sense Ye Feng's existence. It did not take long for Ye Feng to move through the crowd and reach the party. Big brother Ye Feng, you've finally arrived. We were just talking about you. Blue Bamboo said, giggling. Let me introduce you. This great beauty is Autumn Goose, this gentleman with the beard is called Death Wind, and this handsome man is Gunfire. They are members of Wind God Spear. Hello, Ye Feng said, smiling as he looked at the three people. Inwardly, however, he was surprised he was familiar with the name Wind God Spear. The name belonged to an independent organization similar to the famous Midnight Tea Party, and it based its operations in the Dark Knight Empire. Independent players that disliked the restriction of guilds and preferred adventure would usually form independent organizations to conquer certain quests that could not be completed alone. Among the independent organizations in the past, Wind God Spear had been relatively famous. This organization had once completed several legendary quests. Legendary quests were difficult enough to give even super guilds pause, not accepting one unless they were extremely confident in succeeding. However, the Wind God Spear contained countless players who would not hesitate to take up the challenge. To put it simply, they were a bunch of lunatics with no fear of death. When everyone had believed that the organization would fail, the Wind God Spear shattered these naysayers' beliefs, completing one legendary quest after another. Aside from those who loved to challenge deadly quests, the Wind God Spear also contained players with a furious love of battle. Every member within the organization was a battle maniac. They had often challenged God's domain's experts in the past. These players would even hunt down the older monsters from super guilds for a duel. Unfortunately, Ye Feng was not privy to the outcome of those fights. However, seeing as the Wind God Spear had still been around after a decade and had even become a legend in the eyes of many independent players. As for the three people before him right now, Ye Feng had heard of two of them before, the Shield Warrior Death Wind and the Berserker Gunfire. Both of them had taken part in a legendary quest in the past. Even an apex expert of God's domain would not have more than a 20% success rate against a legendary quest. Meanwhile, these two had completed a legendary quest before. Their abilities were unquestionable. They were extremely powerful. Ye Feng had thought that Thoughtful Rain would, at most, have a few ordinary elite players accompanying her. He had never imagined she knew such experts. If an elite party tried to complete the Silver Legend quest, even if they succeeded, their completion rate would not be high. However, with this group, achieving a high completion rate would be a piece of cake. Just who is this girl? Curiosity overwhelmed Ye Feng as he shifted his gaze towards the quiet Thoughtful Rain. The first time they met, Ye Feng felt as if he had seen Thoughtful Rain before, but he couldn't recall meeting her elsewhere. She felt both familiar and unfamiliar to him, yet he couldn't remember an expert named Thoughtful Rain in God's domain during his previous life. Meanwhile, now that he met Thoughtful Rain again, both her aura and strength had undergone a heaven-defying change. If she continued to develop at this pace, she would definitely become more than an ordinary expert. Moreover, with the fact that she knew members of the Wind God Spear, it was even less possible that she had been an unknown entity in God's domain in the past. "Hello," Autumn Goose and the others returned Ye Feng's greeting. It seems that Blue hadn't been exaggerating. "If we can have an expert like you with us, we should be able to complete this quest with ease." They had not expected that Zero Wing also had someone like this in its ranks. To ordinary players, Ye Feng was an ordinary young man. However, they were neither ordinary players nor ordinary experts. After hundreds of life and death battles and overcoming their limits, again and again, not only had they cultivated a beast-like intuition, but they had also gained the ability to distinguish the strong. True experts would only reveal their domineering auras when displaying their strength. Normally, their auras would remain hidden. Their auras would appear to be as calm as the great ocean, unperturbed regardless of what was thrown at them. Others would find it hard to generate hostility against someone with such an aura. Without a doubt, they noticed this about Ye Feng. Ye Feng was a true expert. He was far beyond the ordinary experts they usually encountered. "Big Brother Wind, who is this guy? Why haven't I heard of someone named Ye Feng in Zero Wing before?" Autumn Goose could not help but ask the Shield Warrior through a private chat as she evaluated Ye Feng. "I'm not sure, but based on our information on Zero Wing, aside from Black Flame, the guild's experts are subpar at best. However, I expect no less from the upstart guild that defeated the Star Alliance. The guild has even constructed a stable. Zero Wing's strength is truly unfathomable," Deathwind laughed. "It is good that Rain has joined such a guild." "Indeed. While we still have a headache over our mounts, both Rain and Blue can obtain a guild mount of their own as soon as they reach level 40, Autumn Goose responded enviously. "What's so great about guilds?" The Berserker Gunfire snorted. "How can they compare to the freedom we enjoy? We can move about God's domain unrestricted. We also don't have to work under anyone. Weapons, equipment, rare skills, or mounts, whatever these large guilds can get their hands on, we can, too." After they had joined God's domain, guild players had often sought them out to cause trouble. The various large guilds occupied all of the valuable leveling areas. Hence, they had formed the Wind God Spear. Not only had they fought the various large guilds in the Dark Knight Empire, but they had also made these guilds suffer abundant losses. Pampered guild players could not compare to the hardships they faced. Neither Deathwind nor Autumn Goose refuted Gunfire's words. Their hatred of guilds had been precisely the reason they had joined Wind God Spear. Now, they would never bother with joining a guild since everyone's here. "Let's head over to the Crystal Forest," Thoughtful Rain said as she invited Ye Feng to their party. Moreover, she had even passed the party's leadership to Ye Feng. Gunfire was not pleased. No matter how he looked at it, Deathwind should be the party leader as he was the most qualified for the role. Deathwind possessed a wealth of leadership experience. He even had completed many advanced quests before. He was the best choice. However, since Thoughtful Rain had invited them, it was up to her to choose the party's leader. Arguing against it would be inappropriate, following which, Ye Feng and the others headed to the teleportation hall and teleported to the Crystal Forest. The Crystal Forest was a small level 40 to level 50 map. However, the terrain was complex. The monsters here also had high defense and HP. As a result, very few players were willing to level up here. Taking a look at the quest details Thoughtful Rain had sent him, Ye Feng looked towards the distant cave and said, "That should be the place." Close to the cave entrance, over a dozen level 43 special elite crystal giants roamed the area. Meanwhile, a massive icefire cheetah slept a short distance from the cave. This icefire cheetah was a level 44 lord. It would slaughter an ordinary party easily. Let's watch you make a fool of yourself." Gunfire inwardly sneered as he watched Ye Feng. The Silver Legend quest was extremely difficult. Even with Deathwind leading them, their party would be hard-pressed to complete the quest. Hence, it was impossible for a pampered young master like Ye Feng, who had only completed a few high-difficulty quests, to succeed here. Chapter 805, Insane Suggestion. "This is bad," Autumn Goose muttered as she glanced at the cave surroundings. Aside from the crystal giants and icefire cheetah guarding the cave, she also spotted a group of crystal wolves patrolling the area. As long as they fought within the cave's vicinity, they would attract the attention of the crystal wolves. The monsters would inadvertently catch them in a pincer attack. The crystal wolves were roughly 2 meters long, and their bodies were made of light blue crystal. Unfortunately, several hundred crystal wolves patrolled the forest. Crystal giant, elemental being, special elite. Level 43. HP 510000/510000. Icefire cheetah, elemental being, lord. Level 44. HP 400000/40000000. Crystal wolf, elemental being, common. Level 41. HP 48000/48000. If they took on so many monsters at once, it would be extremely difficult for them to make it to the cave. Furthermore, there were large level gaps between them and the cave's guardians. They were only level 35, yet they had to face a level 44 lord and over a dozen level 43 special elites simultaneously. This would not be an easy endeavor. As a monster's level increased, not only would its HP increase, but its attributes also increased. A level 44 lord dealt no less damage than a level 30 high lord. The level 44 lord might even be slightly stronger. Facing down a level 30 field high lord would be suicide. Not to mention, they would also have to fight so many crystal giants and crystal wolves. Every one of these monsters had high HP and defense. Without a team of at least 50 level 40 elite players, defeating these monsters would be incredibly difficult. Thoughtful Rain frowned at this situation. Why don't we clear away those crystal wolves first? Thoughtful Rain suggested after a moment of thought. I think it would be wiser to take out the crystal wolves first as well. If we trigger a battle while trying to enter the cave, with a speed-type boss like the Icefire cheetah chasing us, we won't be able to avoid a pincer attack. Deathwind nodded in agreement. After we get rid of those crystal wolves, I'll hold back the boss while you guys enter the cave. With the Icefire cheetah's size, it should not be able to get in. Even if he were strong, with only one healer in the party, he could not tank a level 44 lord for very long. After all, there was a vast difference between his attributes and the boss's. Moreover, the Icefire cheetah was a speed-type boss, the bane of MTs. It was extremely difficult to avoid the attacks of a speed-type boss. The level gap only made the situation worse. Leader, what do you suggest? Gunfire asked as he turned to the silent Ye Feng, grinning. The members of the various large guilds were accustomed to using Zerg tactics to solve their problems. Regardless of what kind of problems they faced during a quest, they just needed to send a large group of players to deal with it. Now, however, they only had the strength of a party. Moreover, this quest was located in such a high-level map. Unlike Deathwind, who had long since grown accustomed to high-level monsters and could remain cool-headed in such a situation, Ye Feng would have no idea what to do here. However, their quest was quite difficult. Normally, they would challenge monsters that were, at most, 5 levels higher than them. Even then, the fight would be risky. Now, they had to face a level 44 lord. The slightest mistake could cause a party wipe. Ye Feng glanced at the crystal wolves before shifting his gaze back towards the Icefire cheetah. I suggest that we charge for the cave. There is no need to waste time on the crystal wolves. Once we enter the cave, the Icefire cheetah won't be able to follow us. Afterward, we just need to deal with the crystal giants and crystal wolves. Moreover, the cave is cramped inside, so the crystal wolves won't be able to use their wolf pack tactics. It should be fairly easy to annihilate them. In truth, Ye Feng wasn't overly worried about the Icefire cheetah or the crystal giants. His biggest worry was the crystal wolves. Thoughtful Rain and the others had no idea just how scary those crystal wolves. Werewolves love to hunt in groups. Naturally, this was the case for the crystal wolves in the crystal forest. Although they could only see a few hundred in the area, once the battle began, these crystal wolves would call for reinforcements. If they could not finish the crystal wolves off quickly enough and allowed the monsters to use their summon skill, they would have to fight far more than just a few hundred crystal wolves. If the crystal wolves summoned the crystal wolf king, tragedy would befall them. The crystal wolf king was the crystal forest's ruler. It was also a level 50 great lord. In Ye Feng's previous life, countless players, who had ventured to the Crystal Forest in search of ores, had died under the Wolf King's paws. Hence, after the general populace learned of this beast, many players had tried to avoid provoking the Crystal Wolves. If their party attacked the Crystal Wolves, they would find death waiting for them charged for the cave. Autumn Goose was dumbstruck. How are we supposed to shake off the crystal giants and enter the cave? Although Death Wind could pin down the Icefire Cheetah for a short time, if the others wanted to enter the cave, they had to deal with the crystal giants. The crystal giants were level 43 special elites, not common monsters that even noobs could defeat. They were not easy opponents. The crystal giants would flatten them under their fists if they made the slightest mistake. Meanwhile, the crystal wolves would have enough time to join the fray while they had their hands full with the special elites. In the end, they would be caught a pincer attack with no path of retreat. Leave the Icefire Cheetah to me. Death Wind will attract those crystal giants. Blue, you just need to focus on healing Death Wind. Rain, you'll assist Death Wind by restricting the crystal giants from afar. Everyone else, head straight towards the cave. Ye Feng explained slowly. Death Wind was a shield warrior and had the crowd mock skill. He would have the easiest time holding the giants aggro without the crystal giants in their way. The crystal wolves wouldn't have time to launch a pincer attack. Once they entered the cave, without the Lord's interference, it would be easier to deal with the special elites and common monsters. Even if the crystal wolves summoned the Crystal Wolf King, with how little space the cave provided, all the Crystal Wolf King could do was wait outside with the Icefire Cheetah. You'll tank it. Thoughtful Rain and the others turned to Ye Feng, as one Ye Feng was only a swordsman. Although he had hidden his level with the black cloak, even if he were the same level as the level 44 Icefire Cheetah, its claws would rend him to death with 2 or 3 attacks. Furthermore, he wouldn't have a healer on him. At most, he could hold off the Lord for a brief moment. That certainly wasn't enough time for them to make it into the cave. Rain, are you sure that there won't be any issues? Autumn Goose quietly asked thoughtful Rain. It was not that she did not believe in Ye Feng. However, this plan was simply too dangerous. The slightest mistake could compromise their lives. If they lost a level, it would become far more difficult to complete the quest. I trust him, thoughtful Rain said with confidence as she looked at the calm, composed swordsman. Although she, too, had her doubts, when she looked at Ye Feng's composure and confidence, she wanted to believe in the young man. She did not know why, but whenever she looked at Ye Feng's figure, she thought of Zero Wings guild leader, Black Flame, whom she had met only a few times before. Black Flame always tried something that everyone else thought was impossible. In the end, however, he always proved everyone wrong. Black Flame had become a legend in Zero Wing. Many members in the guild admired him. Whatever. It's just one death, Autumn Goose sighed as she prepared herself to take a leap of faith. Even if the plan failed, she had a backup plan to help thoughtful Rain and the others escape. As for Death Wind and Gunfire, they also prepared to die. After Ye Feng arranged the party's positioning, he activated Windwalk and dashed towards the Icefire Cheetah. When Ye Feng was within 80 yards, the Icefire Cheetah woke, discovering the swordsman immediately. It released a vicious growl. With its growl, the Icefire Cheetah, which stood over 8 meters tall, spat scorching flames immediately. Over a dozen massive fireballs bombarded Ye Feng over. When thoughtful Rain and the others saw the dozen or so fireballs, their hearts sank. Ye Feng could never dodge all of those attacks. However, before they could sigh, they saw a streak of blue light cut across the space before Ye Feng, slicing the massive fireballs in half. Chapter 806, Difference in Weapons. This surprise flashed in everyone's eyes as they watched Ye Feng. The Lord-ranked monster's fireballs were extraordinary. Even from this distance, they could feel the power contained within those massive fireballs. If they encountered one of those fireballs, the blast from the impact would definitely send them flying. Yet, in front of Ye Feng, these massive fireballs were as fragile as glass. With one hit, Ye Feng sliced apart every fireball sent at him. The Icefire Cheetah's attack hadn't slowed Ye Feng in the slightest. In the blink of an eye, Ye Feng was only 30 yards away from the Icefire Cheetah. Seeing the impudent human approach, the Icefire Cheetah released an angry, deafening roar. Rather than attacking with its fire, its paws pushed off the ground. Instantly, the level 44 Lord transformed into an afterimage as it pounced on Ye Feng. A Lord-ranked monster's attributes were frightening enough. To add to the terror, the Icefire Cheetah was a speed-type boss. It would only take the Icefire Cheetah an instant to cross the 30 yards. The Icefire Cheetah loomed like a 3-story building as it appeared before Ye Feng. It swiped its razor-sharp claws at Ye Feng's head. Boom. The hard, rocky ground beneath the swordsman shattered and exploded, sending dust everywhere. Even thoughtful Rain and the others, who stood roughly 100 yards away from Ye Feng, could feel the ground tremble. Such high strength. Autumn Goose was shocked when she saw the flying rocks. Is that a level 44 Lord-ranked monster? Death Wind's expression grew serious. Previously, he thought he could, more or less, cope with the Icefire Cheetah's attack. Now, however, even with a healer, he would only last a few hits. Moreover, not only was the Icefire Cheetah's strength absurd, but its speed also astonishing. He would have an extremely difficult time trying to dodge the Lord's attacks. Death Wind, hurry and attract the Crystal Giant's attention. Everyone else, head for the cave as quickly as possible. Ye Feng's voice suddenly burst into the team chat. The team was shocked to hear it. They had not expected Ye Feng to still be alive after taking the Icefire Cheetah's attack. How did he evade that attack? When the dust settled, Gunfire's eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. Ye Feng actually stood beside the Icefire Cheetah's claws, completely unharmed. The Lord's attack had only created a massive crater beneath its feet. The Icefire Cheetah was incredibly quick. Even Gunfire had failed to catch a clear look before the Lord's claws landed. If even his eyes had trouble keeping up with the monster, he would have no hope of evading its attacks yet. Without a doubt, Ye Feng had done just that at this moment. However, everyone shoved away their shock as they charged towards the cave. Death Wind immediately cast Crowd Mock on the Crystal Giants, attracting the dozen or so special elites aggro. The Crystal Giants were not speed-type monsters. Rather, they relied on their strength. Their movements were relatively slow. Although ordinary players would still find it difficult to evade the Crystal Giants' attacks, an expert like Death Wind could easily evade simultaneously the attacks of 2 or 3 Crystal Giants. Even if he could not dodge, he could block them with his shield. Meanwhile, Thoughtful Rain cast ice walls and ice spheres to limit the giants' movement, allowing the others to shake off the special elites and head into the cave. Such immense power. There were too many Crystal Giants. For a time, even Death Wind struggled to cope with the attacks he was receiving, and he was forced to defend with his shield. However, the instant a Crystal Giant's fist struck his shield, the impact forced Death Wind to retreat by 4 steps before he steadied himself, a damage of over -800 points appearing above his head. Why are these Crystal Giants so strong? Autumn Goose wore a solemn expression when she saw the damage above Death Wind's head. Death Wind was a level 35 shield warrior with over 14,000 HP. He was also fully geared with level 30 top-tier equipment. Even his shield was a level 30 dark gold ranked shield. The shield warrior had also learned plenty of passive skills that increased his defense. Death Wind would lose around 200 HP when he blocked an attack from a level 35 special elite with his shield. Now, the level 43 Crystal Giant dealt over -800 damage with one punch. Its strength could rival a level 35 chieftain. If Death Wind failed to block or dodge the attack, the shield warrior would only last 3 or 4 hits. Autumn Goose's gaze shifted towards the distant Ye Feng once more. Currently, Ye Feng was tanking a level 44 lord. If even a level 43 special elite was so strong, just how horrific was the lord? However, even now, the Icefire Cheetah had yet to land a single hit on Ye Feng. If she or anyone else tried to tank the lord, the Icefire Cheetah would have long since claimed their lives. She never thought that there was such a massive gap between them. Autumn Goose and the others did not realize that Ye Feng was actually struggling. One could say that he was on thin ice with every move. Ye Feng's attributes were very high. However, he was only level 39. The Icefire Cheetah, on the other hand, was level 44. Moreover, it was a lord-ranked monster. Previously, when Ye Feng had faced the level 50 special elite blood warrior, he only managed to defeat it after using all of his strength. The Icefire Cheetah was much stronger than the blood warrior. Not only did it possess higher strength, but it was also significantly faster. If not for his reaching the Void Realm and accurately predicting the cheetah's attack trajectories, the level 44 lord would have already shredded Ye Feng to pieces. Of course, Ye Feng had the ability to suppress the Icefire Cheetah. He just needed to activate his Berserk skill. Unfortunately, Berserk skills cooldowns were too long. On the off chance that they encountered danger later on, without the trump card of a berserk skill, they would be easy prey. Aside from berserk skills, he could also summon a Tier 2 demon with the Bible of Darkness. With a Tier 2 demon acting as a meat shield, killing the Icefire Cheetah would not be a problem. However, doing so would reveal the Bible of Darkness to outsiders. He could not use it casually. Moreover, as a veteran gamer who had adventured in God's domain for over a decade, he knew how important it was to maintain his peak state. Currently, his job was to hold the Icefire Cheetah back, not to kill it. He had no reason to go all out. This should be enough. While dodging, Ye Feng glanced towards the other party members, noticing that they had almost reached the cave. He then began to move towards the cave as well. After everyone entered the cave, and Ye Feng shook off the Icefire Cheetah. Death Wind blocked the crystal giants and the quickly approaching crystal wolves. The rest of the party members then launched their own attacks. The cave was cramped, so only 3 crystal giants could attack the shield warrior at a time. Even if Death Wind blocked the attacks with his shield, the cleric Blue Bamboo could heal him in time and keep his HP full. So hard. Autumn Goose felt her hands numb as she hacked her greatsword at a crystal giant. Meanwhile, the crystal giant she attacked only received around -1,300 damage. This defense could rival a Lord-ranked monster's. As for Gunfire, his damage was around the same as Autumn Goose's. His normal attacks only dealt around -1,200 damage. Only with his skills could he deal over -2,000 damage. Among the party members, Thoughtful Rain was the most awkward. As these monsters were elemental beings, their magic resistance was quite high. Despite her top-tier equipment, her spells dealt less than -1,000 damage. Only Tier 1 skills were slightly more effective. Bang! The crack of crystal echoed throughout the cave, and the players shifted their gazes towards the sound's origin. A damage of -5,458 points appeared above the head of a crystal giant. A deep groove had appeared on the Special Elite's hard crystal exterior. Chapter 807, War Spirit Possession. How can his attack power be so high? Autumn Goose and the others were momentarily stunned. Despite wearing top-tier equipment, their attacks barely scratched the crystal giants. These monsters' defense was so high that their weapons couldn't injure the Special Elites yet. Not only had Ye Feng's attack dealt a frightening amount of damage, but it had also wounded the monster, decreasing its combat power. However, before Autumn Goose and the others could recover from their surprise, Ye Feng executed Chop on the crystal giant. 3 arcs of blue sword light converged to a single point and flew towards the crystal giant. The attack even sliced apart space, a black seam appearing along the sword light's trail. When the black seam encountered the crystal giant, the Special Elite's crystal exterior shattered. Ye Feng's sword passed through the crystal giant's body as if it were air. Without any resistance whatsoever, the weapon cleaved through one side of the monster's body. 9,462. This damage hadn't been the result of a critical hit. This damage was simply from Ye Feng's skill. Immediately, a large chunk of the crystal giant's HP vanished. Moreover, due to the injury from the attack, the crystal giant's movements became somewhat sluggish. After a brief fight, the crystal giant, which had 510,000 HP, fell to the ground, dropping a piece of equipment and several materials. Everyone in the party also received a bounty of EXP. Meanwhile, the crystal giant that Death Wind and the other party members fought still had over half of its HP. The difference between Ye Feng's damage and theirs was obvious with a glance. Is he even human? How is his damage so high? Autumn Goose exclaimed when she glanced at crystal giant. Ye Feng's damage was several times higher than theirs combined. Moreover, he easily defeated the crystal giant without receiving any help at all. Even in the Wind God Spear, they would be hard-pressed to find such a strong player. I told you that big brother Ye Feng is very strong, yet none of you believed me. You get it now, right? Blue Bamboo said proudly as she puffed her chest, acting as Ye Feng's achievement were her own. Seeing her friend's behavior, Thoughtful Rain shook her head and smiled bitterly. However, Ye Feng's performance had been satisfying previously. Autumn Goose and the others had continuously advised her to leave Zero Wing. Moreover, they had insisted that she would improve slower in the guild than if she joined the Wind God Spear, and that their organization's experts were far stronger. However, Ye Feng's performance proved them wrong. With this, Autumn Goose and the others would most likely stop trying to persuade her to leave Zero Wing. Is this the strength of a Zero Wing expert? Gunfire was stunned after watching Ye Feng's performance. He was considered one of the top-ranking experts in the organization. He had even killed many guild experts during his time in the Dark Knight Empire. However, if he compared himself to Ye Feng, the difference between them was practically the difference between heaven and earth. He could not bring himself to believe that a player could be so powerful. First, Ye Feng had tanked a level 44 lord. Now, Ye Feng swiftly defeated a level 43 special elite by himself. Both the swordsman's combat techniques and his basic attributes were far more powerful than his own. With such a powerful DPS player like Ye Feng in the party, they could clear out the crystal giants and crystal wolves far faster in less than half an hour. The giants and wolves inside the cave had died, leaving behind all sorts of weapons, equipment, and materials. Weary leveling so fast. I will usually need to grind for 2 or 3 hours to earn this much EXP. If we continue grinding at this pace, I'll reach level 36 within a day. Autumn Goose's excitement grew as she looked at her own EXP bar. Players could use mounts once they reached level 40. At that time, she would not have to waste so much time running about. She could also explore new places, reducing her competition over resources. The other party members also received a huge boost to their EXP bars. Their leveling speed here was at least 2 or 3 times faster than their usual leveling speed. To Ye Feng, however, the EXP he obtained from killing the crystal giants and crystal wolves was not nearly enough. He was level 39 already. Moreover, he required double the normal EXP to level up. The EXP these special elites and common monsters provided barely moved his EXP bar. Huh? There's a skill book here. Death Wind stated when he noticed a thick, glowing golden book on the ground. Picking it up, he exclaimed, "A berserk skill book. We've hit the jackpot." The main method to learn skills in God's domain was by visiting NPC instructors. Players also learned skills by purchasing them with legacy skill points or obtaining skill books. The skills that instructors offered were general. Their strength was also subpar at best. However, one could learn a large variety of skills with this method. Meanwhile, although the skills one purchased with legacy points were very powerful, it was extremely difficult to obtain legacy points. Normally, players only obtained them by leveling UPs for skills learned from skill books. They were generally quite powerful. Some were even stronger than legacy skills in the current God's domain. A player's strength did not only depend on weapons and equipment. Skills were very important as well. It was especially true for berserk skills. If an elite player learned a berserk skill, they could contend with expert players. They might even be able to defeat them. If an expert player learned a berserk skill, they could defeat top-tier experts who lacked their own berserk skill. They could also hold off a lord-ranked monster of the same level for a short time. Hence, berserk skills were incredibly valuable in God's domain. Unfortunately, berserk skills were even rarer than top-tier dark gold equipment on the market. A single berserk skill book could cost several hundred gold. This fascinated countless players. If they could obtain an extremely powerful berserk skill, they could easily sell it for hundreds of gold to a large guild. However, players were rarely willing to sell their berserk skills. Even now, the powerful Wind God Spear only had 2 players with berserk skills. Big Brother Wind, what kind of berserk skill is it? Blue Bamboo asked, her eyes practically glowing. Is it for magical classes? When the others heard this, they glanced at the golden skill book as well. They were all curious about the skill book. It's a melee class berserk skill called War Spirit Possession, Death Wind said. He then displayed the skill's introduction to the party chat. War Spirit Possession allows a heroic spirit to possess a melee class for a short period. When activated, decreases all skill cooldowns by 30%, increases damage by 20%, strength by 90%, agility by 50%, and endurance by 50% for 60 seconds cooldown, 8 hours. Cannot be stacked with other attribute increasing skills. Such a powerful berserk skill. Many in the party fell speechless after reading the skill's details. Generally, a berserk skill only increased one attribute. Berserk skills that covered multiple attributes were extremely rare. This skill book excited Autumn Goose, Death Wind, and Gunfire, who were all melee classes. On the other hand, Blue Bamboo and Thoughtful Rain were slightly disappointed with this berserk skill. Questing by themselves or fighting other players would become much easier. Don't just focus on the skill book. There's still a fine gold treasure chest here, Ye Feng informed the others as he pointed towards the large, golden treasure chest that sat deep inside the cave. Chapter 808, Ye Feng's Invitation. A fine gold treasure chest? Hearing Ye Feng's words, everyone spun towards the distant, glowing altar. 5 crystal pillars stood around the altar, glowing a faint blue. A golden treasure chest sat above the altar. Next to the treasure chest sat a massive, pitch-black egg. Runes decorated the egg's surface, and a faint, white mist flowed into it. Rain, that should be the item you're looking for, Autumn Goose said as she pointed towards the egg. Due to the quest's introduction, the team knew that the quest would award a mount. That giant, sealed egg was the reason for their visit to the crystal forest. That should be the one. Thoughtful Rain nodded. However, when she looked at the altar, her expression darkened slightly. A faint, blue barrier enveloped the altar. An NPC also stood next to the altar with his eyes closed. If one used an identification skill on this NPC, they would discover that he was actually a level 100, Tier 3 Illusionist. Gerard, Illusionist. Level 100. HP 8,000,000/8,000,000. The indicator above this illusionist was red, informing players that this Tier 3 NPC was an enemy. A Tier 3 class was the equivalent of a Great Lord of the same level. Although NPCs had far less HP than Great Lords of the same level, players would rather deal with a Great Lord than a Tier 3 NPC. Furthermore, the illusionist before them was a level 100, Tier 3 NPC. The instant everyone noticed Gerard's presence, they felt a weight land on their shoulders. A gloomy atmosphere descended on them, sabotaging their earlier joy of finding the berserk skill. Are we supposed to defeat him? Blue Bamboo asked softly as she pointed at Gerard, worried that her voice would attract the NPC's attention. Nobody in the party had an answer to the cleric's question. If they had to defeat Gerard to complete this quest, then this trip had been in vain. Even a level 100, Tier 1 NPC could beat them. Black and blue, much less a level 100, Tier 3 NPC. The difference in levels and attributes was simply too massive. None of the equipment currently available in God's domain could make up for this gap. Just as everyone considered giving up. No. There should be a way to complete this quest, Ye Feng suddenly said through the party chat. You have a plan? Everyone turned to Ye Feng in surprise. Surviving Gerard's attacks would be a miracle, not to mention stealing the giant egg he guarded. How could they possibly walk away with that egg? As far as they were concerned, this task was impossible. That was a level 100, Tier 3 NPC, not a common monster. Yes. That NPC is clearly maintaining the defensive magic array and injecting most of his mana into that giant egg. There are two possible outcomes if we approach him. In the first scenario, Gerard gives up maintaining the magic array and attacks us, while in the second scenario, he continues to maintain the magic array, but summons a beast to deal with us. If that is the case, Gerard himself will be unable to move. If we interrupt his casting, the defensive magic array will fail. In either scenario, we have a chance to steal the egg as long as we interrupt the magic array. The only problem is delaying Gerald and creating an opportunity for one of us to steal the egg. Everyone nodded, agreeing with Ye Feng's logic. But which one of us will delay the NPC? Autumn Goose asked. Even if Big Brother Wind is a shield warrior, against a level 100, Tier 3 NPC, he will die instantly. And which one of us will be responsible for stealing the egg? Putting it bluntly, they did not even qualify as cannon fodder. How could they successfully steal the egg? I can delay him for a short time. However, the person stealing the egg must be quick. If they're not fast enough, this operation will fail, Ye Feng said after giving it some thought. With his current strength, he had no hope of defeating a Tier 3 illusionist. Delaying one, however, was possible. Although Ye Feng had spoken softly, his words had dumbfounded his companions. They had a rough understanding of this swordsman after witnessing Ye Feng's actions and hearing what he had to say. He lived up to his words and was extremely trustworthy. Since Ye Feng had made the claim, it meant that he was confident that he could accomplish it. Otherwise, he would not have said anything at all. But there are no speed-type classes among us. We won't make it in time, thoughtful Rain said, shaking her head. Setting aside magical classes and Ye Feng, who had to pin down the NPC, everyone else was a warrior. They would be able to steal the egg fast enough. Don't we have the War Spirit Possession? Ye Feng asked, chuckling. The War Spirit Possession skill increased a player's agility. Naturally, the player's speed would also increase. Moreover, he had speed scrolls in his bag. With these, they should be able to reach the egg in time. But this skill book is too valuable. Moreover, we have only come this far thanks to you, Ye Feng. Would you really be alright with letting outsiders learn the war spirit possession? Autumn Goose asked awkwardly. The berserk skill was more valuable than top-tier equipment or weapon sits just a skill book. If you feel so bad about it, why don't you join Zero Wing? If experts like you join Zero Wing, you will be given a set of dark gold equipment. Receiving a berserk skill is also normal. Moreover, Zero Wing's management is not strict. There aren't many restrictions on our members. If you want to go out on an adventure or do a quest, the guild will even provide with all sorts of assistance, Ye Feng offered, grinning. All three of these players, Autumn Goose, Death Wind, and Gunfire, exhibited remarkable combat standards. They only lacked some formal guidance. Otherwise, they could become a force to be reckoned with. Zero Wing had grown a lot stronger. However, it still had very few experts. If Autumn Goose and the others joined Zero Wing, it would undoubtedly make the guild even stronger, not to mention a mere berserk skill book. Ye Feng was even willing to give each of them a tier 1 set equipment if they joined the guild. To other expert players, the war spirit possession might be precious, but to Zero Wing's experts, it was nothing. Ye Feng could simply give them the power of darkness. Although the power of darkness did not provide as much of a boost as the war spirit possession did, its duration was far longer. Overall, the power of darkness was stronger than the war spirit possession by a large margin. Moreover, compared to several berserk skill books, Ye Feng was more interested in the fine gold treasure chest. That treasure chest was even rarer than a berserk skill. After Ye Feng's blatant attempt to recruit them, Autumn Goose and the others pondered their options for some time. Previously, they had felt nothing more than disdain for guilds. However, after seeing Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo's daily lifestyle in the game, in addition to the fact that Zero Wing was home to an expert like Ye Feng, their impressions of Zero Wing had changed significantly. Even an expert like Ye Feng was willing to help Thoughtful Rain with her quest. It was simply unthinkable in other guilds. Moreover, Thoughtful Rain adventured with their group often. She had never been restricted. On the contrary, every time Thoughtful Rain joined them on a quest, she offered an abundance of useful information that she had obtained from her guild. The information was usually out of their reach and had been incredibly convenient when they quested. In the end, after a serious discussion between the three, Autumn Goose walked up to Ye Feng with a solemn expression. Chapter 809, Power of a Tier 3. Although we don't think that joining Zero Wing would be a mistake, we have many friends in the Wind God Spear. Various guilds are also targeting the Wind God Spear in the Dark Knight Empire. It is not in a favorable position right now. We won't abandon the Wind God Spear during such a crucial time, so please forgive us for rejecting your goodwill. Autumn Goose spoke with determination. Ye Feng could tell that the berserker loved and was devoted to the organization. After all, they were all companions who had experienced life and death with each other. How could they abandon that for personal gain? If he were in their shoes, he wouldn't do such a thing, either. Moreover, Autumn Goose understood that should they join Zero Wing, if they were seen fighting with the members of the Wind God Spear, those guilds would turn to Zero Wing and cause trouble. Zero Wing would be dragged into the Wind God Spear's messy. Understand? If you wish to join a guild in the future, please consider Zero Wing. Ye Feng nodded. However, you cannot refuse the War Spirit Possession skill book. We cannot complete this quest without it. Ye Feng had understood that it would be very difficult to poach members from the Wind God Spear. After all, it was an organization of players that detested guilds. To begin with, however, he had still wanted to try. He would take any opportunity he was given. After all, on the off chance he succeeded, he would make a huge profit. Meanwhile, Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo, who had watched this from the side, were somewhat disappointed. If Autumn Goose and the others had joined Zero Wing, they would have a much easier time questing and adventuring together. Following which, after a brief discussion, it was decided that Autumn Goose would learn the War Spirit Possession. Right, take these, Ye Feng said. He retrieved 5 silver magic scrolls from his bag, handing them to his 5 party members. Is this a Tier 1 instantaneous movement magic scroll? Death Wind could not help his shock after examining the scroll. There were all kinds of magic scrolls in God's domain. Among them, the most precious were the summoning scrolls, although the instantaneous movement magic scrolls followed closely behind. Instantaneous movement magic scrolls allowed players to teleport from one location to another. Although it was limited, players could travel 300 yards in the blink of an eye with a Tier 0 instantaneous movement magic scroll. 1,000 yards with a Tier 1 scroll, and 4,000 yards with a Tier 2 scroll. It was one of the best tools for retreat. However, these scrolls were extremely rare. Even dungeon and field bosses rarely dropped them. Deathwind had only ever heard about such scrolls on the market. One Tier 0 instantaneous movement magic scroll sold for more than 1 gold, not to mention a Tier 1 instantaneous movement magic scroll. Now that they had these scrolls, they could immediately escape the area once they obtained the egg. They could even avoid the ice-fire cheetah that still guarded the cave's entrance. Autumn Goose and Gunfire were similarly speechless. Big brother Ye Feng, you're rich. Can I mooch off of you in the future? Blue Bamboo joked as she smiled at the Tier 1 magic scroll in her hands. Blue Thoughtful Rain immediately flicked her friend's forehead. To think that the girl was still in the mood to fool around at such a crucial time. Begin the operation. Upon seeing Autumn Goose in position, he charged towards Gerard the illusionist. When he was 80 yards from the NPC, Gerard discovered Ye Feng's presence. Foolish fellows. You rushed to your deaths. I'll send all of you to hell. Gerard smiled disdainfully as he swung his staff. Immediately, a black magic array appeared beside Gerard. A two-headed hellhound launched itself from the magic array. Are you kidding me? A level 100 Lord-ranked monster? Isn't this cheating? Blue Bamboo's jaw dropped when she saw the Crimson Hellhound. A Tier 3 NPC was already enough trouble. Now, said NPC had summoned a level 100 Lord. This was absurd. Everyone else's expressions similarly darkened. Ye Feng, however, only revealed a faint smile. The Hellhound hadn't surprised him in the least. An illusionist was a Tier 3 class. It was not unusual for one to summon a Tier 2 Lord. Powerful illusionists were even capable of summoning Tier 3 Lords. A Tier 3 illusionist was even more effective in battle than a Tier 3 Great Mage. Of course, while illusionists were capable of summoning powerful monsters, they were very weak. After emerging from the magic array, the Hellhound opened its 2 mouths and spewed crimson flames. The fire engulfed over half of the cave, and any rock that these flames touched instantly turned into molten magma. At this time, Ye Feng activated Thunder God's Descent, increasing his movement speed and attack speed by 150%. He then transformed into a shadowy streak as he dodged the oncoming fire before continuing towards Gerard. By the time the Hellhound ceased its fiery attack, Ye Feng was less than 40 yards away from the illusionist, following which, Ye Feng activated Absolute Time, silencing Gerard and cancelling his spellcasting. Despicable ant. You dare to ruin my work. Gerard grew enraged. However, under a silent state, even Gerard could not cast any spells without leaving Absolute Time's effective area. Suddenly, Ye Feng threw the blazing meteor in his hand. Flame God's Fury. A streak of crimson light appeared before Gerard. Peng. What? The party members exclaimed when they saw what had happened. Gerard had actually caught Ye Feng's blazing meteor between his fingers. Sure enough, the difference between our attributes is simply too massive. Ye Feng smiled bitterly. However, he had already achieved his initial goal. Gerard focused solely on him. In the next moment, both Gerard and the Hellhound charged at Ye Feng. Both the Tier 3 illusionist and the Hellhound's attributes were far higher than Ye Feng's. Like a powerful gale, the two enemies closed the distance between themselves, and Ye Feng, not daring to be careless, Ye Feng immediately swapped the Aura of Time for the Aura of Wind and activated Wind Rider. His speed soaring once more, he made a mad dash for the cave's exit. Autumn Goose had also activated War Spirit Possession and dashed for the giant egg. However, Ye Feng's situation was precarious. To avoid receiving the brunt of Gerard's full strength, he had to remain inside Absolute Time's field. Unfortunately, Ye Feng was slightly slower than the Hellhound. However, by relying on his understanding of the terrain, dodging the Lord's direct attacks was still relatively easy. Only, the Hellhound's attack range was quite long. In addition to the limited amount of space he had to dodge to, he received some splash damage from the Lord's attacks. The flying rubble alone devoured nearly 2,000 of Ye Feng's HP. He could only survive a few hits. Autumn Goose was extremely anxious. Upon arriving before the giant egg, she began to collect it. Why is there a collection time? Autumn Goose's anxiety jumped as she glanced at Ye Feng. While she had approached the giant egg, Ye Feng had lost 1/4 of his HP. If she delayed any longer, they would all be in extreme danger. Time seemed to crawl by. Autumn Goose had spent a total of 3 seconds collecting the giant, black egg. As for the locked fine gold treasure chest, she simply chucked the thing into her bag. Meanwhile, Ye Feng had less than 1/3 of his HP remaining. Damnable thieves. Don't even think of leaving this place alive. Discovering that the giant, black egg had been stolen, Gerard was furious. Waving his staff, he shattered the restriction absolute time placed on his magic power. Over a dozen silver-colored elemental balls appeared around his body before flying towards Autumn Goose and Ye Feng. Ye Feng shouted sternly. He then unfurled his own instantaneous movement magic scroll and vanished from the cave. Chapter 8:10, Zero Wings Horror. In a secluded, primitive forest, several figures suddenly appeared. As these figures appeared, a distant cave crumbled as a pillar of light shot into the sky. The frightening power that radiated from the pillar of light caused the air to stagnate. A long, terrifying roar echoed throughout the forest. These players finally realized just how truly terrifying a level 100, Tier 3 NPC was. Astonishingly, Ye Feng had actually survived against the NPC for so long and escaped relatively unharmed. He was a monster. Autumn Goose, Death Wind, and Gunfire sighed. They had been given an opportunity to deepen their relationship with an expert as powerful as Ye Feng. If they had accepted his offer to join Zero Wing, the swordsman might have even offered to tutor them. However, they had rejected his offer quickly. Use your return scrolls. Ye Feng urged once he accounted for the whole team. Although the Tier 1 instantaneous movement magic scroll was a powerful escape tool, their pursuer was a level 100, Tier 3 NPC. Gerard would not let them get away easily. Hearing Ye Feng's reminder, everyone quickly took out their return scrolls and began to activate them. The seconds ticked by. They were all on edge. If Gerard caught up to them, they wouldn't have another chance to escape. Fortunately, the Tier 1 instantaneous movement magic scroll had put quite a bit of distance between themselves and Gerard. Even if the illusionist managed to escape the cave, he wouldn't discover their exact location immediately. Sure enough, Gerard had not found them as they finished activating their return scrolls. White River City's teleportation hall. That was close. I thought we were dead for sure, Blue Bamboo said as she patted her chest. Even though she had returned to the city, some fear still lingered in her heart. A level 100, Tier 3 NPC was practically invincible to current players. This had also been the first time she had ever seen a monster shatter a player's attack. One could imagine just how vast the gap was between either side's attributes. Fortunately, they had completed their quest. As soon as Blue Bamboo finished speaking, a sound of a system notification reached their ears. System, you have been targeted by Gerard. If you cannot incubate and hatch the giant egg in 3 days, Gerard will discover your presence in any field map you venture to. If Gerard kills you, you will suffer a double death penalty and 3 days of a weakened state. Why is there another quest? Thoughtful Rain frowned as she looked at the system notification. Her initial quest had been to retrieve the giant egg. Now, after so much trouble to accomplish that, she received another one. Moreover, the penalty for failure was considerably severe. If she failed this quest, a level 100, Tier 3 NPC would hunt them down. Unfortunately, players at this stage of the game had no hope of killing this NPC. In other words, they would no longer be able to explore or level up if she failed. Autumn Goose and the others wore similarly horrified expressions. Although they had helped Thoughtful Rain, they had never expected to be held accountable for the quest as well. This was the first time they had encountered such a quest. They had experienced Gerard's power personally. If they encountered Gerard in the fields, they would only find death. Does the egg's description include any incubation methods? Ye Feng asked Autumn Goose. He had long since grown accustomed to such sudden developments. Let me see. Autumn Goose hurriedly called up the giant egg's information. It says that we'll need a large amount of life force to incubate this egg, which can only be obtained by killing great lords that are level 40 or above. How many do we need to kill? Ye Feng asked. 20. Autumn Goose said helplessly. 20? This is a joke, right? We're talking about great lords. Blue Bamboo could not help but despair. Death Wind and Gunfire frowned as well. A level 40 great lord was no laughing matter. Generally, each of these monsters required a raid team of 100 level 40 players geared with top-tier equipment. Even then, any mistake could get them all killed. Even if they gathered such a team, raiding a single great lord would most likely require an entire day. The sacrifices they'd have to make were also staggering. No matter how one thought about it, it was impossible to raid 20 level 40 Great Lords in 3 short days. First of all, level 40 Great Lords were not that easy to find. Normally, these monsters only lurked in 100-man team dungeons. Even finding 20 Great Lords in the fields would take more than 3 days. How difficult was raiding a level 40, 100-man team dungeon? Even now, the various large guilds were still attempting to challenge the hard mode version of these dungeons, not to mention hell mode. Even if they mobilized all of Wind God's Spear, they could not complete this quest while everyone struggled with their frustration and despair. It isn't exactly impossible to complete this quest, Ye Feng said after giving it some thought. However, I'll need to prepare first. You guys should wait here for a while. Of course, it was impossible to kill a level 40 Great Lord with the power of a 6-man party. However, a 20-man team might have a chance. What? He even has a plan for this? Gunfire watched Ye Feng's departing back with doubtful eyes. Even thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo, who were in the same guild as Ye Feng, were shocked. They had been talking about level 40 Great Lords, yet Ye Feng spoke of them as if they were only common monsters. After waiting for some time, they heard excitement spread throughout the teleportation hallway. Isn't that Fire Dance from Zero Wing? Look! That's Zero Wing's vice leader, Aqua Rose. The players inside the teleportation hall were stupefied when Fire Dance and the dozen or so Zero Wing core members entered the building. To ordinary players, these experts were basically legends. They lived in a completely different world. After the war in the Stoneclaw Mountains, players finally understood the power of a true expert. Zero Wing's core members had long since become idols in White River City. How could these players contain their excitement as they finally saw these stars? What? Blue Bamboo was dumbfounded when she saw Fire Dance and the others approach their party. These players were Zero Wing's upper echelons. Every one of them was a top-tier expert in Star Moon Kingdom, yet after a single call, they had hurried over. Even Violet Cloud, whom she admired greatly, was here. She could not believe this was happening. Just who is Ye Feng? Autumn Goose could not help but turn to look at Ye Feng. Death Wind and Gunfire were similarly shocked. They had still felt disdain and disinterest towards guild experts. However, after seeing these experts from Zero Wing, they suddenly realized how little they knew. They could feel an intense pressure from each of these experts. Fire Dance, in particular, felt as if they stood before a humanoid lord-ranked monster. With a single glance from the assassin, they trembled with fear. Their instincts screamed for them to run as far as they could from the assassin. When these experts stood together, the combined pressure was overwhelming. The air in the teleportation hall was stifling. Even moving was a struggle. Moreover, they were not in combat. If they attempted to fight these Zero Wing experts, they were certain that they would never escape these people's grasp. All right, now that everyone has arrived, let's begin the quest, Ye Feng said, chuckling. Chapter 8:11, Giant Beast. White River City, War God's Temple. For a long time, players had seldom visited this place. However, due to the appearance of the Abyss battlefield, it had become a popular hub for players' independent team recruiting members. Those who want the double EXP buff, come on over. Town Reclamation Team Recruiting. Minimum requirement of level 30. Equipment must be at least Mysterious Iron rank. Must have reached the Trial Tower's 2nd floor. Noobs, do not disturb. Looking for players to carry me through the Abyss battlefield. 5 silver for 100 honor points. Limited spots available. First come, first served. Shortly after the new expansion pack launched, everyone had adapted to the new changes. Many players had already gained some experience of the playstyle and the Abyss battlefield. Ye Feng was very surprised when he arrived. He had not expected everyone to adapt to the Abyss battlefield so quickly. The Abyss battlefield was a paradise for experts, particularly solo experts. Due to the Abyss battlefield's appearance, many solo experts had been able to shine brilliantly in the past, creating countless legends in God's domain. The Abyss battlefield back then had also shortened the gap between independent players and guild players. One of the main reasons for this was the EXP gain. Guild members could accumulate the double EXP buff in their guild residences. Although the accumulated double EXP buff did not seem like much, ordinary players could not fight for long periods. All players needed a break at some point, whether it was to repair their weapons and equipment or to recover their concentration and stamina. Overall, a large part of a player's time in the game was spent resting. Hence, The difference the double EXP buff created became significant however. It was extremely difficult for independent players to accumulate the double EXP buff aside from purchasing a house of their own in NPC cities. The only other option was to rest in a player-built city. This further highlighted the importance of the Abyss battlefield. Players would earn honor points corresponding to their performance on the battlefield. They could trade those honor points for the double EXP buff or potions. Powerful solo experts could easily earn a large number of honor points, and the double EXP buff they could purchase was far more than guild players. In addition, these solo experts were strong enough to kill monsters of a higher level. Overall, solo experts were able to level only slightly slower than guild experts. Aside from the EXP buff, honor points could also be traded for top-tier equipment. Although the equipment's attributes leaned more towards PvP, it was still valuable. The various large guilds also took advantage of the Abyss battlefield to grind for top-tier equipment. There were many bosses in the Abyss battlefield. Every town that monsters conquered would contain multiple bosses. The weakest among these bosses were lords, while most were great lords. Some towns were even protected by high lords or mythic monsters. Guilds didn't need to look far to find field bosses however. Although there were many advantages to the Abyss battlefield, it had its downsides as well. Every player who entered the battlefield was allotted one life each day. In addition, the monsters dropped neither materials nor money, they only dropped weapons and equipment. If one's goal was purely to obtain top-tier equipment, the Abyss battlefield was the perfect place for them. Ye Feng led his team into the Abyss battlefield. After entering the Abyss battlefield, players were transported to the human race's campsite. As soon as Ye Feng and the others arrived, they were greeted by a sea of players. White River City's players weren't the only ones who had gathered at this campsite. Players had arrived from every city in Starmoon Kingdom. They were all gearing up and preparing to set out. However, as this was a battlefield, one could see wandering abyssal monsters in every direction. Players generally formed 100-man groups in the Abyss battlefield. That way, they had a higher chance of survival. After all, the longer they remained alive, the more opportunities they would have to earn honor points. This run has been the best. I earned 500 points during this run. I can afford a basic double EXP potion. I'll get 10% of the double EXP buff with that. I might be able to reach level 32 by the end of the day. That's nothing. I heard that the players in Heaven's Burial's main army have conquered a town. With the honor points they earned, they can purchase 3 basic double EXP potions. For those that perform well, they might even earn enough points to buy a basic body strengthening potion. Wow! That much? One of those potions could improve my attributes by 10% and reduce my stamina consumption by 15% for 2 hours. The basic body strengthening potion costs 5 times as much as the basic double EXP potion. What did you think? They cleared out the abyssal monsters of an entire town. Naturally, they received a ton of honor points. The various guilds are dispatching their armies to clear out these monster towns. With enough basic body strengthening potions, raiding dungeons will be a breeze. It's a pity that my guild is so small. We are nowhere near strong enough to clear out a town. The players around the campsite chatted as they stood in line to repair their weapons and equipment. They envied the players who had joined large guilds. Unlike those players, they had to accumulate honor points slowly by killing wandering abyssal monsters in the Abyss battlefield's outermost regions. Let's go. Ye Feng opened the battlefield's map. After examining it for a moment, he headed towards the nearest small, ruined city. Wow, those guys got guts. They are leaving the campsite with just a 20-man team. Are they tired of living? I think they're experts. So what if they're experts? Once they start fighting, they'll learn that even experts are useless here. Moreover, didn't you see which direction they went? They are heading towards South Lake City. None of the players who have gone there have returned alive. The players resting at the campsite fell into a heated discussion when they saw Ye Feng's group of cloaked figures. The Abyss battlefield was comprised of various regions. Different regions had different threat levels. The outermost region was the safest. However, there were far fewer monsters here. Players could not earn many honor points with so few targets. More monsters wandered around the outer region of towns, most being elites with a few chieftains thrown in the mix. Ordinary players who ventured into these areas quickly lost their lives. However, one could earn quite a sum of honor points if they survived. Monsters were abundant inside a town. There were also plenty of Lord-ranked monsters present. Sometimes, even great lords would appear in towns. A party of players would find it very difficult to survive, as for small cities, these were considered monster nests. When players entered the city, their attributes were suppressed immediately. Generally, great lords guarded these small cities. Sometimes, one even encountered a mythic monster. Even a 100-man elite team would find it very difficult to survive here. Grand lords generally ruled over medium cities, and players had a very high possibility of encountering a mythic monster in large-sized cities. Players were guaranteed to find a mythic monster waiting for them. Even a guild-organized 1,000-man army risked a one-way trip by attempting to challenge these locations. Naturally, Ye Feng understood the battlefield's layout. He was far more familiar with the battlefield's rules than any other player to grind for great lords. Towns were the safest choice. However, Ye Feng had a time limit. Hence, he had no choice but to pick a small city. After traveling for over 2 hours, Ye Feng and the others finally arrived at South Lake City. The entire city had become a nest for abyssal monsters. One could smell the rich scent of blood from the city's edges. That a grand lord? Autumn Goose's heart pounded when she saw the giant monster, which was over 100 meters long, hovering above the city. Chapter 8:12, Siege. How can a monster be so massive? Every member of the party was flabbergasted as they watched the massive figure in the sky. This was a bone dragon with a body that stretched over 100 meters and a wingspan that covered over 200 meters. As its name suggested, its entire body was made of bone. Its massive skeletal head loomed like a small mountain. Smoldering green fire danced in its hollow eye sockets. The bone dragon created storms with every flap of its skeletal wings. Frost bone dragon, undead, Grand Lord. Level 45. HP 64,000/64,000,000. This was the first time Autumn Goose and her companions had ever seen a Grand Lord, and they stared, struggling to breathe. The frost bone dragon had a staggering 64 million HP. However, this was not the bone dragon's biggest threat. At the rank of Grand Lord, a monster could inflict a powerful mental pressure, preventing players from exerting their full strength. That thing can probably instant kill me with its breath attack. Gunfire involuntarily gulped as he watched the bone dragon circle above the city. Are we really going to kill monsters here? There are too many. Blue Bamboo asked worriedly as she glanced at the sea of abyssal monsters within the city wall. Skeleton soldier, undead, elite. Level 42. HP 140,000/140,000. These skeleton soldiers bore a shield and weapon in each hand. They also stood together in large groups with over 100 other skeleton soldiers. If they fought one of those skeleton squads, it was highly likely that they would attract even more skeleton soldiers. Skeleton captains also roamed the city. Skeleton captain, undead, chieftain. Level 42. HP 1,300,000/1,300,000. If they fought here, an endless stream of monsters could easily surround them. Their chances of survival would plummet. Why don't we check somewhere else? Autumn Goose suggested they could deal with these numbers if they were merely common monsters. However, the weakest monster in the city was an elite. Chieftains even called this city home. Even a 20-man team had little hope of surviving this place. Although they knew Ye Feng and the others were quite strong, the skeleton captains were not isolated. From where they stood, they could spot as many as 6 captains. Who knew how many more would appear once they started fighting? It was simply too dangerous to fight here. Relax. You guys just need to watch from the sidelines. Ye Feng laughed, not bothering to explain. After stabilizing their mental states, Fire Dance and the others burst into action. Ordinary experts might struggle against this sea of monsters. To Zero Wings core members, however, this wasn't even a challenge. This was a paradise. Fire Dance and Flying Shadow charged into the crowd of skeleton soldiers, luring the elite monsters. Meanwhile, Minor Wind and the other ranged classes launched their bombardment from a distance. Immediately, they had attracted the attention of nearly 800 skeleton soldiers and 3 skeleton captains. Autumn Goose and her friends Anxiety mounted the army of skeleton soldiers, and the 3-meter-tall skeleton captains that wore black, thorny armor seemed to have an unstoppable momentum as they charged to meet Zero Wings Group. Deathwind, who stood between his team and the monsters, felt a massive pressure weigh him down just as the skeleton soldiers were about to reach the team. Cola, Yi Wumian, and Turtledove made their move. Justice Roar. Angry Howl. The 3 MTs tore the aggro from the small team and forced the monsters to focus on them. Take this. Cola raised his flaming divine blue fire shield and bashed it into the approaching crowd. Boom. With one hit, the MT sent the leading skeleton soldiers into a backward tumble. Cola then used Devotion, and a golden glow blossomed over an area of 15 by 15 yards, a damage of around -500 points appearing above the head of every skeleton soldier. As for Turtledove and Yi Wumian, they also dominated over their opponents. With each crash, they knocked down a group of skeleton soldiers. When they used an AoE skill, they devoured hundreds of HP from several dozen soldiers. The 3 MTs stood like an iron wall as they blocked the undead's advance. The 3 skeleton captains had just as much trouble. Even against the chieftain's attacks, Cola and the others did not retreat by a single step. They dodged the majority of the attacks sent at them, launching counterattacks and dealing over -2,000 damage to each chieftain. So strong. Gunfire could not help his shock. Not only could these 3 MTs hold back the hundreds of elite monsters and 3 chieftains, but they also dodged most of the incoming attacks, barely losing any HP. They should have stabilized the aggro by now. Let's start attacking as well, Blackie said excitedly. As Blackie spoke, he activated Stars of Light. Aqua Rose also used the Tier 1 spell, Death and Decay. Meanwhile, Ye Feng had switched to the Aura of Fire and activated Firestorm. At this time, Cola and the others suddenly stomped the 3 skeleton captains, causing all 3 to lose their balance and fall to the ground. Immediately after, the 3 MTs retreated. In the next moment, the area before Cola and the others transformed into hell itself. Huge stars fell from the sky, black smoke emerged from the ground, and fire erupted into the air. The ground shook as if the end of the world had arrived. Boom. 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 After several seconds, most of the 800 or so skeleton soldiers had been annihilated. The 3 skeleton captains had lost close to half of their everyone's level bars exploded with EXP. Blue Bamboo even leveled up on the spot, climbing from level 34 to level 35 at this time. Cola and the others slammed their shields into the 3 skeleton captains and began building their aggro once more. Meanwhile, Shadow Sword and Rampant Blade used charge and appeared before a skeleton captain. They then swung their greatswords at the chieftain's joints, momentarily freezing the captain's movement. 2 critical damages of over -5,000 points appeared above the chieftain's head. As for Fire Dance, she appeared behind another skeleton captain and used Absolute Strike, 28, for 67. Fire Dance immediately followed up with a backstab, her attack triggering 1,000 transformations critical point effect. The fragmented legendary weapon then transformed into a streak of silver light as it pierced and shattered the skeleton captain's sturdy armor. A frightening damage of -19,482 points appeared above the skeleton captain's head. Is she even human? Fire Dance's damage shocked Autumn Goose and her team. Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo were also shocked into silence. This was their first time they had seen their guild's upper echelons grind monsters. The difference between the way they normally grinded was like the difference between heaven and earth in a party dungeon. A chieftain-ranked monster was a boss. In front of Fire Dance, however, it was no different than a common monster. Not a single one of Fire Dance's attacks dealt less than -10,000 damage. Under the continuous bombardment of Zero Wings core members, the 3 skeleton captains had not even had a chance to land a finger on Cola and the other 2 MTs. Meanwhile, Violet Cloud, one of the team's healers, had become one of the main damage dealers. Each of her numerous mana balls dealt over -600 damage to the skeleton captains. As a result, the chieftain's HPs fell at a rate visible to the naked eye. After just 20 seconds, the 3 skeleton captains and the remaining skeleton soldiers crumbled to the ground, transforming into piles of bones and dropping several pieces of equipment. They also granted every player with a significant amount of EXP. Chapter 8:13. Frightening leveling speed. Seeing the scattered bones and their rapidly rising experience bars, Autumn Goose, and the others were at a loss for words. Facing hundreds of level 42 elites and 3 level 42 chieftains would be a challenge even for a 100-man team of level 40 elite players. Now, however, a dozen or so players had easily defeated these monsters. Although they had realized that there was a gap between them and Zero Wing's core members, this battle made it clear just how wide that gap was. This grinding and leveling speed is amazing. I wish we could level like this every day. Blue Bamboo sighed as she looked at her experience bar. She had gained more EXP in less than a minute than she usually obtained after 2 hours of grinding. They were leveling faster than a rocket. Moreover, the speed at which they were earning money was simply ridiculous. In less than 1 minute, they had gained 6 pieces of equipment. Nowadays, in God's domain, the higher a monster's level was, the lower its drop rate for equipment would be. They had killed many level 40 monsters before. Even when they killed level 40 elites, they rarely obtained any equipment. Only level 40 chieftains were certain to drop equipment. Even then, they usually only dropped 1 or 2 pieces among the 6 pieces of equipment they had obtained, 4 were level 40 bronze equipment, and 2 were level 40 mysterious iron equipment. Although they were not pieces of top-tier equipment, they could sell for quite a bit of money. Even after splitting the profits among the team, they would earn more than what an ordinary player earned in a single day. Ye Feng had intended to split the loot equally. However, Autumn Goose and the others rejected the offer. After all, they had not done anything. They also were not members of Zero Wing. They already felt uncomfortable about receiving a share of such a lucrative amount of EXP despite not contributing. As for Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo, the 2 girls similarly rejected the offer. In the end, Ye Feng had no choice but to pass the equipment to Aqua Rose to store in the guild warehouse. Fire Dance, Flying Shadow, Minor Wind, Lure the monsters. We'll clear the city's borders before we enter the city itself, Ye Feng commanded after he finished collecting the drops in the Abyss battlefield. The basic strategy to capture a city was to eliminate the monsters in the outer edge. If they did not take care of the minions outside the city, once they started fighting in the city, a single roar from a boss could very well attract every single minion. The monsters would surround them, greatly increasing their chances of wiping. Hence, it was important to annihilate the monsters outside the city first. Moreover, in the Abyss battlefield, monsters in towns and cities had long respawn times. They didn't have to worry about endless respawning. They also wouldn't have to waste a lot of time getting out of the city, following which, Fire Dance, Flying Shadow, and Minor Wind lured wave after wave of monsters towards Cola and the others. After the MTs had built up their aggro with the skeleton captains, Ye Feng would use Firestorm. Anyone else who possessed AoE skills would join him with their own attacks, finishing off the skeleton soldiers quickly. Afterward, everyone would focus their attacks on the chieftain-ranked skeleton captains. The team finished off a wave of monsters every 5 minutes, rapidly filling their experience bars. After 3 hours of hard work, Autumn Goose and the others reached level 35, whereas Blue Bamboo reached level 36. The 5 felt as if they were dreaming as they watched their absurd leveling speed. Weary leveling so fast. I'm the same level as the boss now. Gunfire was flabbergasted by his own level. Autumn Goose and Death Wind had similar reactions. Even expert players needed to grind for 2 or 3 days just to reach their level. It should be known that there were 48 hours in a single day in God's domain. Now, however, they had only taken 3 hours to level up. Their leveling speed was ridiculous. Furthermore, the monsters outside the city were no threat to Zero Wing's members at all. Finally, after grinding for over 9 hours, the team had managed to kill all the abyssal monsters in South Lake City's outer region. Meanwhile, Thoughtful Rain and the others had reached level 37, whereas Fire Dance, Aqua Rose, and the other members of Zero Wing had reached level 39. As for Ye Feng, he had reached 81% of level 39. He was only 19% away from the level 40 threshold after clearing out the monsters from the city's north side. Ye Feng led everyone into the city. South Lake City was far more dangerous inside its walls than it was outside. Abyssal monsters had a hierarchy. The lowest monsters generally lived in the outermost regions. As players ventured deeper into a city, they would encounter higher-ranked and stronger monsters. Rather than increasing inside the city, the concentration of monsters decreased significantly. However, it was not difficult to spot the skeleton warriors that roamed the city streets. Skeleton Warrior, Undead, Special Elite. Level 42. HP 550,000/550,000. The city was also home to plenty of skeleton captains. Even a level 40, 100-man elite team would have to be extremely careful upon arriving here. One mistake could attract hundreds of skeleton warriors and 7 or 8 skeleton captains, leaving the team surrounded. Fortunately, Zero Wing's core members would have little trouble handling such a situation. They could defeat a monster army of such size with relative ease. However, Ye Feng's goal was not to level up, but to kill great lords. Hence, he prioritized scouting the city over grinding. Ivy discovered a great lord over here. Flying Shadow, who used stealth to scout the city, reported through the team chat. I'm in the city plaza. Only, there is another team of players fighting the Great Lord right now. Who are they? Ye Feng asked, surprised. The others were surprised and curious as well. South Lake City was many times more dangerous than monster towns in the Abyss battlefield. Even a level 40, 100-man elite team had to be extremely careful here. Their team had spent so much time clearing out the monsters around the city, yet someone had gotten ahead of them and had already begun killing a great lord. They're a 100-man team. These people are wearing a guild emblem, so they should be the main force of some guild, Flying Shadow reported as he observed the situation. The lowest leveled player is level 34, while the commander is level 36. Currently, they've dropped the Great Lord's HP by a third and have yet to suffer any losses. Field Great Lords were different from Dungeon Great Lords. They were a lot stronger. However, they did have a little less HP. The fact that the team had taken 1/3 of a level 40 plus Great Lord's HP without losing a single member showed that the team was extraordinarily strong. Hold on, I'll send you their battle video. Flying Shadow then started recording a short video before sharing it with the team. I've never seen their guild emblem before. I don't think that it's a Star Moon Kingdom guild. However, the fact that they can handle a Great Lord this well shows that the guild is certainly not ordinary. Upon receiving the video, they watched the short clip of this guild in battle. In the video, the corpses of abyssal monsters filled the wide fountain plaza. Meanwhile, a group of players faced a giant skeleton. The giant skeleton stood over 10 meters tall. The skeleton wore black, heavy armor and wielded 2 massive war axes. Skeleton General, Undead, Great Lord. Level 43. HP 18,000/18,000,000. The skeleton general brandished its war axes madly, each swing causing the earth to tremble. However, the players fighting the skeleton general were very coordinated. Their MTs guided the skeleton general's attacks to an area void of other people. Meanwhile, the healers and ranged damage dealers responded when and how they needed to, decreasing the Great Lord's HP continuously. Overall, the players were quite organized. This is interesting. I hadn't expected to meet them in a place like this. Ye Feng's lips curled up into a faint smile after seeing the players in the video. Chapter 814, Legendary Guild. These people have relatively good combat standards and equipment, but why haven't I heard of this guild before? Even after racking her mind, Aqua Rose could not figure out which guild these players were from. The skeleton general displayed frightening power. Not only did it possess extremely high strength, but it was also very fast. Even for Cola, tanking this great lord would be a burden. Although these players did not possess an MT like Cola, who had extremely high defense and strength, they made up for the lack of strength with the cooperation of 4 MTs. The team's damage dealers also kept the boss in check. This made it possible to raid the skeleton general. Moreover, the team's damage dealers and healers were very powerful. Almost all of them dealt over -1000 damage with each attack, causing the skeleton general's HP to decrease slowly but steadily. It was only a matter of time before they defeated the Great Lord. No ordinary guild was capable of such a feat. Generally, only the experts of famous large guilds could raid a level 43 Great Lord so easily. However, Aqua Rose knew nearly every famous guild in the virtual gaming world, but she had never seen this guild emblem before. Look, that skeleton general seems to be summoning a companion. Cola shouted as he watched the surrounding monsters gather towards skeleton general, who stood in the plaza's heart with a grim expression. The others were also shocked. They had not expected the boss inside the city to have such a move. With this, killing the skeleton general would be far more difficult. After all, one was already required to go all out against a great lord. More monsters joining the fray might become the last straw that broke the camel's back. Everyone finally understood why Ye Feng had them clear out the surrounding monsters while on their way, rather than avoiding confrontation. This boss is too overpowered. It has lured another great lord. Flying Shadow, who hid in the plaza, stated as he watched the blurry figure fly straight towards the skeleton warrior. Agonizing Banshee, undead, Great Lord. Level 40. HP 17,000/17,000,000. Although the agonizing Banshee had less HP than the skeleton general, it was a magical class monster. It posed more of a threat than the first undead. The instant the agonizing Banshee arrived, she released a piercing screech, forcing over a dozen players into a confused state. These players lost all control over their bodies as they began behaving like raving lunatics. The sudden development was precarious for the team. Let's head over and take a look, Ye Feng said, laughing as he watched the agonizing Banshee massacre the team of players. It was not unusual that Aqua Rose had not heard of this guild. After all, the guild wasn't famous, it was an upstart guild. The guild's name was Immortal Light. Immortal Light was based in the Twin Towers Kingdom. The Twin Towers Kingdom and Star Moon Kingdom were adjacent to each other. Hence, Ye Feng knew quite a bit about the Twin Towers Kingdom. Although Immortal Light was only an upstart guild, it had performed exceedingly well in the competition for dominance over the Twin Towers Kingdom. It had stolen over a dozen cities from the first-rate guild, Emperor's Light, going as far as to occupy the third largest city in the Twin Towers Kingdom. In Ye Feng's previous life, Immortal Light had been one of Shadow's allies. However, Immortal Light was much stronger than Shadow had been. In God's domain, it was very difficult for a small guild to survive. Hence, these guilds needed to work together. However, Immortal Light was different from Shadow. After 10 years of development in God's domain, it had become a first-rate guild and had occupied over half of the Twin Towers Kingdom. It had even dominated various cities in other kingdoms. Back then, it had developed into a guild that could rival even Ouroboros. Meanwhile, Immortal Light's guild leader, Sindhart, was a very famous expert in God's domain. He had been one of God's domain's 12 sacred elementalists in the past. Immortal Light also had several other Tier 5 experts. Even Ouroboros and Emperor's Light had not dared to provoke the guild in the past. One could say that Immortal Light had been a legend in the Twin Towers Kingdom. In just a few years, a no-name guild had gone from an organization without any background or backing to a huge existence in the virtual gaming world, which even first-rate guilds feared and respected. The difficulty of such a feat was unimaginable. Ye Feng never imagined that he would actually encounter this guild so soon. Do you know them? Fire Dance asked curiously. She understood Ye Feng quite well. He would not attack someone unless they attacked him first. In addition, his pride as an expert would not allow him to steal a boss from a stranger. Even if he wanted the boss, he would simply wait for the two great lords to annihilate the other team. However, since Ye Feng chose to approach the battle, it was likely that he knew the guild. Something like that, Ye Feng replied vaguely, not knowing how to answer this question. In the past, he had been acquainted with this group from Immortal Light. In this life, however, they did not know him. Above the wide plaza, two great lords and dozens of skeleton warriors faced down the 100-man team. Split up the bosses. Rangers, kite the minions, the team's leader, Sindhart, shouted. He would not let his confidence waver even though his team now had to fight two great lords simultaneously. On the contrary, he remained extraordinarily calm as he commanded the battle. Guild leader, that agonizing Banshee's AoE spells are too powerful. We've already lost 8 people. 1,000 leisures, lead your group and follow me. We'll suppress the Banshee together. Everyone else, focus on the skeleton general. Even Sindhart was helpless against the Banshee's shadow sweep attack. He could only lead a contingent to distract the Great Lord immediately. With Sindhart at the lead, 10 players activated a barrier magic array around the agonizing Banshee, trapping the Great Lord behind a purple barrier narrowed the magic array's area. Sindhart shouted as he watched the Banshee resist quickly. The 10 players controlling the magic array shrank the magic array, sealing the agonizing Banshee inside a small, purple globe and preventing the Great Lord from moving. Guild leader, someone's heading this way. How are there other people here? At this moment, even Sindhart grew anxious to surely kill the skeleton general. They had even used their most precious barrier magic array. They could not afford any more surprises. This guild is quite impressive. They have an intermediate magic array as well, Aqua Rose stated when she saw the hovering, purple ball. She could estimate the barrier's strength with a single glance currently, in God's domain. Being able to obtain a basic magic array was quite a feat. One could probably count the number of intermediate magic arrays players had found on one hand yet. Now, an unknown guild employed their own. The guild clearly had an extraordinary background. Friend, if you are interested in these two great lords, why don't we take them on together and split the loot equally? Sindhart shouted. Although the group that had just arrived only consisted of 20 players, the fact that this small group had made it this far spoke of their extraordinary strength. Without knowing Ye Feng and his team's motives, Sindhart was unwilling to give up on the great lords. Hence, he might as well make them an offer. After all, even if Ye Feng's team were strong, they could not handle two great lords at once. Guild leader, I think they're from Zero Wing. What? Zero Wing? Isn't that Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild? The players from Immortal Light were instantly on edge, wearing grim expressions. Chapter 8:15, Zero Wing takes action. Why are they here? Sindhart was shocked when he saw Ye Feng and his team. Even in the Twin Towers Kingdom, Zero Wing was resoundingly famous. Starting out as a small guild, Zero Wing had faced down the various large guilds in White River City, becoming White River City's overlord. Later on, it successfully repelled the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, a super first-rate guild. However, this was not Zero Wing's greatest achievement. Afterward, Zero Wing had occupied Stone Forest Town and won a war against the joint forces of the Star Alliance, a first-rate guild and their various allies, instantly becoming the most sought-after guild in Star Moon Kingdom. In addition, Zero Wing was a guild of experts. Its guild leader, Black Flame, even ranked 51st on the God's Domain experts list and had been given the title of Sword King. A recently established guild like Immortal Light could not possibly compete with a guild like Zero Wing. Those people are Zero Wing's upper echelons. Look! That's Aqua Rose. Fire Dance is here as well. Look over there. Isn't that Violet Cloud, Cola, Turtledove, Minor Wind, Shadow Sword, Blackie, and Yi Wumian? Why are so many of Zero Wing's experts here? Immortal Light's members panicked for a moment. Aqua Rose and the others were all publicly acknowledged, top-tier experts. One of them could exterminate a 100-man elite team by themselves. Ha. I never thought our guild would be so famous. Even a guild from another kingdom knows us. Blue Bamboo could not help her pride as when she saw the Immortal Light's collective anxiety. I wonder when my name will be as famous as Big Sis Fires and the others? Fire Dance and her fellow echelons couldn't help but laugh when they heard Blue Bamboo's excitement. In reality, even they had never imagined that they would, one day, become famous experts in God's domain. Before they had met Ye Feng, they had never dreamed of such a thing. Now, however, they were targets for players' admiration. Is Zero Wing really such an amazing guild? When Autumn Goose overheard the Immortal Light's members, she was shocked. She and her companions were independent players from the faraway Dark Knight Empire. Hence, they had only heard rumors of Zero Wing's strength through the forums. They had never witnessed the guild in action. In their opinion, however, even the large guilds in the Dark Knight Empire were subpar at best. Hence, how strong could a guild from a kingdom possibly be? However, after witnessing these players' performance, they had a clearer understanding of the guild's strength. They felt that Zero Wing was different from those large guilds in the Dark Knight Empire. Yet, it would seem that Zero Wing was far more powerful than Blue Bamboo and the official forums made it out to be. Guild leader Sind, rest assured, we aren't here to steal your bosses. However, we won't help you with these bosses, either. If you can't handle them, give up. We'll take over from here, Ye Feng said, shaking his head as he responded to Sindhart's proposal. Level 40+ Great Lords were not easy to find, even in the Abyss battlefield. Moreover, a Great Lord dropped far better loot than a Lord. Monsters of such rank generally dropped top-tier equipment. Even in Zero Wing, level 40 top-tier equipment was still quite rare. Hence, he could not afford to split the drops. Hearing Ye Feng's answer, a huge weight lifted from Sindhart's heart. Zero Wing was the #1 guild in Star Moon Kingdom. The guild's upper echelons would not break their word easily. Thank you, Sindhart said with heartfelt gratitude, following which, Sindhart commanded his team to focus on the skeleton general, which only had 60% of its HP remaining. The agonizing banshee was still trapped inside the intermediate magic array, so it was possible to kill the skeleton general. Time passed quickly. Finally, Immortal Light's members reduced the skeleton general's HP to 30%. Be careful. The skeleton general is about to go berserk. Sindhart hurriedly reminded his team. Immortal Light's MTs began to prepare, activating their life-saving skills. The healers at the rear also readied themselves. Humans, I will devour you, the skeleton general shouted, its eyes releasing a bloody radiance. Suddenly, the skeleton general split into 3 copies of itself. All 3 were identical, even down to their HP bars. Amazing, this skeleton general actually knows a duplication skill. Aqua Rose exclaimed. Among the many bosses they had encountered, very few could duplicate themselves. Any bosses capable of such a feat were extremely difficult to fight. Suddenly dealing with 2 additional bosses could destroy a team's formation and rhythm. If not handled properly, it would not take long for the team to suffer annihilation. They're in trouble, Fire Dance stated as she glanced at the 3 skeleton generals. Each general radiated the same pressure. This meant that all 3 skeleton generals had the same combat power. It had taken almost everything the Immortal Light members had to deal with the one skeleton general. Now, they had to take down 3 such monsters simultaneously. While Zero Wings members discussed the situation among themselves. Several Immortal Light MTs were thrown into the air. Until now, the team had relied on the combined strength of 3 or 4 MTs to defend against the skeleton general's attacks. Now that they had to fight 3 great lords at the same time, their MTs had to split up. As a result, they didn't have enough strength to tank the bosses in 10 short seconds. Immortal Light lost another 8 members. Guild leader, at this rate, will most likely wipe. How did things come to this? Sindhart balled his fists, frustration filling his heart. They had already lacked enough members to deal with the skeleton general. Furthermore, to deal with the agonizing banshee, they had been forced to split their team and pull 10 members away from the main fight. Now that the general had split into 3, they didn't have nearly enough strength to face the boss. A single attack from one of the Great Lords could obliterate over 7,000 HP from one of their MTs. If the MTs did not block the attack with their shields, they might die instantly. Retreat! Sindhart commanded, gnashing his teeth. If they wasted any more time, none of them would leave this place alive. If they retreated now, at the very least, half of their numbers might survive. They can't hold on anymore. Blackie chuckled. Let's go, then, Ye Feng said. Hearing Ye Feng's command, Zero Wings members exploded into action. Cola and Ye Wumian charged at the fully regenerated skeleton general, whereas Turtledove made her way towards the agonizing banshee. Weary going in now? Autumn Goose and the others were momentarily stunned, thinking that they had heard wrong. Although Immortal Light's members had already left, there were still 2 great lords in the plaza. What could they possibly do with a team of 20 players? What are they trying to do? The members of Immortal Light, who had escaped, were even more flabbergasted. Zero Wings' team had far too few members. Furthermore, to deal with the 2 great lords, their team of 20 had to split itself. This was insane. Just as Autumn Goose, Thoughtful Rain, and the others struggled against their days, the battle against the 2 great lords had begun. Cola sent a shield of vengeance at the skeleton general, taking more than 2,000 of the great lord's HP. He then followed up with a hammer of sanctions, eliminating another 3,000 plus HP and focusing the great lord's aggro on himself. Facing the skeleton general's quick blow, Cola raised his shield and received the attack. He was immediately forced to retreat by 6 steps, both his hands numbing slightly. A damage of over -3,000 points appeared above his head. However, to Cola, who had over 18,000 HP, this damage was acceptable. That's a lot of strength. I can use this opportunity to test a move that I recently learned. Cola smiled. Seeing another of the skeleton general's battle axes swiftly approach, he lifted his shield, blocking and pushing against the attack. As the attack sent Cola backward, he only lost around 1,700 HP, far less than the previous attack. Very quickly, Violet Cloud recovered his HP to full. Let's also begin, Aqua Rose said as she smiled at the agonizing banshee. She then used Bluefire's summon. Immediately, 3 Bluefire crows appeared on the battlefield and assisted Turtledove against the agonizing banshee. Chapter 8:16, Bullying a Great Lord. What a powerful summoning skill. Autumn Goose and the others were shocked when they saw Aqua Rose's 3 level 39 elite ranked Bluefire crows. Generally, summoners could only summon one elite or a few common monsters. Aqua Rose, however, had summoned 3 elite monsters at one time. This was the equivalent of adding 3 powerful melee fighters to their team. Turtledove threw her shield at the agonizing Banshee, slamming it into the Banshee's head. Not only did this attack interrupt the Great Lord's Tier 2 spell casting, but it also achieved a critical hit, dealing nearly -5,000 damage. The agonizing Banshee was enraged. She pointed a finger at Turtledove immediately. 8 black fog spears shot towards the Guardian Knight. These black fog spears had significantly damaged the Immortal Light members when they had faced her. As the spears were incredibly powerful, even when the Immortal Light's MTs blocked the attack with their shields, they had lost nearly 4,000 HP. Worse yet, the Banshee had launched 8 of these spears. Even an MT would lose their life if they received 4 or 5 spears. That won't work against me, Turtledove declared. Rather than retreating, she charged towards the black fog spears. Just before the spears reached her, Turtledove raised her shield and leaped forward, smashing into one of the black fog spears. The remaining spears simply flew past Turtledove's body, missing her completely. Boom. Upon collision, Turtledove was forced back by 2 steps. She lost nearly 1,800 HP. In the next moment, however, a healing light touched the Guardian Knight, returning her HP to full status immediately. That is an MT from Zero Wing? Sindhart was astonished as he watched Turtledove handle the agonizing Banshee's attacks so gracefully. When their strongest MT blocked one of the black fog spears, he had lost over 3,400 HP instantly. In addition, due to the incredible speed of the spears, he hadn't been able to avoid the following attacks in time. Generally, he would receive roughly 3 spears, destroying more than half of his HP. On the other hand, Turtledove had neutralized the black fog spears with such ease. The other Immortal Light members were similarly stupefied when they saw Turtledove tank a Great Lord by herself. None of them could believe their eyes. Normally, they needed at least 4 or 5 MTs to rotate tanking a single Great Lord. Even so, there were times when they failed to hold the boss. Turtledove was definitely stronger than they were. However, the members of Immortal Light did not know that Turtledove currently wore a Tier 1 set equipment. Her plate armor was even epic rank. Although equipping the Divine Frost armor had caused Turtledove to lose the final set effect of the Yin-Yang Walker set equipment, the former not only reduced the damage she took, but one of its passive skills also reduced the agonizing Banshee's movement speed and attack speed. Although the black fog spears were quite fast, Turtledove could easily determine the best evasion route with the speed reduction effect. Moreover, Turtledove was a Guardian Knight. Her magic resistance was very high. With over 18,000 HP, she could even survive a direct hit from a Tier 2 spell very quickly. Cola and Turtledove had pinned down the 2 Great Lords. Now, everyone just needed to focus everything they had on 2 bosses. Are those monsters really Great Lords? Blue Bamboo felt as if she were dreaming as she watched Turtledove tank the agonizing Banshee without assistance. Even now, she alone had maintained Turtledove's HP at full. Normally, when she raided High Lords with Autumn Goose and the others, they needed at least 3 healers to focus on a single MT. Even so, their heals were not always sufficient. Yet, despite facing a Great Lord, only she was the only necessary healer to keep Turtledove alive. Autumn Goose also wondered if the agonizing Banshee seemed very weak. She even doubted that the MT needed her assistance as she focused solely on damage. However, Autumn Goose was very aware. The agonizing Banshee was not weak at all. Rather, Zero Wing's members were just that strong, which resulted in such a misconception. Only now did she understand why Ye Feng had been so confident, why all of these experts from Zero Wing were so confident. Now that the MTs had solidified their hold on the bosses, Zero Wing's members had no issue dealing sufficient damage. The assassin class relied on speed to deal massive amounts of damage over time. Fire Dance, however, played the class differently. Standing behind the skeleton general, Fire Dance launched streak after streak of silver light at the Great Lord. Despite the skeleton general's incredible defense, the female assassin's damage was mind-boggling. 9, 480-30, 121-16, 916-20, 518. Ye Feng's damage was also impressive. None of his attacks dealt less than -6,000 damage. From time to time, his chop achieved a critical hit, dealing over -20,000 damage with a single attack. As for the other melee classes like Shadow Sword and Rampant Blade, they never dealt less than -3,000 damage with their powers combined. These several players devoured the Skeleton General's HP of 18 million at a rate visible to the naked eye. Are they even human? The Immortal Light members were astonished. The total damage Ye Feng, Fire Dance, Shadow Sword, Rampant Blade, Blackie, and a few other core members of Zero Wing dealt was higher than their 100-man team's total damage previously. Their attacks had only dealt over -1,000 damage to the Great Lord. Even Sindhart, the most powerful player on the team, had only dealt over -2,000 damage to the Skeleton General. Ye Feng and Fire Dance, however, easily managed tens of thousands of damage. From time to time, they even dealt over -30,000 damage despite the Skeleton General and Agonizing Banshee being two daunting Great Lords. Against Zero Wing, they were no different than helpless common monsters. The two bosses could only struggle against the small team of players. Even with its prided speed and strength, the Skeleton General, in particular, rarely landed a hit on the Guardian Knight Cola due to Fire Dance and Ye Feng's coordinated attacks. Even when the Great Lord used a Tier 2 skill, Cola easily took the hit with a life-saving skill. As for the team's healers, aside from the slight pressure they felt when the Skeleton General used a powerful skill, they needed to do so little to keep their companions alive that they had time to join the attack on the Great Lords. In just 5 minutes, the Skeleton General's HP fell to 30%. Wumian, pin one of them down and leave the other to me. Everyone else, focus on the Skeleton General. Cola is tanking. Ye Feng shouted after seeing the Skeleton General begin to split itself into 3 clones. Although this move was quite powerful, all 3 copies shared the same HP. As long as they had enough players to tank the 3 Skeleton Generals, they could cope. As soon as the Skeleton General had completed its cloning, Yi Wumian lured one away. As for Ye Feng, he activated Heavenly Dragon's power. After all was said and done, a Great Lord was still a Great Lord. Unlike MTs, Ye Feng did not possess any damage reduction skills or very high defense. He didn't have a shield, either. If he wanted to withstand the boss's attacks, he had to rely on his own strength. Unfortunately, he could not contend with a level 43 Great Lord with his normal strength attribute. Only by activating a Berserk skill could he pin a Skeleton General down by himself. Among the many Berserk skills Ye Feng possessed, Heavenly Dragon's power had the shortest cooldown, which was 3 hours. The Power of Darkness had a 6-hour cooldown, whereas Blade Liberation had a 10-hour cooldown. The last one also had side effects he needed to worry about. Hence, Dragon's power was Ye Feng's best option. Moreover, Heavenly Dragon's power was his best-suited Berserk skill for head-on confrontations. It was the best option against bosses. Chapter 8:17, Suffocatingly Explosive Power. What is he trying to do? Sindhart and the others were confused as they watched Ye Feng charge towards a Skeleton General. No swordsman could solo a Great Lord. Even a Berserker, a class famed for its strength, would fly through the air if they tried to block a Great Lord's attack with their weapons. Bang. Ye Feng used Killing Ray to block one of the Skeleton General's descending battle axes. Sure enough, my attributes aren't high enough to deal with this Great Lord. The resulting impact had forced Ye Feng to retreat by 3 steps, his hand numbing slightly. Meanwhile, a damage of over -700 points appeared above his head. However, to Ye Feng, who had close to 50,000 HP after activating Heavenly Dragon's power, such a small amount of damage was nothing. His battle recovery regenerated nearly 500 HP every 5 seconds. Violet Cloud waved her staff, and immediately, a faint golden film blanketed Ye Feng's body. Bluish-green life force flowed into the swordsman. Suddenly, a recovering status appeared over Ye Feng's status bar, recovering over 1,600 HP every 1.5 seconds for 15 seconds. In the blink of an eye, Ye Feng's HP was full. Seeing that its first attack had failed, the Skeleton General swung its other battle axe at Ye Feng violently. Having predicted the Skeleton General's attacks, Ye Feng sidestepped abruptly, using the Abyssal Blade to receive the descending battle axe while thrusting Killing Ray towards the Skeleton General's armor. A streak of blue light flashed. Although Killing Ray could not compare to the fragmented legendary rank 1000 transformations, after equipping a magic device, its sharpness was only slightly weaker than the 1000 transformations. As a result, it easily pierced the skeleton general's robust armor. A critical damage of minus 15,824 points appeared above the skeleton general's head. The Great Lord bellowed, angry with the damage it had received. Suddenly, its battle axes released a strange, smoldering green flame as it swung the weapons at the ground. The ground instantly shattered, flames surging into the sky and covering a radius of 15 yards. Ye Feng had long since prepared for this moment. He jumped up and passed the skeleton general's head. He then used one of Killing Ray's skills, summon lightning. Arcs of blue lightning descended and struck the skeleton general's battle axes. The collision's impact was massive. Ye Feng then utilized the force of the impact to avoid the smoldering flames. He then activated silent steps and appeared behind the skeleton general, the sacred sword in his hand, releasing a dazzling, flaming glow. Flame burst. 15 brilliant explosions discharged behind the skeleton general, one after another. 48, 167-117, 954-49, 715. 15 damages appeared above the general's head, one after another. Killing Ray had a 50% critical rate. In the blink of an eye, the skeleton general lost over 1 million HP. For a time, Autumn Goose, Sindheart, and the others were speechless. They sucked in a breath of cold air, not believing their eyes. Ye Feng's damage was insane. He had dealt over 1 million HP. Even a level 40 chieftain only had so much HP. Ye Feng had the power to instant kill a level 40 chieftain. This power was no longer that of a player. This was the power of a humanoid great lord. However, Ye Feng did not think much of his attack. After all, his strength attribute was almost on par with a chieftain of the same level. After Heavenly Dragon's power doubled his strength, he surpassed ordinary lords of the same level. He had also used his sure kill skill, Flame Burst. Being capable of instant killing a chieftain of the same level was expected. Flame Burst was not called a sure kill skill for no reason. Ye Feng's Flame Burst had heavily wounded the skeleton general. The swordsman had destroyed nearly half of its armor. Several bones beneath the armor had even cracked. Focus on killing my skeleton general. Ye Feng shouted to his team. Not only had the general lost some of its combat power after receiving the several injuries, but its defense had also dropped significantly. Hence, dealing with this skeleton general would be much easier than dealing with the other two. Sure enough, in less than 1 minute, the skeleton general's HP fell below 500,000. Just before the general died, Ye Feng shouted once more, commanding, "Everyone, switch to the Banshee. Turtledove, tank this skeleton general." "What is Big Brother Ye Feng trying to do?" Blue Bamboo asked, confused. If they finished off the skeleton general, it would become much easier to deal with the agonizing Banshee, yet Ye Feng decided not to kill the skeleton general. No matter how she looked at it, the decision was unwise. Blue Bamboo wasn't the only one who was confused. Experts like Thoughtful Rain and Autumn Goose didn't understand either. However, none of Zero Wing's members doubted Ye Feng's command. Immediately, they shifted their focus towards the agonizing Banshee. Turtledove swapped targets with Ye Feng. However, the agonizing Banshee couldn't care less about the sudden change as it continued to attack Turtledove with black fog spears. "I am your opponent." Ye Feng appeared behind Turtledove, the killing ray transforming into numerous streaks of blue light. Ping. 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 Players usually suffered heavy injuries if the black fog spears struck them, yet Ye Feng easily shattered each one. Is this an expert of Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild? Sindheart was astounded. He felt his chest tighten, struggling to breathe. Zero Wing was far more frightening than the rumors make the guild out to bite. Was no wonder why even Emperor's Light, a first-rate guild in the Twin Towers Kingdom, feared Zero Wing, choosing to give up in Star Moon Kingdom entirely. After Ye Feng shattered the black fog spears, he vanished, abruptly reappearing before the agonizing Banshee. Arcs of blue electricity circled his body. Tier 2 taboo skill, Instant Strike. For 3 seconds, Ye Feng's attack speed increased by 500%, and his damage increased by 400% before the agonizing Banshee could react. Over a dozen streaks of blue light wrapped around her body. 21-046-43, 248-42, 987. In the blink of an eye, the agonizing Banshee's aggro shifted to Ye Feng. However, even though Ye Feng now held the Great Lord's aggro, the situation had not changed. The agonizing Banshee was a magical class monster. Even as a Great Lord, her strength could not compare to Ye Feng's while he had a berserk skill active. As the Banshee began to cast another spell, Ye Feng struck, interrupting her casting for 3 whole seconds. The agonizing banshee could not use a single spell. Instead, she lost more than 1,000,000 HP suddenly. Fire Dance appeared behind the agonizing banshee, launching a sneak attack at the back of the Great Lord's head and forcing her into a fainted state for 2 seconds. She then used the Tier 1 skill, 5-star burst, 16/7/18-34, 297. 5 numbers appeared above the agonizing banshee's head in quick succession, only slightly lower than the damage of Ye Feng's normal attacks while in a berserk state, following which, the agonizing banshee received a one-sided beating, her HP draining like flowing water. When her HP reached 30%, the Great Lord was thoroughly enraged. As the agonizing banshee released a piercing scream, a massive black magic array appeared in the sky. Everyone immediately felt their strength leave their bodies. Crap. This spell absorbs players' stamina. Fire Dance immediately noticed the abnormality. If players ran out of stamina, even with godlike combat power, they were helpless at this rate. They'd run out of stamina in 30 seconds. After that, they would be sheep for the slaughter. Not today. Ye Feng, who had long since prepared for such a situation, switched to the aura of time and activated absolute time, freezing the mana fluctuations in the surrounding area. Although absolute time's duration on a Great Lord was less than 10 seconds, interrupting the agonizing banshee's mana channeling was enough. After losing its supply of mana, the gigantic magic array in the sky gradually dissipated. Seeing this, the members of Immortal Light finally understood how presumptuous they had been. Thinking that they could raid South Lake City's Great Lord, seconds flew by. Finally, both the agonizing banshee and skeleton general's HPs were below 100,000. Ye Feng activated Divine Providence, significantly increasing his luck attribute. He then used Thundering Flash to finish off the agonizing banshee, before following up with a Thunder Flame explosion on the skeleton general. After a momentary struggle, the agonizing banshee and the skeleton general fell to the ground, one after the other, dropping several items around their bodies. Chapter 818, Abyss Set. Chapter 818, Abyss Set. It's over? Autumn Goose wondered if she were dreaming as she stared at the 2 fallen Great Lords before her in the current God's domain. Great Lord struck fear into every player's heart. Even a 100-man elite team, led by an expert, would find it extremely difficult to defeat one. They might even be annihilated. Yet, now, this team of 20 players had defeated 2 Great Lords simultaneously. Moreover, a few of the team members had held back. No matter how she looked at this situation, it simply could not be real. Looking at it now, Autumn Goose found that the Wind God's spear simply could not compare to Zero Wing in terms of strength. They lived in entirely different worlds. If not for Thoughtful Rain, they probably would never have met Ye Feng and the other core members of Zero Wing. When she thought back to how they had tried to persuade Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo to leave Zero Wing and join the Wind God's spear, she could not help her embarrassment. Rain, hurry up and collect their life force. If you do not collect them within 5 minutes after the Great Lords die, you will lose your chance. Ye Feng hurriedly reminded his companion. Thoughtful Rain finally woke from her daze as she retrieved the giant, pitch-black egg and collected the life force of the 2 Great Lords while Thoughtful Rain collected the dissipating life force. Ye Feng gathered the loot the 2 bosses had dropped. The 2 Great Lords had dropped a total of 7 pieces of equipment. Although this did not seem much, in the Abyss battlefield, this was a considerable harvest. It was easier to find high-ranking monsters in the Abyss battlefield than it was elsewhere. Hence, the drop rate of the top-ranking monsters had been reduced. With the increase in levels, monsters' drop rate for weapons and equipment also decreased. The drops this time are fairly nice. Joy surfaced on Ye Feng's face after he finished appraising the items with his omniscient eyes. Among the 7 pieces of equipment, 5 were level 40 fine gold equipment. They had even obtained a piece of level 40 dark gold weaponized spirit staff, dark gold rank. Level 40. Attack power plus 1045. Strength plus 51, agility plus 47, intelligence plus 92, vitality plus 87, endurance plus 66. Casting speed increased by 15%, magic damage increased by 20%, casting range plus 5. When casting, 20% chance to obtain the power of frost, causing 220% frost damage and reducing target's movement speed by 30% for 5 seconds. Additional passive skill dash. Frost Blessing, increases ice-type spell effects by 30% additional active skill dash. Waterfall, causes 300% frost damage every second in a radius of 20 yards for 8 seconds, freezing everyone within range for 10 seconds. Effective radius increases by 10 yards every second cooldown, 3 hours. Once Ye Feng shared the Ice Spirit Staff's information in the team chat, everyone fell speechless. Although the staff's basic attributes are average at best, it increases all of them. Moreover, its active skill is insane. This is the first time I've seen a skill that can cover a radius of 100 yards. Even Stars of Light can't compare to this waterfall. If one uses waterfall on a battlefield, it will devastate the enemy forces. It's a pity, though. It would be amazing if it were an epic ranked staff. Large-scale destruction spells were priceless treasures to every guild in God's domain, not to mention Waterfall, a spell with so much AoE range. On a battlefield, this spell could easily wipe out several thousands of players in a battle of 10 or 20,000 players. This spell could decide the victor on its own. The active skill was worth more than an epic item. Ye Feng chuckled as he watched everyone admire the Ice Spirit Staff's active skill. Among the 7 pieces of equipment and weapons, the Ice Spirit Staff's active skill was astonishing. However, rather than the Ice Spirit Staff, what surprised Ye Feng was the dark gray breastplate. A faint, bloody glow surrounded the armor, giving the equipment a creepy feeling. Sure enough, Divine Providence is a godly skill. Ye Feng could not help but sigh. He then shared the statistics of this item through the team chat. Upon seeing the breastplate's attributes, even the excellently geared core members gasped. Abyss Armor, Breastplate. Level 40, Level 60. Equipment Requirement, Strength 700. Defense plus 1240, Level 40. Magic Resistance plus 10. Strength plus 42, Endurance plus 40, Agility plus 35. Abyss Set Equipment. Level 40, Level 60. Equipment Requirement, Berserker. Set consists of 8 parts: head, shoulders, chest, hands, wrists, waist, legs, and feet. Set effect. 2-piece effect, increases all attributes by 10%. 4-piece effect, all skill damage increased by 20%, attack speed increased by 20%, and movement speed increased by 15%. 6-piece effect, obtain Abyss Rampage skill, increases all attributes by 100% and gain immunity to all control effects for 1 minute. Cooldown, 5 hours. 8-piece effect, obtain Blade of Abyss skill, transforms equipped weapon into the Blade of Abyss, increasing strength attribute by 300%, attack speed by 100%, and attack range by 10 yards for 15 seconds. Cooldown, 3 hours. What a powerful set. Blackie nearly drooled when he saw read the Abyss Set Equipment's information. The breastplate's basic attributes were only the equivalent of a dark gold item. However, as one obtained more pieces of the set, their combat power would grow exponentially. If one gathered all 8 pieces, although the set's basic attributes might not compare to epic items, the boost it granted would only be slightly weaker than a set of epic equipment. Of course, it is strong. This set equipment is purely intended to increase violence. Even the Tier 1 set equipment for Berserkers cannot compare to the Abyss set. After reaching Tier 2 at level 50, no Tier 1 set equipment will be able to compete with the Abyss set. Ye Feng explained the Abyss set equipment was the battlefield's representative equipment. Moreover, it was not exclusively for Berserkers. All classes had their own Abyss sets, and their attributes were all specialized for violence. These sets were extremely well suited for PvP. However, the Abyss set's drop rates were extremely low. It was practically impossible to collect all 8 set pieces for a single class. If one could collect 6 pieces of a set, they could increase their prowess in combat far more than with a Tier 1 set equipment. After all, the Tier 1 set equipment only consisted of 5 pieces. If one gathered all 8 pieces of an Abyss set, they would be practically invincible in PvP fights. I wonder if we'll gather a complete set. Aqua Rose was eager to find out if they gathered all 8 pieces and let either Rampant Blade or Shadow Sword equip the set, the Berserker's abilities would soar, becoming one of the guild's top fighters. Most likely, aside from Ye Feng and Fire Dance, nobody in the guild would be able to match them. Alright, rest up. We're going to look for the next great lord soon, Ye Feng commanded as he stored the equipment. Meanwhile, Immortal Light's members, who had watched from a distance, had not recovered from their shock after watching Zero Wing easily defeat the two Great Lords. Their team of 100 had failed to defeat even one Great Lord, yet Zero Wing had taken two down at once with a team of 20. The difference between their guilds was like the difference between heaven and earth. Sindheart suddenly said, "Follow me." Chapter 819, City Deed. Chapter 819, City Deed. Huh? Why are they heading our way? Aqua Rose asked when she saw the members of Immortal Light approach their team. Jokingly, she said, "Are they going to try to plunder our loot? If they try to rob us, I won't mind giving them a final send-off." Fire Dance laughed as she unsheathed her 1,000 transformations that hung from her waist. Although the Immortal Light players were relatively strong, she was more than enough to annihilate their team. Moreover, she looked forward to the day someone tried to rob them. Previously, she had found plenty of inspiration during her time in the Dark Arena. This was the perfect opportunity to test some of her ideas. They shouldn't be that stupid. They should be able to tell the difference between our strength and theirs. Ye Feng laughed as he watched his teammates prepare for a fight. Sindheart would be one of the 12 sacred elementalists of God's domain in the future. If he lacked the necessary insight to tell the difference in strength between their teams, he would never have been able to make Immortal Light a famous, first-rate guild in the Twin Towers Kingdom. Thank you for your help. If not for you guys holding off those two Great Lords, none of us would be alive right now. Sindheart immediately expressed his gratitude upon arriving before Zero Wing's team, his tone containing a hint of respect. Sindheart's expert companions also stared at Zero Wing's members with reverence. The heavy pressure Fire Dance emitted, in particular, made them breathless. If these teams fought each other, they would most likely die in an instant. It's nothing. Ye Feng shrugged. If you guys are looking for Great Lords, we can help, Sindheart offered. On our way here, we encountered quite a number of Great Lords. Only, these Great Lords resided in concentrated areas. It's highly likely that you'll attract a second Great Lord while dealing with the first. Saying so, Sindheart sent Ye Feng the coordinates of those several Great Lords. Thanks. Ye Feng rejoiced when he received the coordinates. Sindheart had given him the coordinates for 7 Great Lords. This would save them a lot of time searching for these bosses. Glad to be of help. Sindheart smiled. I don't believe that you came over here just to give me these Great Lords' locations. What's on your mind? Ye Feng asked. He could not help but laugh when he saw Sindheart's hesitation in the past. Even he had looked up to Sindheart. Countless small guilds had tried to gain Immortal Light's favor, yet now, watching this man struggle with his desire to ask for help, Ye Feng could not help but sigh. Hearing Ye Feng saying so, Sindheart released his tension with a sigh of his own and said, "In truth, aside from thanking you for the help, I wanted to ask something of Zero Wing. Although this may be sudden, I don't have any better options right now." "Guild leader, are you really going to ask?" one of the guild's upper echelons asked with surprise. "If they refuse and news of this leaks, we'll be in big trouble. Do you think we have any other choice?" Sindheart grumbled, a deep sense of powerlessness touching his expression. He did not want to do this, either. However, he could not think of a better plan. Only after encountering Zero Wing and seeing how powerful the guild was did he find hope. This might very well be their last opportunity to escape their dire situation. The other upper echelons fell silent. Although they wanted to argue their guild leader's decision, they could not bring themselves to do so. However, this had certainly captured Ye Feng's interest. He could understand if Sindheart simply wanted to form a connection with Zero Wing. However, for a prideful person like Sindheart to place all his hopes in a stranger, the situation must be severe. Moreover, Ye Feng was familiar with Sindheart's personality. He was not someone who would simply bow out of a challenge. Even when Immortal Light had fought a first-rate guild, Sindheart had refused to lower his head. He prioritized bonds and friendship over personal benefits. Otherwise, he would not have risked Immortal Light's extinction just to help an allied guild resist a first-rate guild. God's domain was only a game. Ye Feng could not imagine what could cause someone like Sindheart to despair. "I wish to sell several plots of land in the Twin Towers Kingdom. I will sell these lands at 90% market price. I'd like to offer them to Zero Wing in exchange for coins or top-tier equipment of the same value," Sindheart finally said after a long moment of silence. "Sell land?" Ye Feng was curious. Since when had Sindheart become a land broker? If they're rubbish lands, Zero Wing is not interested. Please rest assured, the lands are in Snowfield City and have a lot of potential, Sindhart said as he took out several Snowfield City deeds. These are close to the Underground Arena, the Adventurers Association, the Auction House, and the War God's Temple. Have you lost your minds? You're actually selling these? Blackie could not help his shock after seeing the deeds. Currently, most of the lands in major NPC cities with potential had been purchased already. It was extremely difficult to buy these lands even if one could afford them. With God's Domain's blazing popularity, more people would join the game in the future. The value of these lands would soar in less than half a year. These lands would be worth several times their current value. It was especially true for the lands in Twin Towers Kingdom's third-ranking city, Snowfield City. Yet, Immortal Light wanted to sell away these lands, at 90% market price no less. This was simply inconceivable. They are indeed good plots of land. However, why are you trying to sell them to Zero Wing? Ye Feng asked. The Twin Towers Kingdom and Star Moon Kingdom shared many aspects. Both were medium-sized kingdoms. Although Snowfield City was no match for White River City in terms of status, it was its kingdom's third-ranking city. Many organizations would offer a high price for these lands. Sindhart fell silent for a moment. Shortly after, he sighed and said, "It's not that I don't want to sell them, but nobody is willing to buy them." Why? The value of these lands will only increase in the future. Why doesn't anyone want to purchase them? Aqua Rose asked, slightly surprised. Even the lands in the 20th ranking city in the Twin Towers Kingdom would be highly sought after, much less the valuable lands in the third ranking city. Aqua Rose had personally ventured to other kingdoms to purchase several plots of land for the Candlelight trading firm, so she understood how popular these lands were because none of them wished to earn the ire of the Super Guild King's return. Sindhart said helplessly when Zero Wing's members heard Sindhart's words. They were dumbfounded. King's Return was a veteran super guild. Even a super first-rate guild like the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was nothing in comparison. Moreover, the King's Return's headquarters was in the Glory Empire, an empire located only a short distance away from Star Moon Kingdom and the Twin Towers Kingdom. Ye Feng was similarly shocked by this revelation. A small guild like Immortal Light had actually provoked a super guild like King's Return. No matter how he thought about it, this shouldn't be possible. Moreover, it would be child's play for King's Return to wipe Immortal Light out of existence. Immortal Light was no threat to the Super Guild at all. Gnashing his teeth, Sindhart stated, "I don't want much for these 5 plots of lands. I only ask for 13,000 gold." Chapter 820, A Group of Lunatics. Guild Leader. Sindhart's asking price shocked the several upper echelons he had with him. These were 5 high-potential, golden lands. "I know what I'm doing." Sindhart barked. Having made up his mind originally, he had intended to raid Great Lords for some level 40 top-tier equipment and sell the items. However, they were not strong enough to take down level 40-plus Great Lords. The only option they had left to earn a large sum of coins quickly was to sell these 5 plots of land. However, they could not sell the land to anyone in the Twin Towers Kingdom. King's Return had already declared their stance in the Twin Towers Kingdom, and nobody was willing to provoke the Super Guild. However, with Zero Wing's strength, even a super first-rate guild like the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had been forced to back down. Hence, Zero Wing should not fear King's Return at all. Moreover, only a large guild like Zero Wing had the financial strength to spend 13,000 gold. Zero Wing occupied a treasured land like the Stone Forest town. The magic crystals and coins the town generated could tempt even first-rate guilds. Although there were guilds in their kingdom that did not fear King's Return, these guilds would need a relatively long time to gather the required money. Unfortunately, Sindhart could not afford to wait 13,000 gold. Ye Feng had never expected Sindhart to sell these lands for so little. Based on the current market, these lands were roughly worth 20,000 gold. Even at that price, many people would fight over them. Now, however, Sindhart wanted to sell them for 13,000 gold. Ye Feng could profit greatly if he bought them. Not to mention, Star Moon Kingdom and the Twin Towers Kingdom were neighbors. These lands could benefit Zero Wing when it expanded towards the Twin Towers Kingdom. It seems that Sindhart has been backed into a corner. Ye Feng could more or less understand Sindhart's current predicament after seeing the man's anxiety in Ye Feng's previous life. However, Immortal Light had never ceased to exist. This showed that King's Return had not wiped out Immortal Light in the past. Moreover, he had never heard of King's Return attacking Immortal Light. Immortal Light had most likely relied on itself to solve this problem. Alright, we'll buy these 5 plots of land. Ye Feng nodded. Only, we'll need some time to prepare such a large sum. Why don't we conduct the trade in 3 days? 3 days? Sindhart pondered for a moment. Quickly, his tense expression relaxed as he responded, "Thank you. I'll visit Zero Wing personally." Following which, Sindhart led his guild members away from South Lake City guild leader. "Are we really going to oppose King's Return?" Aqua Rose asked Ye Feng through a private message. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion could not compare to King's Return. Moreover, Glory Empire was not far from Star Moon Kingdom. Once mounts were available in God's domain, the Super Guild's threat to Zero Wing would not be a laughing matter. Don't worry. We're just conducting business. If we stop doing business just because a Super Guild demanded it, we might as well give up competing for dominance over God's domain, Ye Feng said, shaking his head. Moreover, this isn't a major issue. If King's Return were truly angry, it would have annihilated Immortal Light already. If the Super Guild struck, Immortal Light would have no power to resist. Sindhart had helped him in the past. Now, he was only returning the favor. Moreover, he could make a huge profit with this trade and secure Sindhart's gratitude. If Sindhart owed him a debt, he might be able to poach Sindhart into Zero Wing in the future. Why wouldn't he accept such an offer? Indeed. If we can obtain those 5 plots of land, the Candlelight trading firm can start its development in the Twin Towers Kingdom. Aqua Rose agreed with Ye Feng's reason. Zero Wing was no longer the weak, little guild it had been. If they cowered from such a small issue, developing the guild in the future would be a problem. If King's Return truly wanted to deal with Zero Wing, it would have to consider its options carefully. The Super Guild was not powerful enough to annihilate Zero Wing in Star Moon Kingdom. Zero Wing really is amazing. They're not even afraid of King's Return. Deathwind had never imagined that Ye Feng would agree to Sindhart's offer so decisively. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. The Wind God's spear was already impressive for standing up against the first-rate guilds in the Dark Knight Empire. However, Zero Wing was far more amazing. The guild was not even afraid of the titans of the virtual gaming world. I wonder when the Wind God's spear will conduct itself like Zero Wing? Deathwind's mind wandered. Maybe joining a guild like Zero Wing isn't a bad idea. At this moment, Autumn Goose envied Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo. After Immortal Light departed, Ye Feng led the team on a hunt for more Great Lords. With the coordinates Sindhart had provided, the team quickly cleared a path towards these Great Lords. The Great Lords behind city walls were no challenge for Zero Wing's core members. The only issue they encountered was their berserk skills cooldowns. Fortunately, however, not every Great Lord required their berserk skills for 2 days. Ye Feng and the others spent their time either killing Great Lords or clearing a path through random monsters towards Great Lords. Time passed leisurely as they learned more about each other over these 2 days. Their experience bars had risen rapidly due to the large mobs of monsters they killed. Not only had Ye Feng reached level 40, but Aqua Rose and the others had also hit level 40. This is the last one. Thoughtful Rain looked at the fallen Great Lord as she collected her 20th Great Lord's life force. Oh, not bad. We actually got another Abyss set piece, Ye Feng said after appraising the 3 pieces of equipment he had picked up. Smiling, he said, "Now, we only need 2 more to complete the Abyss set for Berserkers." Although he had used Divine Providence for every Great Lord they had killed during the past 2 days, the Abyss set equipment's drop rate was simply too low. Even with his boosted luck attribute, a limited number of pieces had dropped. Fortunately, the Great Lords in South Lake City only seemed to drop the Abyss set for Berserkers. Otherwise, they would not have gathered 6 pieces. Our job is finally done here. Autumn Goose released a sigh of relief after watching Thoughtful Rain collect the final life force. If not for Zero Wing's help, they would never have killed 20 level 40 Great Lords in 3 days. In the end, the level 100, Tier 3 NPC would have hunted them down until they quit God's domain. However, after realizing that they had completed their quest, Autumn Goose was slightly disappointed. While grinding monsters and raiding bosses with Ye Feng and his team, not only had they enjoyed chatting with each other, but she had also learned several techniques from Zero Wing's core members. Now that their quest was complete, they would have to go their separate ways, and she could not help her slight reluctance. "Leader, since we have completed the quest, it's time to deal with the other issue, right?" Fire Dance asked as she turned to the gigantic bone dragon in the sky, a glint of excitement flashing in her eyes. The rest of the team laughed at Fire Dance's jubilance. It was definitely not their style to leave a Grand Lord alone. To avoid any unnecessary risks, they had avoided challenging the Frostbone Dragon. Now that they had finished their main objective, however, they had to kill the Grand Lord. That's a level 45 Grand Lord you're talking about. Autumn Goose could not believe that these members from Zero Wing actually considered raiding the dragon. They were insane. How can we possibly win against that with so few people? It might have been impossible before, but it is definitely possible now, Ye Feng said, laughing. He then retrieved a dark gold flute from his bag. Complex runes decorated the flute, and it emitted a faint pressure. Chapter 821, Demonic Flame Tiger. Is it really possible? Autumn Goose muttered doubtfully. Chills crawled down her spine despite the Frostbone Dragon being so far away, her instincts constantly warning her of the danger. Every time the bone dragon flapped its massive wings, the sounds of explosions rang through the air. Even a fool could see the difference between the Grand Lord and a mere Great Lord. The two were on entirely different levels. Ye Feng understood this fact as well. The Frostbone Dragon was South Lake City's final boss. Of course, it wouldn't be an easy opponent. Fortunately, however, he had two powerful trump cards. They still had a chance of victory. Moreover, it wouldn't be a major issue if they died. At worst, they would be teleported out of the Abyss battlefield. They would not suffer the usual death penalties, following which, Ye Feng played the dark gold flute, the sweet sound echoing throughout South Lake City. Roar. With a roar, a golden magic array appeared before Ye Feng. Suddenly, a massive black tiger leaped out of the array. The massive tiger stood over 4 meters tall. Black flames covered its razor-sharp claws, exquisite black armor wrapped around its body. Just by standing there, the tiger's flames increased the surrounding temperature significantly. The ground beneath its feet melted under the scorching heat. The tiger was too hot to approach. What's that? Everyone was stunned by the sudden appearance of the black, flaming beast. Its amount, of course. Ye Feng walked up to the giant tiger and rubbed the soft fur on its head. He was quite satisfied with his mount. Demonic Flame Tiger, Dark Gold Mount. Level 40. HP 1-020-000/1-020-000. In the past, the best mount Ye Feng had ridden was only fine gold rank. In this life, however, he had obtained a dark gold mount after killing Noya, a guardian boss in the Dark Den. Mounts were extremely useful to players in field battles, especially a dark gold mount. Even a bronze mount already possessed certain combat capabilities, assisting players in battle. After reaching dark gold rank, the mount was the equivalent of a chieftain of the same level. Although a chieftain might not be anything to a top-tier expert, a dark gold mount's true power did not lie in its damage-dealing abilities. Such a thing was only useful to ordinary players. The true value of a dark gold mount lay in its support skills. Having a dark gold mount was the equivalent of having a player with support skills by one side. Sure enough, a dark gold mount's skills are very powerful. Ye Feng was slightly surprised after he examined the Demonic Flame Tiger's skill menu. A level 40 fine gold mount only had 2 support skills. One was single target skill, while the other was an AoE skill. However, a level 40 dark gold mount had 3 support skills, with one being a single target skill and the other 2 being AoE skill synergy, passive skill. While within 100 yards of the Demonic Flame Tiger, all attributes of owner increase by 10%. Battle Roar. The Demonic Flame Tiger releases a deafening roar. All allies within 20 yards experience a 20% damage increase, movement speed increased by 20%, and attack speed increased by 30% for 10 minutes cooldown, 30 minutes. Dark Blessing. All allies within 20 yards gain 100 points of magic resistance, 20% damage reduction, and all attributes increased by 10% for 30 minutes cooldown, 10 hours. These 3 skills alone could raise the strength of the entire team by a huge margin. This was the value of Dark Gold Mount's A mount? Everyone's jaws dropped when they heard Ye Feng's explanation. This can't be true, right? The Demonic Flame Tiger before them looked absolutely stunning. Moreover, they felt a heavy pressure from it. Based on its HP, it should be at least as powerful as a chieftain. A monster like the Demonic Flame Tiger could even serve as the boss in a party dungeon, yet such a powerful monster was actually a mount. This shattered any knowledge they had about mounts. What rank is this mount? Secret silver? Fine gold? Everyone nearly drooled as they stared at the demonic flame tiger. With its imposing might and its majestic appearance, the demonic tiger would be the center of attention regardless of where it was. It's just dark gold rank, Ye Feng said as he tapped the demonic flame tiger's front paw. The demonic tiger obediently bent down before Ye Feng, its dignified behavior vanishing. Ye Feng's team members shot him a disdainful glare. It's just dark gold rank? Even though they had already reached level 40, none of them even had a common mount. They just hoped to obtain a bronze or mysterious iron mount. They wouldn't even dare dream of owning a secret silver mount, let alone a fine gold mount. They had never even expected to see a dark gold mount. After we leave the battlefield, I must find my own dark gold mount to show off. Blackie declared as he drooled over the demonic flame tiger that was the size of a small house. He could not help but fantasize about riding his own demonic tiger down White River City streets. He would be the object of everyone's envy. Just the thought gave him chills. The other team members nodded in agreement. The horses one could buy in cities were garbage compared to the demonic flame tiger. Only a mount like the demonic flame tiger could be considered a real mount. This is not the time for this. Everyone, head to your appointed locations. Aqua, cast Song of Sprites on me. Ye Feng commanded. The epic ranked staff Song of Beatrice he had previously given Aqua Rose had a very powerful skill, the Song of Sprites. It could amplify the effects of a specific spell. When used on large-scale destruction spells and summoning skills, this skill was incredibly powerful. Ye Feng had long since used up his magic amplification scroll. The Song of Sprites was the perfect skill to replace it, following which, Ye Feng summoned the Demon Gate. Aqua Rose used Song of Sprites on Ye Feng, instantly buffing the demon's summoning by 300%. In the next moment, a Tier 3 battle demon wielding a two-handed sword in one hand emerged from the Demon Gate. Battle Demon. Level 55. HP 14,000/14,000,000. It was a success. Seeing the Tier 3 battle demon step away from the Demon Gate, Ye Feng used the Bible of Darkness's ability to rob the battle demon of its will, turning it into a puppet. Is this Ye Feng and these core members' true strength? The instant the battle demon appeared, Autumn Goose, Thoughtful Rain, and the others were stunned. A Tier 3 demon was the equivalent of a Great Lord-ranked monster. It was also level 55. That monster could kill them instantly. Just how powerful is Zero Wing? Autumn Goose and the others struggled with their shock. Only now did they finally understand why Zero Wing's members had been so calm against all of those great lords. They even wanted to take on the Frostbone Dragon. With such a powerful summoned monster, even with so few members, it was not entirely impossible to defeat the level 45 Grand Lord. Chapter 822, Adjudicator. Glory Empire, Imperial Capital Light City. As the main headquarters of the Super Guild Kings return, Light City's prosperity surpassed even that of the Black Dragon Empire's imperial capital. The player population alone exceeded the capital's by 15 million. The player population wasn't the only indicator of Light City's prosperity. Players' levels also displayed the city's success. Currently, God's Domain's mainstream players were around level 32, while some of the more powerful elite players had reached level 35. However, if one wandered the streets of Light City, they would easily spot level 35 elite players. From time to time, one would also notice level 36 or level 37 independent players. The capital cities of various kingdoms and ordinary empires could not hold a candle to Light City. The reason behind the high levels of Light City's players was none other than the Super Guild Kings' return. Super Guilds had very long histories in the virtual gaming world. Normally, these super guilds had their own means of nurturing experts, and they had no need to recruit powerful players from elsewhere. Moreover, the experts who enjoyed super guilds' nurturing would always rank as the top rookies of the year in the virtual gaming world, instantly becoming well-known experts. Their personal value would soar by several times. Countless players held this long-cherished dream of gaining overnight fame and riches. Hence, every year, swarms of young players would take part in the internal exam of super guilds, fighting to gain membership and participate in the guild's expert training programs. Aside from nurturing its own experts from scratch, King's Return, a super guild that had already existed for a long time, did recruit some experts from elsewhere as well. These experts would become internal members and receive a multitude of resources. If any of these experts became one of the year's top newcomers, they might even earn the privilege of becoming one of the guild's upper echelons. If that happened, they would not have to worry about a lack of money for the rest of their lives. Aqua, Rose, and Purple Eye were both such players. However, they had chosen their own paths. Hence, after finishing their training and paying a certain price, they left their super guild. Meanwhile, King's Return was once again recruiting experts. Hence, many players throughout God's domain had come to Light City, hoping to join King's Return. There was no lack of expert players among the crowd. Currently, many players were lined up inside King's Return's guild residence, giving the place a lively atmosphere. However, when two men entered the guild residence's main hall, the room fell silent, every gaze shifting towards these two people. Of these two, one was a middle-aged man wearing black armor. He also carried a great sword with inscribed runes, a chill radiating from the weapon. This man was a level 38 berserker. A handsome, younger man stood beside the berserker with an unruly temperament. The young man carried a staff made of sapphire crystal and wore a set of gray mage robes. Faint arcs of gray electricity surrounded his body. This man was a level 38 elementalist. Even in the entire Glory Empire, these people's level could rank at the very top. I assent that the Thunder Sword, Broken City? I actually get to meet one of King's Return's upper echelons. I'm so lucky today. The person beside Broken City seems to be the newly promoted Adjudicator of King's Return, Hell Fiend. I never thought that he would be so handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend? Immediately, the various players in the main hall fell into heated discussions among themselves, reverence filling their eyes as they gazed at the two latest arrivals. Every one of these players dreamed of joining the ranks of King's Return's upper echelons or obtaining the title of the guild's Adjudicator one day. Hell Fiend, in particular, had obtained the position of King's Return's Adjudicator at such a young age. This had been unheard of in the Super Guild's long history. Generally, experts could become an Adjudicator only after many years of arduous training. The title should be out of the reach of a rookie like Hell Fiend, yet the youth had managed to obtain it under the crowd's watchful eye. Broken City and Hell Fiend walked into a small meeting room. A man in a black cloak had been waiting in the meeting room for quite some time. When this man noticed the two people enter the room, he immediately stood to welcome them. Hand me the files and items. Also, give me a summary of the situation, Broken City commanded gruffly. Understood, the cloaked man nodded. He then handed over a box and a folder before saying, originally, the plan had proceeded quite smoothly. However, Sindhart encountered Zero Wing's upper echelons. Moreover, Zero Wing's people agreed to Sindhart's offer, and they are willing to purchase the 5 plots of land. Sindhart will be to Zero Wing to complete the trade today. Do those people from Zero Wing not know about our warning? Hell Fiend asked coldly, frowning. Sindhart had taken the initiative to reveal the situation to them. However, Zero Wing agreed to the purchase on the spot as if King's Return means nothing to them, the cloaked man reported anxiously, sweat beading on his forehead as he felt the weight of Hell Fiend's gaze. Peng. Zero Wing is taking us too lightly. Rage flashed in Hell Fiend's eyes as he slammed his staff into the ground, cracking it. There is no reason to be anxious. They have yet to conduct the trade, so we still have time to do something about it. I'll have someone send Zero Wing's guild leader a light warning. I believe Zero Wing will make the right choice, Broken City said, chuckling. If Zero Wing truly refuses to listen, it won't be too late for us to act. I understand, Uncle Broken, Hell Fiend said as he suppressed the rage in his heart. To him, this matter was of utmost importance. If Zero Wing dared to interfere, he did not mind annihilating the upstart guild. Elsewhere, Ye Feng directed his team's battle preparations. Fire, Flying, Minor, lure the surrounding monsters to us. Rain, get ready to use Waterfall. Blackie, get ready to use Stars of Light. After Ye Feng summoned the Tier 3 Battle Demon, he did not rush to take on the Frostbone Dragon. A level 45 Grand Lord was simply too powerful for current players. Furthermore, the slightest mistake while the team fought inside a monster next could result in a team wipe. Clearing the surrounding monsters was a must, particularly when facing a guardian boss like the Frostbone Dragon. All guardian bosses possessed a similar ability, Life Devour. If a team did not respond to this passive skill appropriately, it would not matter how many players charged at a guardian boss. Everyone would simply charge towards their graves. Life Devour allowed Guardian bosses to absorb all life force within a radius of 1,000 yards. Be they players or monsters, all those in range would lose 1% of their HPs every 3 seconds. Meanwhile, the Guardian boss would absorb this HP. Hence, when going up against a Guardian boss, too many people was not always a good thing. Guardian bosses usually had very high HP, chances were high that players could not even deal enough damage to these bosses to overcome their innate battle recovery. Moreover, when fighting a Grand Lord like the Frostbone Dragon, players' stamina consumption rate would be very high. They could not afford to fight a battle of attrition against such bosses. In the end, players would die from exhaustion. Finally, after over an hour, Ye Feng's team managed to clear all of the monsters within the Frostbone Dragon's range of activity. Move out. Following which, Ye Feng directed the Battle Demon to charge at the Frostbone Dragon. He also activated the demonic Flame Tiger's Battle Roar and Dark Blessing immediately. The entire team's attributes and magic resistance rose by a large margin. Chapter 823, Monster Level Battle. Groar. When the Battle Demon was within 200 yards of the boss, the Frostbone Dragon sensed the demon's presence. As it released a furious roar, the Grand Lord flapped its massive bone wings. The generated gust prevented the Battle Demon from approaching before the wind came to an end. The Frostbone Dragon stretched open its jaws suddenly. A storm broke out, covering a 200-yard radius, and a seemingly endless amount of mana gathered in the Bone Dragon's mouth. Damn it, it's using dragon breath. Realizing what he was seeing, Ye Feng hurriedly shouted, "Everyone, get away from the Bone Dragon's front." Ye Feng's command confused Aqua, Rose and the others. They were currently over 300 yards away from the Grand Lord. At such a distance, the Bone Dragon's attack should not be a threat. However, seeing Ye Feng's anxious expression, the Zero-Wing team did not dare to be careless as they rushed to the sides. Due to Battle Roar and Dark Blessing, everyone's attributes had received a significant boost. Their movement speeds had also increased massively. In the end, they managed to move just as the mana in the Grand Lord's mouth reached a critical level before the team could relax. However, they suddenly felt a chill from behind them, and they could not help their shivers instantly. A beam of white light devoured the buildings behind them. How is this possible? Aqua Rose could not believe her eyes. The 600-yard stretch before the Frostbone Dragon had transformed into a frozen tundra. Had they not dodged the breath attack in time, they would have lost their lives. How can a Grand Lord be so powerful? The crowd gasped collectively. With such a wide and long-ranged AoE attack, even an army of 10,000 players would die instantly. Alright, snap out of it. Let the Battle Demon pin the Frostbone Dragon down. Everyone else, attack from the dragon's sides. Absolutely do not stand in front of it, Ye Feng immediately commanded, not finding the Grand Lord's powerful attack one bit surprising. The Frostbone Dragon ruled over a city. Zerg tactics would never be enough for players to kill it. If not for his ability to summon a Tier 3 demon, he would not risk everyone's lives by provoking such a boss. Although the Frostbone Dragon was more powerful than their team, it was only a level 45 Grand Lord. However, the Tier 3 demon he had summoned was level 55. The difference of 10 levels could, mostly, make up for the difference in rank. Even if he could not exert the Tier 3 demon's full strength, he could use it to pin the boss down as the breath attack ended. The Battle Demon, which Ye Feng had previously moved out of the breath attack's range, arrived before the Grand Lord and used a Tier 3 skill round flash. Countless flashes of light appeared around the Bone Dragon's skull until the monster's head was hidden behind a dazzling silver glow. 592-018. The Frostbone Dragon released a pained cry as its body fell to the ground abruptly, flattening the buildings beneath it. The impact caused South Lake City to tremble. As for Autumn Goose and the others, who had begun their charge towards the Frostbone Dragon, they were momentarily stunned. With a single hit, the Tier 3 demon demolished a small, but visible, chunk of the Frostbone Dragon's HP. This one attack was most likely more powerful than the combined attacks of a player army of thousands. Moreover, this was the first time she had ever seen Tier 3 beings fight against each other. Usually, she only saw players tackle monsters. The shock of watching two monsters face each other was intense. This scene allowed them to realize just how weak players were compared to this great battle. Their previous battles were practically child's play before the Frostbone Dragon, which towered over 100 meters tall. Any player would seem insignificant. The mental pressure the Grand Lord exerted stole their breath. Don't stop. We've entered its frost domain. As long as we remain inside this domain, our stamina will decrease rapidly. Even if we don't move, our stamina will decrease. We need to hurry and get rid of the bone dragon before our stamina runs out. Ye Feng reminded his team as he glanced at Autumn Goose, Thoughtful Rain, and the others, who had stopped moving due to shock. Notify me immediately if any of you run out of stamina during the battle. Yes. Everyone nodded as they regained their focus against such a boss. Aqua Rose and the other core members of Zero Wing fared relatively well. After all, they had raided a Grand Lord before. Only, the Frostbone Dragon was significantly more powerful than that Grand Lord. However, this was the first time Autumn Goose, Death Wind, Gunfire, Thoughtful Rain, and Blue Bamboo had faced a Grand Lord. Fighting against such an oppressive pressure and bathing in such frigid killing intent, even moving became a struggle for them. It would be a miracle if they could even exert 50% or 60% of their usual strength. How can a Grand Lord be so terrifying? Autumn Goose's heart pounded as she watched the bone dragon's mountain-like body. She then looked at Fire Dance and the others, who appeared almost unfazed and were still charging towards the Grand Lord, and she smiled bitterly back. In the Wind God's spear, she had always pursued adventure and excitement. However, compared to the Frostbone Dragon, those adventures had been a walk in the park. This Grand Lord's might was overpowering enough that she felt incredibly powerless. In contrast, despite such an oppressive pressure, Zero Wing's members did not show any signs of slowing. With this, one could easily tell that Zero Wing's members had long since become accustomed to such battles. For some reason, a random thought invoked a strange feeling within Autumn Goose. This was what she has searched for all this time. While Autumn Goose was caught up in her daze, the Frostbone Dragon slammed its massive claws down onto the battle demon. Unable to dodge the attack in time, Ye Feng could only direct the battle demon to defend itself with its weapon boom. 95-164 The ground beneath the battle demon's feet shattered as the demon became embedded into the ground. The surrounding land shook from the impact, a deep fissure forming and spreading towards Autumn Goose. Autumn Goose was momentarily taken aback compared to the Frostbone Dragon's destructive power. The great lords they had defeated earlier were nothing more than harmless kittens. However, Autumn Goose still reacted. Although her movements were sluggish due to the Guardian boss's pressure, she had managed to pull her weapon up before hurting. The incoming shockwave struck and threw Autumn Goose, a damage of -867 appearing above her head. A gasp tore through the watching players. Despite standing so far away, Autumn Goose still received nearly -900 damage after defending herself successfully. If she had failed to lift her weapon in time, she probably would have lost over 4,000 HP in an instant. As for the Frostbone Dragon's claws, even Cola might die instantly if he received a direct hit. Even after activating his Berserk skill and all of his life-saving skills, he would only survive one attack at most. Fortunately, however, they had a Tier 3 demon to take the Bone Dragon's hits for them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have any chance of surviving against the Grand Lord. Ye Feng simply smiled at everyone's reaction. Ordinary bosses could not compare to a Guardian boss. Furthermore, the Frostbone Dragon was a member of the dragon race. It was much stronger than ordinary bosses. Even if Cola reached level 45, he could not tank this boss by himself. At the very least, they needed 3 MTs of equal caliber to handle the Frostbone Dragon. This should be far enough. Ye Feng arrived beside the Bone Dragon and raised the Abyssal Blade. He swung the magic weapon down on the Grand Lord. Abyssal Curse. Chapter 824, Super Large-Scale Destruction Spell. _seal. Ye Feng shouted low. Suddenly, a massive, black magic array appeared beneath the Frostbone Dragon's feet. Even with its gigantic body, the magic array enveloped the Grand Lord, and an endless stream of black fog penetrated the Bone Dragon's body, slowly corroding it. Roar. The Frostbone Dragon struggled, trying to break free from the array's bindings, but no matter how hard it fought, it could not expel the black fog from its body. Everyone on the team immediately used their most powerful skills against the Frostbone Dragon. Lifting his spear, Gunfire leaped into the air and used Beheaded Peng. Although the Frostbone Dragon had received the attack without any resistance, when Gunfire's attack struck the Grand Lord's white bone, it felt as if he had just hit a solid wall. Not only did the attack fail to cause any external damage, but the resulting vibration also inflicted pain to his own hand. His attack had only caused slightly over -700 damage. What kind of defense is this? Horror filled Autumn Goose as she stared at the damage no matter what was said or done. Gunfire was one of the top-ranking experts in the Wind God's spear. He was very well equipped. Even against all those great lords prior to this fight, his beheaded skill always dealt around -2000 damage. Now, however, even after receiving a significant boost to his attributes, his beheaded had only caused around -700 damage. The Frostbone Dragon's defense had to be more than double that of the previous Great Lords. Meanwhile, the Frostbone Dragon had 64 million HP. With its battle recovery alone it could regenerate 640,000 HP every second. Not to mention, since the battle had begun, the Grand Lord had been absorbing 1% of their HP every 3 seconds. With such a powerful recovery, even 100 continuously attacking gunfires would barely scratch the Frostbone Dragon. They would be no threat to the Grand Lord at all. Fire Dance then jumped up from the Frostbone Dragon's right, landing on the Grand Lord's spine, instantly executing Absolute Strike. However, 1000 transformations, which was even sharper than the Sacred Sword Killing Ray, cut at the pearly white bone. The short sword only dug 3 centimeters deep into the bone before coming to a halt. 14,489. Why is there such a huge difference in defense? Fire Dance frowned. Absolute Strike was her most powerful burst skill, yet even after a critical hit, the skill only dealt over -10,000 damage. At this rate, they would die from exhaustion before they could kill the Frostbone Dragon. If this was already the case for Fire Dance, there was no need to mention how little the others could do against the Frostbone Dragon. Everyone's most powerful skills had only managed to deal around -4000 damage to the Grand Lord. Only after including Ye Feng's damage did the team barely deal enough to overcome the Frostbone Dragon's recovery. At this rate, they would need to fight for 5 or 6 hours to kill the Grand Lord. Unfortunately, it would be a miracle if everyone's stamina lasted for 10 minutes. As for the Battle Demon, although it was very strong, the Frostbone Dragon easily blocked the majority of its attacks. It had barely any opportunities to damage the Grand Lord. 2 seconds after Ye Feng activated Abyssal Curse, the Frostbone Dragon's wings shuddered as it broke free from the magic array. Immediately, it swiped its tail at the Battle Demon, launching a more violent attack than before. In the next moment, an afterimage briefly appeared. Before the Battle Demon under Ye Feng's control could react, the Bone Dragon had sent it flying. Everyone had expected the Battle Demon to suffer an intense amount of damage. However, the Battle Demon only lost around 70,000 HP, that was even less than the damage it had received before. The Bone Dragon's attributes have decreased. Aqua Rose stated as she looked at the Frostbone Dragon's HP. Currently, the Grand Lord only had a maximum HP of 57,600,000. Its attributes had been decreased by 10%. The players felt joy bloom in their chests. Their will to fight soared. Even to ordinary players, a 10% attribute drop would significantly affect their combat power, much less for a guardian boss like the Frostbone Dragon. Everyone, activate your berserk skills. Use this opportunity to slay this boss. Ye Feng hurriedly reminded Abyssal Curse could reduce the Frostbone Dragon's attributes for 10 minutes, so if they could not finish the Grand Lord off in these 10 minutes it would become much harder to defeat later. They needed to exert all of their strength now. Following Ye Feng's command, everyone activated their berserk skills at full strength. As for Ye Feng, he activated Heavenly Dragon's Power. Among the several berserk skills Ye Feng had, Dragon's Power increased his strength attribute the most. With the Tier 3 Battle Demon acting as a meat shield, Ye Feng used Silent Steps and appeared directly behind the Frostbone Dragon. Phantom Kill. Flame Burst. Ye Feng and his doppelganger released a series of 30 dazzling explosions on the Bone Dragon's weakened ribcage. 20,484-28, 497-41, 054-57, 149. 30 consecutive hits struck the Frostbone Dragon, instantly stealing a small chunk of the Grand Lord's HP. Aqua Rose used Song of Sprites and cast the Tier 1 spell Soul Cloud. In the next moment, several dozen damages appeared above the Frostbone Dragon's head, each one devouring over 1000 HP. In addition, Aqua Rose summoned 3 blue fire crows and 3 forest sprites. Although each summoned creature could only deal around -1000 damage, with the 6 attacking together, they instantly destroyed over 6000 of the Grand Lord's HP. In terms of damage output, Aqua Rose was only inferior to Ye Feng and Fire Dance. Besides, the blue fire crows were slightly different from the forest sprites. The blue fire crows possessed the growth skill. As time passed, they would increase in rank from elite monsters. The blue fire crow could grow to become lords. At that point, Aqua Rose's damage could even surpass Fire Dance's. Seconds and minutes passed quickly. Under Ye Feng and his team's all-out assault, the Frostbone Dragon's HP quickly fell to 30%. Finally, the Tier 3 Battle Demon was in an extremely miserable state. It currently had less than 20% of its HP remaining. Foolish humans, feel the wrath of the abyss. The Frostbone Dragon bellowed as it suddenly flapped its wings. The Frostbone Dragon instantly appeared above South Lake City. In the next moment, an endless amount of elemental mana surged towards the Frostbone Dragon's body from all directions. At the same time, a deep blue, twofold magic array appeared above South Lake City as well, enveloping the entire space above the city. The violent power radiating from the magic array threw everyone to the ground as if the end of the world had arrived. It's over. How does the Bone Dragon know such a spell? Shock filled Aqua Rose's eyes as she stared at the magic array above South Lake City. With her understanding of magic arrays, she knew that they had absolutely no chance of defending against the Frostbone Dragon spell. They could only wait for death to claim their lives. With spells like this, how can anybody defeat the Frostbone Dragon? The other team members felt similarly powerless as they watched. It was technically not impossible to deal with a super large-scale destruction spell like this. However, with the magic array covering the entire South Lake City, how could they escape the spell's range in time? Ha ha ha. Go on. Flee. Let's see if you can escape the wrath of the abyss. The Frostbone Dragon laughed. I've been waiting for this. Ye Feng's lips curled into a smile. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Immediately, he activated Wind Rider. He then switched the aura of wind to the aura of time before looking at Aqua Rose, saying, "Use Song of Sprites on me." It had already been 5 minutes since Aqua Rose last used Song of Sprites. The skill's cooldown should have ended. Although Aqua Rose did not understand what Ye Feng intended to do, she cast Song of Sprites on him. Ye Feng then flew towards the Frostbone Dragon, which was still in the process of gathering and condensing mana. Absolute time. This was Ye Feng's final trump card against the Frostbone Dragon. If he could not interrupt the Frostbone Dragon's abyssal wrath, a super large-scale destruction spell, trying to deal with the Grand Lord would be sheer lunacy. Immediately, with the Frostbone Dragon as the center, the space within a radius of 300 yards froze. All mana in the area scattered and vanished immediately. No. Due to the sudden loss of mana, the Frostbone Dragon released a pained cry as it suffered a backlash from its spell. Its massive body, which had been over 100 meters in height, suddenly shrunk to only 60 meters or so. Its attributes also fell by 40% as it entered a weakened state for 3 minutes. The Frostbone Dragon's body then crashed to the ground with its combat power greatly reduced. How could the Frostbone Dragon be a challenge for the team from Zero Wing? Even without the Tier 3 Battle Demon, the Frostbone Dragon was no longer a threat at this time. Ye Feng activated the power of darkness, his attributes soaring once more. He then began a rampant assault on the Grand Lord. When the Frostbone Dragon had less than 500,000 HP remaining, Ye Feng activated Divine Providence before using Flame Burst on the Grand Lord, destroying the Grand Lord's final strand of HP. The instant the Frostbone Dragon died, everyone heard the sound of a system notification. Chapter 825, Loot of a Grand Lord. It's finally dead. They could not help but breathe out a sigh of relief when they saw the Frostbone Dragon falling to the ground. The Grand Lord's HP thoroughly depleted as the Frostbone Dragon fell to the ground. Everyone's experience bars had also abruptly increased by a large margin. So much EXP. A golden glow covered Autumn Goose, Death Wind, Gunfire, Thoughtful Rain, and Blue Bamboo as all 5 of them leveled up from level 38 to level 39. Expressions of shock appearing on their faces. Even the combined EXP they gained from killing the 20 Great Lords from before could not compete against the EXP provided by a single Frostbone Dragon. While everyone was celebrating over their success in killing the Frostbone Dragon, a system announcement suddenly surprised everyone. System announcement. Congratulations. You have killed the Guardian Boss Frostbone Dragon. War God's Temple Reputation plus 20 points. Rewarding 5 basic medals of honor. Wow. We've hit the jackpot this time. We got 5 basic medals of honor. Autumn Goose and the others were similarly stunned by this situation. They never imagined that there would be such great rewards for killing the Frostbone Dragon. They had heard that many large guilds had organized massive expeditions to conquer towns. Meanwhile, aside from earning a large amount of honor points, another important reason these guilds were organizing such expeditions was to increase their reputation with the War God's Temple, as well as obtain basic medals of honor. The higher one's War God's Temple reputation was, the more discounts one could obtain when exchanging for items using honor points. At the same time, after one's reputation with the temple reached a certain level, they could also exchange for higher-ranking items. The high-ranking items available for exchange would tempt even top-tier expert players, much less ordinary expert players. For example, battlefield mounts, rare skills, high-ranking rare potions, and many other items could not be found on the market. Although a battlefield mount was only useful in the Abyss battlefield, the quality of the mount itself was very high. Players could exchange for a bronze mount right from the onset. As one's War God's Temple reputation increased, one could even exchange for a dark gold mount. These mounts could increase a player's combat power in the Abyss battlefield significantly. Not to mention, there were also all sorts of rare skills. However, aside from needing a large amount of honor points, these high-ranking items also required one other thing for which to exchange, and that item was the basic medal of honor. Exchanging for a single bronze battlefield mount required 20 basic medals of honor and 30,000 honor points. Without basic medals of honor, even with all the honor points in the world, one would not be able to exchange for items that were truly useful to players. However, it was extremely difficult to obtain a basic medal of honor. From the knowledge they gained through the research done over the past few days, for players who participated in capturing a town there was only a single basic medal of honor awarded. Now each of them had obtained 5 medals. That was equivalent to capturing 5 towns. If one wanted to exchange for a bronze mount, they'd need to capture a total of 20 towns. Capturing a town was easier said than done. Unlike the outside world, once players died in the Abyss battlefield, they had to wait until the next day to enter the battlefield again. Hence, one's life was essential in the Abyss battlefield. To avoid death, players would usually act carefully and spend a long time raiding a single town. However, there were currently no bronze mounts being sold on the market at all. Only a single common mount was for sale, which cost 40 gold. Even if someone were selling a bronze mount, it would cost several hundred gold, at the very least. How could ordinary players possibly afford to purchase one? Consequently, if one wanted to experience riding a bronze mount, this was the fastest method to do so in the Abyss battlefield. Battlefield mounts were slightly more powerful than normal mounts. Not only were they faster, but their combat power was also higher by a single rank. Just a fine gold battlefield mount could already rival a chieftain of the same level, while dark gold battlefield mounts could rival a lord of the same level. With such a mount, players could obtain honor points in the Abyss battlefield more easily in the future. While everyone was feeling ecstatic over their unexpected harvest, Ye Feng had appraised all the items dropped by the Frostbone Dragon. Although the Frostbone Dragon had only dropped 5 items, every piece was either a top-tier weapon or equipment. Big brother Ye Feng, looking at how happy you are, just what kind of items did the boss drop? Hurry up and share them with us. Don't just keep them to yourself. Blue Bamboo became exceedingly curious when she saw the smile on Ye Feng's face. This was the first time she had raided a Grand Lord. Moreover, there was also a rumor going around in the outside world saying that Grand Lords had a chance of dropping epic items. Nothing much. I'm just happy because we managed to complete the Abyss set. Aside from that, the boss has also dropped a level 40 dark gold ranked shield, a level 40 dark gold ranked ring, and a pair of growth-type gloves, Ye Feng said, laughing. He then shared the details of the shield and ring through the team chat. Frostbone shield, dark gold rank. Level 40, level 45. Equipment requirement, strength 500. Defense plus 2720, level 40. Block rate, 37%. Strength plus 43, endurance plus 51. Ice resistance plus 10. Evasion plus 10. Weakens damage received from the front by 20% every time shield is struck. 10% of damage will be converted into user's defense. Up to a maximum of 2000 defense can be converted. Maximum HP increased by 10%. Additional skill dash. Frost Body becomes immune to all damage coming from the front for 4 seconds. Cooldown 5 minutes. The defense on this shield is especially high. Just the defense on this shield alone is already a match for my total defense. Aqua Rose was dumbstruck after seeing the attributes of the Frostbone shield. The Divine Bluefire shield Cola was currently using only had 1950 defense. However, the total defense the Frostbone shield could provide was 4720 points. Not to mention, the shield itself also had a passive damage reduction skill and an active skill that provided pseudo-invulnerability. With this shield, they would be able to take on even the super powerful skills of bosses in the future. Particularly, when the healers could not keep up with the damage the MT wielding the Frostbone shield was taking, said MT could use Frost Body to alleviate the burden on the healer's Ice Spirit Ring, Dark Gold rank. Level 40, Level 45. Equipment requirement, Intelligence 400. Strength plus 15, Agility plus 18, Endurance plus 24, Intelligence plus 55, Vitality plus 37. Casting range plus 2. Casting speed increased by 10%. Magic damage increased by 10%. Attacks have a certain probability to trigger freeze effect, freezing target for 3 seconds. Additional skill dash. Rapid cooldown, resets cooldown of all skills learned by user. At the same time, removes all control effects and increases casting speed and movement speed by 30% for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 10 minutes. After everyone saw the statistics of the Ice Spirit Ring, their eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. With this ring, a magical class's damage output would increase by at least 20%. Blue Bamboo said as she greatly admired the Ice Spirit Ring. This was the first time she had seen a ring with such amazing attributes. Ornaments were very rare in God's domain. Their value was much higher than even weapons. Despite being fully geared in top-tier equipment, the ring she currently wore was only a level 20 mysterious iron ring. However, she was very well off already. Many players were still wearing level 10 bronze-ranked rings. However, compared to the Ice Spirit Ring, her level 20 ring was practically trash. Don't get too excited. Whether it is the shield or the ring, the value of these two items most likely cannot be compared to this pair of gloves. Ye Feng then shared the stats for the gloves with everyone. Chapter 826, Background of the Number 1 Guild. Growth type equipment. Everyone looked at the image that was releasing a faint white glow. There were many divine runes carved on the pair of gloves. There was also a small, dark blue magic array etched on the back of the gloves, with a light blue bead embedded in the middle of the magic array. Frost gloves, cloth armor, bronze rank. Level 40, Level 90. Defense plus 348, Level 40. Intelligence plus 26. Vitality plus 22. Endurance plus 21. Additional passive skill dash. Force chant. While casting, there is a 5% chance to cast tier 1 or below spells instantly. Additional active skill dash. Frost breath. Deals 500% magic damage in a cone to enemies within 30 yards and freezes all targets hit for 5 seconds, and then reduces their movement speed and attack speed by 40% for 15 seconds. Cooldown, 1 hour. Gloves that had once been worn by the Frost King with frost beads embedded on the gloves, which were sealed by the Frost King, and are unable to display their full power. To lift the Frost King's 5-layered seal, a large amount of EXP is needed to be absorbed. Removing the first seal requires 300 million EXP. The upgrade requirement of this equipment sure is rough. Just the first seal requires 300 million EXP. Blackie raised his brows. This much EXP was enough to allow current ordinary players to level up once. Moreover, this was only the first seal. There would still be 4 more seals after this one. Needless to say, the following seals would surely have higher requirements, but the skills of this piece of equipment are amazing. It is capable of instant casting tier 1 spells. Only, the chances are a little too low. The AoE control skill, on the other hand, is quite good. With these two skills together, this pair of gloves would not lose out to any dark gold equipment. Aqua Rose commented when Ye Feng heard everyone's unbiased evaluations. He could not help but shake his head and laugh, saying, "Do you guys think that removing the seals will only improve the equipment's basic attributes? This is growth type equipment. It can be upgraded into epic rank if you remove all of the seals. Whether it is the basic attributes of the gloves or its skills, both will gradually improve along with the undoing of the seals. Dark gold equipment definitely cannot compare to something like this. This is epic equipment? Everyone was surprised. Zero Wing's core members had a profound understanding of just how powerful epic items were compared to epic equipment. Dark gold equipment was practically garbage. The two were on entirely different levels. Even just equipping a single epic weapon or equipment could instantly increase a player's combat power by a large margin, unlike dark gold equipment, where multiple pieces were required to display their advantages. So this is epic equipment? Autumn Goose and the others were momentarily at a loss for words when they looked at the frost gloves. While they were still at the stage of being joyful over getting a piece of dark gold equipment after defeating a great lord, Zero Wing had already set its sights on epic equipment. Over time, the gap between them and Thoughtful Rain would unquestionably grow increasingly larger, following which, Ye Feng held an internal auction between the members of Zero Wing. This scene caused Autumn Goose, Death Wind, and Gunfire to grow exceedingly envious. They never imagined that, even for such powerful equipment, Zero Wing was willing to distribute them through an internal auction. In other guilds, such equipment was usually distributed based on the team leader's designation. In the end, the Frostbone Shield was won by Yi Wumian, while Thoughtful Rain obtained the Frost Ring. This outcome greatly surprised Thoughtful Rain. Of course, part of the reason for such a result was because the other magical class members of the team had all set their sights on the frost gloves. Unfortunately, the gloves were still won by Aqua Rose. In the end, after completing the equipment distribution, everyone teleported out of the Abyss battlefield together. As soon as the team appeared at the teleportation array inside the War God's temple, a wide array of noises immediately entered their ears. Players recruiting for team members filled the War God's temple. After just being away for a few days, the War God's temple had undergone tremendous changes. Currently, players crowded the main hall of the War God's temple. The levels of the players here, as well, had undergone significant changes. Originally, level 30 players were considered mainstream. Now, however, the majority of the players present in the main hall were around level 32. Among them, there was no lack of level 34 or 35 independent players. Also, these players were all relatively well equipped. However, shortly after Ye Feng and the others appeared, the entire main hall went silent. Practically everyone within the building had shifted their gazes towards Ye Feng's group. Aren't they Zero Wing's upper echelons? Damn! They're the real deal. As expected of the top-tier experts of Star Moon Kingdom. Even though I am standing so far away from them, I still can't help but shiver at the pressure they give off. Who are those three independent players beside them? All three of them are level 39. What? Level 39? The number one player on Star Moon Kingdom's ranking list just reached level 38 not long ago. Did they hide their levels on the ranking list? Just how did they manage to level up so quickly? It would be great if I can mooch off of them. Pros, carry me please. No one could believe their eyes when their gazes landed on Autumn Goose and the others. Ye Feng and the other members of Zero Wing were wearing black cloaks, so no one could identify their levels. Autumn Goose and the others, however, were not wearing black cloaks, so everyone could see their current levels clearly. At this situation, Autumn Goose and the others could not help but feel slightly embarrassed. If not for Ye Feng bringing them along to kill so many great lords, it would be impossible for them to reach level 39 so quickly. At most, they would have reached level 37 by now. After they returned to the Dark Knight Empire, the other members of the Wind God's Spear would also be shocked upon seeing their levels. Ye Feng, are you not coming with us to turn in the quest? Thoughtful Rain asked as she looked at Ye Feng. I still have some matters to attend to, so I won't be going together with you, Ye Feng said as he shook his head. He had just received a message from Melancholic Smile saying that representatives from King's Return wanted to meet him to discuss an important matter. After considering the situation for a long moment, the only conclusion Ye Feng could come up with for this sudden visit was due to the matter relating to Sindheart. After all, Zero Wing did not possess any actual connections with King's Return. However, he also felt that the possibility of such a thing happening was low. A super guild like King's Return could easily annihilate an upstart guild like Immortal Light. Just like Nine Dragons Emperor of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, King's Return could simply take direct action against Immortal Light. There was no need for them to go through so much trouble to deal with a single upstart guild. However, since people from King's Return had come personally to visit him, no matter what was said and done, it was necessary for him to pay back their sincerity. As for the Silver Legend quest, even if he turned in the quest together with Thoughtful Rain and the others, the most he would get in return was a little EXP. That meager amount of EXP was practically negligible to him. Now that the final arc of the Silver Legend quest was complete, there was no need for him to tag along with the group anymore. Hearing Ye Feng saying so, a hint of disappointment appeared on thoughtful Rain's face. Zero Wings Guild residence. Inside the large guild hall, Zero Wings members could be seen moving about busily. All this was due to the appearance of the guild stable to purchase their own guild mount. Once they reached level 40, everyone began frantically taking on quests one after another, earning as much money as possible. This situation caused the entire guild to buzz with activity. However, inside the busy hall, two people were currently seated inside the reception room of the second floor, leisurely observing the situation inside the guild. They've managed to run the guild quite well. It's no wonder why Zero Wing is known as Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild. Unfortunately, the guild's background is poor, and it doesn't have any expert nurturing capabilities. A robust man in silver heavy armor spoke disdainfully as he watched the situation downstairs. This man was a level 38 berserker. Although there were many elite players in Zero Wing, at the end of the day, they were only slightly better than the players of Star Moon Kingdom. They were no match for Empire players at all. It was especially true when comparing the levels of expert players currently. The highest leveled player in Star Moon Kingdom had only recently reached level 38. On the other hand, many of the players on Empire ranking lists had already reached level 39 at this moment. The doors to the reception room abruptly opened. Ye Feng, who was currently using his appearance of black flame, then walked into the room. Level 40. How could this be? Chapter 827, Sword King Black Flame. As Ye Feng entered the elegant reception room, he did not bother with disguising his current level. The robust man's gaze fixed on Ye Feng, confusion filling his eyes. A guild in Star Moon Kingdom actually had someone higher leveled than the #1 player on the Glory Empire's ranking list. No matter how he thought about it, this was inconceivable. Their levels were already quite high, so they required a tremendous amount of EXP to level up. It was especially true for leveling from level 39 to 40. All those who held their rank on the ranking list practically grinded without rest. Moreover, ordinary experts could not compare to their efficiency. Usually, these rankers had groups to lure and damage monsters for them. When the monsters dropped to their final strand of HP, these rankers would strike the final blow, taking the majority of the monster's EXP. Either that or these rankers formed teams who possessed AoE attack spells and had others lure hordes of monsters to these AoE teams. They would then rotate through each team, sharing the EXP as they killed the monsters. The basis of these systems was sacrificing other players' EXP. Only large guilds had the power to employ these methods with such a grinding efficiency. The EXP these rankers obtained was many times more than what ordinary expert teams could earn while grinding. Only with this technique could they exceed other players by so many levels. Even so, Ye Feng had still surpassed them by such a large margin. I am Black Flame. What business do you have with me? When Ye Feng examined the two representatives, he realized that he had met one of them before. The robust man was none other than the berserker, Thunder Tiger, whom he had met when he sold equipment in Blackwing City. Aside from the unruly-looking Thunder Tiger, Ye Feng also recognized the indifferent youth beside the berserker. The youth's name was Ordinary Stranger. In the past, he had been one of King's Return's top 10 summoner experts. These two people were extremely powerful. Both could rank with Star Moon Kingdom's top 10 experts. Even the top-tier experts in first-rate guilds could not hope to compete with either of these two. Their levels alone made this evident among the two. One was a level 38 berserker, while the other was a level 38 summoner. Most likely, they leveled far faster than even the #1 player on Star Moon Kingdom's ranking list. Their equipment was even more impressive. Both were fully geared with level 35 top-tier dark gold equipment. The staff in Ordinary Stranger's hand especially. One could not judge the staff's quality based on its appearance alone. However, Ye Feng knew that the staff in Ordinary Stranger's hand was a magic weapon in God's domain. Although there were far fewer magic weapons than epic weapons, they were significantly less difficult to obtain. One did not need to kill some kind of super powerful boss to obtain a magic weapon. Players also did not need to complete an epic quest. Instead, a magic weapon's procurement depended on luck. Players might unexpectedly obtain a magic weapon by completing a hidden quest. They might even find a magic weapon when they opened a high-ranking treasure chest. Although magic weapons had helped many players become experts, they had ruined far more. Ordinary Stranger was one of those people who had managed to control a magic weapon in the past. Hence, he had become one of King's Return's top-ranking experts. Otherwise, he would never have become one of the Super Guild's top 10 summoners. Hello, Guild Leader Black Flame. I am Ordinary Stranger of King's Return. My companion here is Thunder Tiger, Ordinary Stranger stated, a smile suddenly lighting his indifferent face. Although his smile contained no ill will, it looked horrifyingly forced. In truth, we have come to speak with you about a small matter. We hope that you can help us with this. Although he looked down on Zero Wing, he would show respect to a true expert. This was the 51st ranking expert on the God's Domain experts list, the Sword King. Black Flame. Ordinary experts might not realize what such a rank implied, but as an expert from a super guild, Ordinary Stranger understood what it meant. The fact that Ye Feng had earned the 51st rank told him that the man had already reached the Void Realm. He was many times stronger than either of them. If a fight broke out, even if they worked together, they would not be a match for Ye Feng. After meeting Ye Feng personally, Ordinary Stranger felt that the man had grown a lot stronger. He was particularly convinced when he saw the exquisite mold and intricate runes of the weapons hanging from Ye Feng's waist. Although their special effects were hidden, he was certain that dark gold weapons could not compare to those two blades. Based on the rumors floating around, these two weapons could very well be epic weapons. Epic weapons. Even experts like themselves only obtained weapons like those in their dreams. Currently, only the guild's monster-level characters possessed epic items. As to whether or not those items were weapons, that was one of the guild's absolute secrets. Even they had no clue. Even a super guild like King's Return had gone to great lengths to obtain these epic items. Hence, it was truly hard to imagine that the guild leader of an upstart guild actually wielded two epic weapons. Yuri looking for my help? Interesting. King's Return is a super guild. Is there truly anything your guild can't do in God's domain? Ye Feng said, laughing. Guild leader Black Flame, you jest, Ordinary Stranger said hurriedly. We really need your help with this situation. Alright, tell me, what business do you have with me? Ye Feng waved his hand dismissively. Recently, we've heard that Zero Wing plans to buy some of Snowfield City's lands. We would like to dissuade you. In return, King's Return will provide Zero Wing with a plot of Light City's land, allowing the Candlelight trading firm to develop there, Ordinary Stranger explained. Although Snowfield City was the third largest city in the Twin Towers Kingdom, its player population could not compete with Light Cities. The difference between the two cities was simply too massive. Even an extremely ordinary plot of land in Light City was far more valuable than Snowfield City's golden lands. Can you tell me which plot of land you are offering? Ye Feng was slightly surprised. He had never expected King's Return to be so generous. Only the extremely wealthy could afford land in imperial capitals. Moreover, even if one managed to purchase one or two plots, without the endorsement from the city's ruling guild, one's business would fail. The ruling guild would cause all sorts of trouble to chase away their customers, going so far as to kill the players who dared to spend gold at their shops. This was especially true for imperial capitals in which super guilds had set up their headquarters. In a few years, the players within these imperial capitals would either become members of the guild, guests who had business with these super guilds, or players who supported these super guilds. It would be practically impossible these guilds' foundations in their home cities. Hence, even if one could afford the land in an imperial capital, most guilds usually avoided them. After all, these lands would only become expensive paperweights. Of course, it was a different story if one obtained the permission of the ruling guild. This was why Ye Feng wanted to cooperate with Phoenix Rain, since King's Return would willingly allow the Candlelight trading firm to develop at Light City. Once the trading firm set up a shop, that shop would most likely earn more money than 5 or 6 kingdom cities combined. After all, the player population in Light City was that massive. Here it is. Ordinary Stranger took out a drawing. This was none other than the map of Light City. A red dot had been marked on the map's top corner, representing the land for resale. The slums? Chapter 828, Chased Out. Ye Feng thought he had interpreted the map wrong when he examined the marked location. Cities in God's domain generally had many districts. Among them, the most important was the trade area. Normally, when players tried to set up a shop, they purchased land in the trade district. Following the trade area would be the nobles district. The nobles district housed the city's library and the war god's temple. Naturally, players frequently visited these locations. The commoners district followed the nobles district. The commoners district contained the Adventurers Association and the underground arena. Hence, that district enjoyed quite a bit of player traffic as well. The district with the worst traffic was the slums. There were practically no establishments in the slums that could attract players to the area. Very few players were willing to visit. Hence, in every city in God's domain, the lands in the slums there were the cheapest. Opening a shop there was no different than throwing money into the furnace. This is your offer? Ye Feng asked, laughing. After all that talk, King's Return wanted to trade a worthless location for 5 valuable plots of land. Guild leader Black Flame, don't be in such a rush. Many of Light City's lands have already been distributed. We cannot procure good plots of land with so little time. These are the only ones left. However, our superiors have stated that King's Return will allow the Candlelight trading firm to enter Light City to conduct business. If you are in a hurry to develop the Candlelight trading firm in Light City, you can purchase land with potential from others, Ordinary Stranger explained. In Ordinary Stranger's opinion, this offer was a powerful show of faith towards Zero Wing. Light City was King's Return's main headquarters. The city was home to more than 10 million players. In the future, that number could definitely climb to 20 million, or even 30 million. It was not an exaggeration to say that every inch of land in Light City was worth its weight in gold. To obtain a share of this golden pie, all Zero Wing needed to do was to turn away from those 5 plots of land in Snowfield City. There were lots of guilds that hoped to set up a shop in Light City. The fact that King's Return had agreed to let the Candlelight trading firm set foot in Light City was an opportunity that many guilds dreamed of, but could not obtain. What if I refuse? Ye Feng asked. Although Ordinary Stranger's offer sounded nice, what fool would actually sell the high-potential land they had only obtained after so much trouble? In the end, Zero Wing had nothing more than an empty promise at the loss of 5 very high-potential lands. Wasn't King's Return being a little too arrogant? This, Ordinary Stranger was taken aback. He had never dreamed that Ye Feng would actually consider turning his offer down. Coldly, he replied, I hope that guild leader Black Flame will rethink this carefully. King's Return is a super guild. Is it really worth offending us over a few plots of land? Alright, enough. You two can leave now, Ye Feng said as he gestured towards the door. Are you doing this because of Immortal Light? Ordinary Stranger suddenly said coldly, Guild leader Black Flame, think this over. I can tell you that Immortal Light is a sworn enemy of King's Return. We must annihilate this pest. If Zero Wing helps Immortal Light, you will incur King's Return's wrath as well. Now, that is interesting, Ye Feng said, his lips hooking up into a grin. He then continued, saying, do you think that Zero Wing is afraid of King's Return? Hearing Ye Feng's bold question, both Ordinary Stranger and Thunder Tiger were stupefied. They had not expected Ye Feng to brush the super guild off like that. Super guilds were different from other guilds. They were the true overlords of the virtual gaming world. In the virtual gaming world, aside from the few transcendent powers and other super guilds, nobody would dare disregard a super guild. However, when they thought back to how Zero Wing treated the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, it was possible that the guild would ignore King's Return's threat. Both of you can get lost this instant. Oh, and go back and tell your superiors this. What Zero Wing does is of no concern of King's Return. I will buy those plots of land. You can be certain of that, Ye Feng declared, a frosty glint flashing in his eyes. Sindhart had helped him many times in his previous life. Moreover, since he had already promised Sindhart to buy those lands, he would not go back on his word. He had only wasted so much time talking to these two representatives to gauge what King's Return stance was towards Immortal Light. Although Zero Wing could not defeat a super guild in Star Moon Kingdom, it had no reason to fear them either. As soon as Ye Feng finished speaking, the temperature in the room dropped by several degrees. Both Ordinary Stranger and Thunder Tiger suddenly felt their bodies grow cold. Their instincts shouted warnings, reminding them that they were in an extremely dangerous situation and that they could lose their lives at any moment. Both Ordinary Stranger and Thunder Tiger knew that they were not a match for Ye Feng. Helpless, they could only leave Zero Wing's residence without accomplishing their objective. What are we supposed to do now? Thunder Tiger asked as he looked back towards the guild residence. Are we just going to return and report this? What else can we do? Ordinary Stranger had not expected Ye Feng to be this insane. He was actually willing to offend King's return for a meager guild like Immortal Light. Let's find a quiet location and report to Elder Broken City. We'll let the Elder decide how we should proceed. The two experts immediately ran to a high-class restaurant and rented a VIP room. They intended to report Ye Feng's reply, word for word, to Broken City. Meanwhile, Ye Feng arrived at the candlelight trading firm Melancholic. How many strengthening devices has your team completed? Ye Feng no longer carried a fortune. Although he had earned quite a bit through Stone Forest Town and the candlelight trading firm while he had been gone, after deducting the guild expenses and the magic crystals, which could not be sold, he only had roughly 4,000 gold on hand. Of course, to any first-rate guild in God's domain, having 4,000 gold of liquid funds after deducting guild expenses was practically a dream. However, if Ye Feng wanted to purchase those 5 plots from Sindhart, he did not have nearly enough money. He also had a city waiting for him to build. Inside a VIP room in a high-class restaurant. Is that all? Broken City asked with gravelly tone through the video chat. Yes, that is all. After that, Black Flame chased us out, Ordinary Stranger explained softly. Since Zero Wing is adamant about poking its nose into our business, we should teach the guild a small lesson. I'll have Hell Fiend lead the Falcon Legion over. Find out where Zero Wing's core members are right now. When the time comes, we won't let any of them survive. Broken City declared before disconnecting the call. Both Ordinary Stranger and Thunder Tiger were stunned, although they did not know why Broken City focused so heavily on a small guild like Immortal Light. Sending the Falcon Legion to deal with Zero Wing was no more than making a big fuss over a small issue. The Falcon Legion was King's Return's Ace Legion. The Legion was comprised of the young experts the guild had nurtured and had been specifically formed to deal with other super guilds' legions. Moreover, Broken City was actually sending the Adjudicator Hell Fiend. One could just imagine how furious the old man was. Chapter 829, 5th Floor Master. Blackwing City. Many players hawked their wares on the wide, flourishing streets of the city. Ye Feng had already reverted to his original appearance and made his way towards the Blackwing auction house. It had only been a short time since Ye Feng last visited the city. The street the Blackwing auction house resided on had become a player market. It was even more lively than an empire's imperial capital. However, unlike other cities, one only needed an entry pass to enter Blackwing City. As players' levels continued to increase, more entry passes dropped. Hence, Blackwing City's traffic had increased by several times. At this point, Blackwing City had become the largest trade hub in God's domain. Even the 4 great empires' imperial capitals could not compete with Blackwing City. The transactions between the various large guilds here were astronomical. If one wanted to point out God's domain's most profitable locations, Blackwing City would definitely be one of them. The auction house in Blackwing City was also where guilds and independent experts of various kingdoms and empires preferred to sell or purchase items. This was because those who could reach Blackwing City were either lucky individuals who had gotten their hands on an entry pass, independent experts with a certain degree of strength, or players from the various large guilds. As long as one had a valuable item, they did not need to worry about it not selling in Blackwing City. They also didn't need to worry that players could not afford their prices. Hence, many players preferred to sell their treasures at the Blackwing auction house. Upon entering the Blackwing auction house, Ye Feng discovered even more players inside the establishment than those who camped on the street outside. It was especially true for the registration counters. Long lines of people had queued up in front of the dozen or so registration counters. Why are there so many people here? Ye Feng swept a glance over the sea of players before him. At the very least, there should be over 1,000 players present. If not for the Blackwing auction house's extremely large size, it would be impossible to hold so many people. While Ye Feng tried to figure out why there were so many players lining up to get into the Blackwing auction house, he suddenly heard a crisp, pleasant voice from behind him. Ye Feng, so you've received the news as well. Turning to the source of the voice, Ye Feng discovered none other than Gentle Snow, whom he had not seen for quite some time. Currently, Gentle Snow wore a set of silver sacred armor. On her back, she carried a silver greatsword engraved with golden divine runes. A hint of bloodlust radiated from the greatsword. This faint bloodlust wrapped around Gentle Snow's body, making the woman seem like a goddess of the battlefield. Walking through the building, Gentle Snow attracted the passionate, watchful gazes of many male players. However, nobody in the room dared to approach Gentle Snow casually. Though her status as Ouroboros's guild leader was part of the reason, the main deterrent was the group of players accompanying Gentle Snow. Among this group, the lowest player was level 37, while the highest was level 39. In a kingdom, these players would rank at the very top of the kingdom's ranking list. Furthermore, every one of these players had an extraordinary origin. This was particularly the case for Hidden Cloud. The level 39 assassin leading the group. Hidden Cloud was a famous character that belonged to the Super Guild 9 Heavens Pavilion. He had been one of the talented newcomers that had entered the virtual gaming world 10 years ago. He had risen to prominence like a comet when he had joined. Through a relatively popular virtual reality game, he had earned numerous achievements. Afterward, the 9 Heavens Pavilion had paid an astronomical price to recruit him. Back then, his appearance had shaken the virtual gaming world. Moreover, after joining the 9 Heavens Pavilion, he had become the 9th floor master in just 3 years. His growth had left other super guilds speechless. There were a total of 9 floor masters in the 9 Heavens Pavilion. Each of them enjoyed an even higher status than the guild elders. They were the guild's absolute core members. The first floor master was the 9 Heavens Pavilion's guild leader. Hidden Cloud had become the spearhead of the 9 Heavens Pavilion, leading the guild through one conquest after another. By the time he joined God's Domain, he had been promoted to the rank of 5th floor master with a super guild's high-profile individual present. Who would dare try to flirt with Gentle Snow? Only those who wished to quit God's Domain or wished to start a new account would be so bold. Not only was Hidden Cloud inhumanely strong, but he was also incomparably vicious. There was once the upper echelon of a large guild who had tried to compete with a good friend of Hidden Cloud's over a woman. In the end, Hidden Cloud had wiped his guild out of existence, removing the guild from the virtual gaming world permanently. From then on, nobody ever dared to offend anyone close to Hidden Cloud guild leader Snow. Ye Feng could not help his confusion as he watched the woman approach. He had not come here due to any particular news. He had only come here to earn money. Is something going on here? You don't know? Today, Blackwing City will hold its monthly auction. Incredibly rare items will be available for bidding. I have heard that there is a possibility that epic items will make an appearance, Gentle Snow informed him, somewhat surprised by Ye Feng's reaction. The man before her was one of Zero Wing's core upper echelons. Although news of the monthly auction had only been announced today, with Zero Wing's capabilities, it should have received this information. So, that is what is going on. Realization dawned on Ye Feng. The end of the month was indeed approaching. Near the end of every month, Blackwing City randomly held a large-scale auction. Not only would NPCs sell large numbers of rare items during this auction, but players could also put their items up for sale. However, the handling fees were slightly higher. If one sold ordinary rare items during this auction, they would not walk away with any profit. On the other hand, if one sold extremely rare items, they could make a fortune. Ye Feng was ecstatic about this discovery. He never expected this coincidence. Before teleporting to Blackwing City, Ye Feng had retrieved 5,000 strengthening devices from Melancholic Smile. These strengthening devices were the culmination of several days of Melancholic Smile and her team's hard work. The magic crystals the few of them had spent during this period would even astound a first-rate guild. The current market value for magic crystals was 24 silver each. However, that was only true if one purchased them in bulk. Purchased individually, one would have to spend at least 25 or 26 silver. Unfortunately, magic crystals were the main material needed to manufacture strengthening devices. The other materials were very cheap. Fortunately, magic crystals were not a problem for Zero Wing right now. The magic crystals Ye Feng had won from the Glorious Lions battle team alone were enough to supply Zero Wing's needs for a relatively long time. They also had the magic crystals earned from Stone Forest Town. Snow, is this person your friend? Hidden Cloud asked, his expression darkening as he examined Ye Feng. Let me introduce you. This is Ye Feng from Zero Wing. Gentle Snow nodded. She then looked towards Ye Feng and introduced Hidden Cloud, saying, this is Hidden Cloud from the 9 Heavens Pavilion. He is also a good friend of my elder brother. Before Ye Feng could offer a greeting, he felt a very clear hint of killing intent from Hidden Cloud. Although Hidden Cloud had hidden it very well, once one reached Ye Feng's standard, hiding killing intent was impossible unless one held absolutely no ill will. However, this killing intent vanished as suddenly as it had appeared. It was as if this killing intent had never existed. Was I mistaken? Ye Feng could not help but turn to the smiling hidden cloud. Chapter 830, Beginning of Fame. So, you're the rumored Ye Feng. Hidden Cloud, with his tan skin, a robust body, and a slightly evil air about him, wore a slightly surprised expression as he looked at Ye Feng. The majority of God's Domain's players were completely clueless about what had happened in the Dark Arena, not to mention, matches were held in the Dark Arena every day, making it even more difficult for people to follow a single battle team to a super guild upper echelon like Hidden Cloud. However, there was no need to pay attention to the Dark Arena's ordinary experts. He was only interested in those who could leave an impression. Someone like Ye Feng, in particular, who had defeated a famous, old monster like Sirius, would catch his attention even if he wanted to avoid information on this expert. After all, his guild would remind him about such existences. Experts at Ye Feng's standard could not be ignored. Even in super guilds, he would be a member of the top fighting force. He would be an apex expert the guild would use against its competition. They read just rumors. Ye Feng shrugged, chuckling. Hidden Cloud was an extremely powerful expert. His history was almost considered a legend. He had debuted into the virtual gaming world at the young age of 17. He was currently 27 years old, and already, he had become the Nine Heavens Pavilion's 5th floor master. He was the target of admiration for countless young players in the past. Hidden Cloud's achievements in God's Domain had even pushed him to his peak. After spending 5 years in God's Domain, he had gained the position of 2nd floor master. In the Nine Heavens Pavilion, he had been the most likely candidate to become the next 1st floor master. However, Hidden Cloud's position in the Nine Heavens Pavilion had been secondary. The man himself was far more impressive. In the past, he had been one of the 10 great God-ranked assassins in God's Domain. No one throughout God's Domain had been able to stop any of his assassination attempts. Hidden Cloud's most impressive assassination had the death of a powerful upper echelon of the Flower of Seven Sins, which he had completed without any assistance. This incident had struck fear into the assassin organization and boosted the Nine Heavens Pavilion's prestige. After all, even super guilds did not dare offend a transcendental power like the Flower of Seven Sins. Many of these super guilds had suffered multiple losses at the hand of the organization. Super guilds had always suffered the Flower of Seven Sins' wrath. Never once had the organization suffered a loss of its own. The fact that Hidden Cloud had managed to defeat one of the organization's upper echelons had significantly boosted the Nine Heavens Pavilion's reputation. This incident had shocked the upper echelons of the various large guilds in God's Domain. Ye Feng had been no exception. I had never thought that Gentle Snow knew Hidden Cloud. It seems she has a few of her own secrets. Ye Feng glanced at the 4 people behind Hidden Cloud. These 4 were Hidden Cloud's brothers in arms. Every one of them was extraordinary. Even in the Dark Arena, they would be considered first-class experts. It was also thanks to these 4 people that Hidden Cloud had reached his current position so quickly. However, one thing confused Ye Feng. If Gentle Snow was acquainted with such a powerful existence, it should have been quite easy to secure the position of Ouroboros's guild leader during the previous mutiny, so much so that, if Hidden Cloud had made an appearance, Chao Qinghua and the elders backing him would have surrendered. After all, it was well known that Hidden Cloud greatly valued his relationships. He had even extinguished a large guild just to help a brother earn a woman's affections. Judging by Gentle Snow's tone and expression when she spoke to Hidden Cloud, her brother should have a very close relationship with this man. Yet, in the past, Gentle Snow had still left the virtual gaming world eventually. This was truly a mystery. While Ye Feng pondered this riddle, Gentle Snow turned to Ye Feng and smiled, saying, "Since you've only just learned about this, you most likely haven't purchased an entry ticket, right? If you line up now, the tickets will probably sell out before you get one. Why don't you join us? You will regret it if you miss out on the auction." The Blackwing auction house had organized the auction suddenly this time, and many guilds had rushed to purchase entry tickets the moment they heard the news. Now that the auction would begin soon, it was most likely be impossible for Ye Feng to get his hands on a ticket. Ye Feng had helped her earn a fortune in the Dark Arena. She had significantly increased Ouroboros's liquid assets because of it. Although Ye Feng did not know that, Gentle Snow still thought that she should return the favor. After all, aside from helping her earn money, Ye Feng had also helped her secure Ouroboros. As soon as Gentle Snow extended the offer, Hidden Cloud's expression darkened slightly, his gaze sharpening as he turned to Ye Feng. Thank you for your kind offer. However, I have another matter that I need to deal with first, so it is best if I don't disturb you. Ye Feng did not wish to miss this rare opportunity. He needed to register his auction items quickly. As for whether or not he could enter the auction itself, that was not important. After all, his goal was to make money. How much time do you need? Gentle Snow prodded. Roughly half an hour, Ye Feng said as he glanced at the long queue. Although there were a lot of people at the registration counters, the registration process was simple and did not take very long. He should be able to finish what he needed in half an hour. That won't be an issue. In any case, there is still some time before the auction officially begins. I can wait here for you in the meantime, Gentle Snow offered after a moment of consideration. All right, I'll try to finish as quickly as possible. Ye Feng nodded. Since Gentle Snow was willing to accommodate him, it would be rude to continue rejecting her offer. There would certainly be many valuable items for sale at Blackwing City's monthly auction. He might be able to purchase something good if he participated. If an epic item were available, he would hit the jackpot. It sure is difficult to invite this man, Gentle Snow sighed as she watched Ye Feng's departing figure. This was the first time inviting someone had been so difficult. However, shortly after Ye Feng left, Hidden Cloud secretly messaged one of his brothers, whispering, "Blaster, research that man called Ye Feng. Find out his origin. I want to know everything about him." "Boss, rest assured, I'll get it done quickly." The berserker named Blaster smiled confidently. He then began rapidly searching through the forums for all information relating to Ye Feng. At the same time, he contacted a number of people to help him with the search. At the registration counter. After waiting for over 20 minutes, it was finally Ye Feng's turn. "Sir, how may I be of service to you today?" The NPC female receptionist asked, smiling. "I wish to sell these items at this month's auction," Ye Feng said as he revealed a strengthening device. "All right, please wait for a moment." The NPC receptionist received the strengthening device and began appraising it. Not all items were allowed in the auctions held in the Blackwing auction house. Items needed a certain value before being permitted. Hence, all items presented needed to undergo the system's appraisal. "I apologize for the long wait. Sir, the estimated minimum price for this item is 1 gold 40 silver. If you wish to sell this item at our auction house, we will charge you a 30% handling fee. Do you wish to put it up for auction?" The female receptionist handed the strengthening device back to Ye Feng after she had finished. Only Blackwing City's auctions would charge a 30% handling fee. Other places charged 20% at most. Even so, Ye Feng did not mind it. Yes. Ye Feng took out 2,000 strengthening devices and divided them into hundreds of auction lots, with each lot having anywhere from 1 to 100 strengthening devices. If he sold too many at once, it would only cheapen the strengthening device. The various large guilds participating in this auction should be able to stomach 2,000 devices. After dealing with the strengthening devices, Ye Feng ran to meet Gentle Snow. He then entered the auction venue with Gentle Snow and her companions, quietly waiting for the auction to start. At this time, Blaster sent Hidden Cloud a private message, reporting, "Boss, we've learned everything there is to know about that brat." Chapter 831, Great Disturbance. There sure are a lot of high-ranking NPCs participating in the auction this time, Ye Feng commented as he swept a glance over the NPCs on the second floor, an amused smile appearing on his face. "High-ranking NPCs?" At Ye Feng's comment, Gentle Snow turned to the second floor. Indeed, there were quite a number of NPCs present. But isn't it normal for high-ranking NPCs to participate in the Blackwing auction house? This was not her first time attending an auction in the Blackwing auction house. She had even attended high-ranking auctions before. Players were not the only ones to compete over items up for auction. NPCs similarly contested over the items. However, after some of her own research, Gentle Snow, more or less, understood these NPCs' function. These NPCs were here to make sure items were sold at an appropriate price. If the price players offered was too low, these NPCs would join the bidding. They would not let players take advantage of the system at such a large auction. It was natural that more NPCs would join. However, when players tried to purchase an item, as long as the price they offered was higher than the item's actual value, these NPCs would automatically relent and end their bidding. In response, Ye Feng smiled and nodded, saying, "It is very normal. Only, I've never seen so many powerful NPCs attend at the same time, so I'm slightly surprised. TCH, what about these NPCs is surprising? Blaster commented disdainfully. The others nodded in agreement, scorn flashing in their eyes as they looked at Ye Feng. Initially, they had thought that Ye Feng was one of God's domain's apex experts. Now, however, it would seem that he was just a country bumpkin that had never seen the world of the great. At the end of the day, he was simply the upper echelon of an upstart guild. There was no way he could measure up to their standards. Ye Feng simply smiled at the group's reaction, not bothering to explain. However, Gentle Snow's expression turned serious at Ye Feng's statement as she secretly observed the NPCs on the second floor. She did not think that Ye Feng would be surprised just because there were a lot of high-ranking NPCs present. What? How can this be? When Gentle Snow's eyes fell on a handsome youth in a suit of golden armor and an exquisite cape, she was shocked. Previously, she had never bothered to observe the NPCs. Now that she did, however, she discovered something astounding when she examined the handsome youth. She could not uncover any information about him. She could not even see the most basic of information such as his name or level. Even after activating an advanced identification skill, she was still left empty-handed. More frighteningly, when her gaze fell upon the youth, he actually turned and returned it, observing her. However, this youth simply smiled before turning away. Although they had only exchanged glances for a brief instant, Gentle Snow felt as if she had been suffocating. In that instant, she had felt as if her life was no longer her own. She had never encountered such an NPC before. She had not even experienced this feeling when she met with a Tier 5 NPC in an imperial capital. Tier 5 NPCs were considered top-class individuals even in an empire. Players could not encounter them casually. She had only met one due to a special quest. Moreover, there were also over a dozen Tier 5 NPCs on the second floor. Even if one added together the Tier 5 NPCs in an empire, there would be fewer than those that were here now. It was no wonder why Ye Feng was surprised. Ye Feng, with so many high-ranking NPCs participating in the auction, will something happen? Gentle Snow sent Ye Feng a private message, wearing a nervous expression. Events frequently occurred throughout God's domain. If players could resolve these events, they could earn decent rewards. However, the penalties for failure were equally heavy. When these events occurred, players' consent did not matter. As long as one was within the event's area, the system considered the players to have accepted the quest. Events in God's domain varied in terms of sizes. The larger an event was, the more horrific its punishment would be. She had met the Tier 5 NPC due to an event. In the end, said event had claimed the lives of 99% of the tens of thousands of players that had been present. A lot of equipment had dropped that day, and very few players had survived. She had been one of the lucky few. Unfortunately, because the event had not been completed, neither she nor the other survivors had received a reward. However, compared to the players that had died, she was considered very lucky. With so many Tier 5 NPCs here, she could not imagine what would happen if an event occurred. It's nothing major. Based on what I have learned, one can determine the value of the items that will be up for auction by the number of high-ranking NPCs that participate. The more NPCs that attend an auction, the more valuable the items will be that appear in said auction. Ordinary items wouldn't attract these hidden dragons, Ye Feng explained. He could tell what Gentle Snow was worried about. So, that's the case. It's no wonder why you would check the second floor. Gentle Snow finally understood. Her tense mood began to vanish. However, Ye Feng had hidden one truth from the snow goddess: more high-ranking NPCs joined an auction when there were more risks. It was especially true when an NPC like that mysterious young man attended God's domain. Was not a game that let players have their way easily. During the game's initial stages, conflict was limited to players. However, as players reached higher levels, the game would gradually introduce a new type of conflict, the conflict between players and NPCs. In the past, a powerful NPC had even robbed Ye Feng. Hence, money wasn't the only thing necessary to purchase an item from the Blackwing auction house. It was a simple matter if one purchased an item from another player. However, if one purchased an item sold by an NPC, they would have to stay on guard. One might win the bidding for an extremely precious item, but keeping the item would depend on their ability. While Gentle Snow and Ye Feng conversed in secret, the auction had officially begun. Above the auction stage, a beautiful female NPC wearing a white evening gown approached the stage as the auction's hostess. However, as soon as everyone noticed this beautiful, curvaceous NPC, their jaws dropped in shock. This NPC beauty was a level 220, tier 4 great wizard. In any city, she would be an overlord level NPC. However, such an existence had actually been tasked to host this auction. Everyone marveled at Blackwing City's wealth and influence while the various players struggled with their days. The first auction item appeared before them. After examining the item's information, these players were thrown back into their stupor. The item was a golden tablet, radiating a purple gold glow. Complex runes and images had been carved into the metal. With a glance, it was obvious that this tablet was anything but ordinary, a secret technique. Damn! This can't be real, right? The system is so generous to sell something like this at the very beginning. Our guild must have that. We had been right to join the Blackwing auction this time. Notify the others and tell them to purchase coins immediately. Buy as many as you can. We cannot let other guilds obtain this. Ordinary large guilds were completely clueless about the excitement that tore through the crowd. However, various super guilds and super first-rate guilds were thrown into chaos. These representatives eyed the golden tablet like ravenous wolves. Blaster, notify the guild elders immediately. Tell them to send as much money as they can as quickly as possible. Hidden Cloud shouted, excitement coloring his face. I understand. Not daring to delay, Blaster rushed out of the auction house and rapidly contacted the Nine Heavens Pavilion's elders. Chapter 832, Crazy Auction. Ye Feng was similarly stunned for quite some time after seeing the auction window. A secret technique. This was a treasure that every expert dreamed of obtaining. He had never expected something so shocking to be the Blackwing auction house's first item. If he could obtain this golden tablet, he could help even more people from Zero Wing grasp a powerful combat technique. While Ye Feng recovered from his shock, the bidding for the golden tablet had begun. Bidding for the golden tablet started at 100 gold. However, a few players present instantly bid on it like madmen. 110 gold. 120 gold. 700 gold. It only took a few short seconds to stun many of the players present. The golden tablet's starting bid had already been beyond many players, yet for just a piece of a broken tablet, someone was actually willing to pay 700 gold. Even to a third-rate guild, this was an astronomical price. A single third-rate guild would have 400 or 500 gold at most. Only second-rate guilds and above could afford such a price. Second-rate guilds, however, unless they had lost their minds, would not spend all their liquid funds on an unknown tablet piece. Suddenly, Hidden Cloud shouted, 1,000 gold. This tablet belongs to the Nine Heavens Pavilion. Once again, many players were dumbfounded. They had never expected a super guild like Nine Heavens Pavilion to be so insane as to willingly spend 1,000 gold on the golden tablet. Such big words. Do you think this item belongs to your family or something? A female elementalist with an exquisite body laughed pompously. 1,500 gold. Quiet Melody, what's the point of fighting it? Do you really think the Sacred Temple can compete with the Nine Heavens Pavilion? Hidden Cloud laughed. He then raised the bid, saying, 1,600 gold. To develop the guild, the Sacred Temple had recently spent a lot of coins to purchase land and magic crystals. Hence, the temples should be running low. It could not compete with the Nine Heavens Pavilion's financial strength right now. Of course, he had two goals in mind with his comment. First, he wanted Quiet Melody to retreat, while his second goal was to buy time. Hidden Cloud had not intended to pay much attention to the auction. He was mainly here to accompany Gentle Snow. Hence, he had not brought a lot of money with him. After pooling the money he and his companions had brought, they only had around 2,000 gold or so. If this were a normal auction, that would be more than enough. They could even purchase a piece of epic equipment now. However, it was most likely not enough to win the golden tablet. After all, that tablet was far more valuable than any single epic item. Currently, God's Domain's various super guilds searched for these tablets frantically, yet after investing so many resources and manpower, they had not found any clues leading to these items. There were no set patterns to acquiring these items. It was purely based on luck. Now that this tablet had appeared, he would spend more than 10,000 gold if he could purchase the golden tablet, much less several thousand. This item was like God's domain's golden lands. Not only was it unique, but its value would also grow in the future. One could only encounter a treasure like this, not find one. However, his guild needed time to collect the required money. This made Hidden Cloud somewhat anxious. Ha ha ha. I never thought that the famous Hidden Cloud would be so arrogant. Quiet Melody covered her mouth with the back of her hand and laughed. Her laughter mesmerized many of the male players in the auction venue. It seems you really don't have much money on hand right now. Well then, I'll gladly buy this golden tablet on your behalf. 3,000 gold. The entire venue suddenly fell silent. The various guild representatives and the many independent players could not believe what they had just heard. 3,000 gold. With that much money, one could buy an ordinary plot of land in an imperial capital. Even to super guilds, this was a large sum of money, yet someone was willing to spend it on a piece of a broken tablet. This was insane. Just what kind of item is this? Gentle Snow was astounded when she heard Quiet Melody's bid. As expected of the Sacred Temple's Vice-Temple Master. Ye Feng, on the other hand, silently praised the beautiful Quiet Melody. He had not expected the woman to see through Hidden Cloud's troubles with just a glance and act on it while bidding for an item in a Blackwing auction. The item would be sold to the highest bidder once a period of time passed without a competing bid. Moreover, if one did not have enough money on hand, they would not be able to bid. Hidden Cloud's expression instantly soured when he noticed that his ploy had backfired. 3,000 gold was already far beyond his limit. If he had not provoked Quiet Melody and had gradually increased the bid, he could have earned some time for his guild to send more money. Now, however, he had lost the opportunity. Snow, how much money do you have with you? Lend it all to me. I'll pay you back with 10%, no, 20% interest later. How about it? Hidden Cloud asked anxiously. This, Gentle Snow hesitated. Although she did not know the golden tablet's function, she could not outbid a super guild. However, her goal in coming here was to buy some items that were useful to her guild. If she lent all of her money to Hidden Cloud, it would be difficult to purchase the items she needed. After all, such auctions did not happen very often. 30%. Hidden Cloud shouted after hearing the hostess reporting the bid a second time. All right, I have 1,700 gold with me, Gentle Snow said after considering her options. Gentle Snow immediately traded 1,700 gold to Hidden Cloud, boosting his finances to 3,700 gold. 3,100 gold. However, a few seconds after he called out this bid, Quiet Melody once more shouted, 3,200 gold. At this point, Quiet Melody lost her composure. Although she had prepared some money before coming to the auction, she had not prepared a lot. Recently, to develop its businesses, her guild had purchased several plots of land. Hence, her available funds were limited. For this auction, she had only brought 3,500 gold. After Quiet Melody placed her bid, the other members of the Sacred Temple began to borrow money from other participants. However, a crisp sound echoed throughout the venue. 3,500 gold. Everyone immediately turned their gazes towards the new voice, discovering a beautiful young woman of similarly extraordinary origins. Phoenix Rain. Hidden Cloud glared at the smiling Phoenix Rain, who sat in the back row on the first floor. I am truly sorry, but the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion has set its sights on this item as well, Phoenix Rain said, smiling softly. Recently, she had made a huge fortune in the Dark Arena. Although she had already spent some of that fortune, for this auction, she had brought 4,000 gold with her. It was also obvious that both Hidden Cloud and Quiet Melody were reaching their limits. Hence, she had more than enough to obtain the golden tablet. 3,700 gold. Hidden Cloud yelled out his final bid. At the same time, he secretly sent a message to Blaster, demanding, Blaster, is the money not here yet? Boss, they're still in the process of collecting money right now. They've already mailed some of it to me, but I'll need to wait for another minute to receive it. Blaster was also jittery. However, the process of sending money in God's domain was not instantaneous. There was a short transfer time. 3,800 gold. Phoenix Rain increased the bid by 100 gold without hesitation. Both Hidden Cloud and Quiet Melody frantically tried to borrow money. However, borrowing such a large sum in such a short time was easier said than done, and yet, after Phoenix Rain had announced her bid, Ye Feng motioned towards the hostess and said, 4,000 gold. Chapter 833, Stone Tablet Obtain. Ye Feng? Phoenix Rain's mouth twitched slightly when she saw Ye Feng suddenly raise his hand. She hadn't expected him to be here. Moreover, he had placed such a high bid. This placed her in a somewhat awkward position. She only had around 4,000 gold on hand. It would be difficult for her to continue bidding. However, Phoenix Rain's surprise was minor compared to the shock everyone else in the venue felt. This had been a contest between God's domain's major powers, yet someone from a lesser guild had actually dared to outbid them. He had practically issued a direct challenge. How does he have so much money? Surprise flashed in Hidden Cloud's eyes when he turned to the calm Ye Feng. He had already read through the information his team had collected about this man. Ye Feng had been an unknown pawn before entering God's domain, an insignificant existence that did not warrant his attention. However, after joining God's domain, Ye Feng had begun to shine. During the game's early stages, he had only been well known in a town. Afterward, he had vanished from the public eye. The next time he appeared and displayed his strength was when he had helped Gentle Snow. Not only had he defeated Soaring Snake, one of Ouroboros's top experts, but he also helped Gentle Snow become the guild leader of Ouroboros. However, the match against Sirius in the Dark Arena had truly earned him fame. Nevertheless, compared to Hidden Cloud, Ye Feng was still insignificant. Even if the swordsmen were more powerful, at the end of the day, he was merely the upper echelon of a small guild. A small guild could never compete with the Nine Heavens Pavilion. The resources each guild commanded were on entirely different levels, yet a minor character like Ye Feng had bid 4,000 gold. Ye Feng was even richer than he was. However, after a brief period of silence, Quiet Melody suddenly shouted, 4,500 gold. She rose the bid by 500 gold instantly. Even Ye Feng could only smile bitterly while shaking his head. Like Phoenix Rain, he had only brought around 4,000 gold. That was a close call. Luckily, I managed to borrow some coins at the last minute. Otherwise, I really would have lost the item to Phoenix Rain. Quiet Melody revealed a relieved smile as she turned to Ye Feng. If not for Ye Feng raising the bid and earning her some time, she would have lost this auction. Damn it. The Sacred Temple is going to snatch it from us. Hidden Cloud's frustration was overwhelming as he glared at the satisfaction on Quiet Melody's face. If he obtained the golden tablet, not only would the Nine Heavens Pavilion give him the right to use the tablet first, but he would have also made a huge contribution to the guild. Moreover, with the first usage rights to the golden tablet, he could nurture a group of trustworthy experts. With those experts by his side and his contribution to the guild, he could advance his position in the pavilion now. However, not only did he have to hand the golden tablet over to someone else, but that person was also a longtime rival. This was far more vexing than losing the golden tablet to Phoenix Rain. Ye Feng, lend me your 4,000 gold. I'll pay you back with 30% interest, Hidden Cloud asked desperately, his voice no longer carrying any hints of superiority. Ye Feng shook his head, saying, no, I want 50% interest. That's going too far. Hidden Cloud growled, killing intent lacing his words. 30% is already high. If you hurry, you'll lose the 30% interest and earn yourself a powerful enemy. Emotion warmed Gentle Snow's face. She had never thought that Hidden Cloud would ever make such a threat. His desperation truly confused the Snow Goddess. Just what kind of item was this golden tablet? It had actually driven Hidden Cloud to lose his composure. At this moment, the man before her behaved nothing like the Hidden Cloud she knew. Going too far? Ye Feng grinned. Unhurriedly, he pointed his finger at the distant Phoenix Rain, saying, the Phoenix Pavilion Master has also asked for a loan. Since you don't want to borrow it, I can lend it to the Phoenix Pavilion Master. You. Furious, Hidden Cloud wanted to rage. However, when he heard the hostess smash the gavel a second time, he gritted his teeth and said, fine. I promise 50%. On the surface, although Hidden Cloud had agreed to Ye Feng's conditions, he changed his view of Ye Feng from someone who needed a warning to someone who needed to be extinguished. Once the auction was over, he would introduce Ye Feng to despair. Meanwhile, Ye Feng had long since been prepared as he quickly retrieved a contract and handed it to Hidden Cloud. The terms of the contract were very simple. As long as Hidden Cloud signed it, he would obtain 4,000 gold. However, the assassin was required to return 6,000 gold within a day. If he violated the contract, he would have to pay Ye Feng 3 times the amount he borrowed in credits. After Hidden Cloud examined the contract, his hatred for Ye Feng deepened. This was the first time anyone had taken advantage of him to such a degree, yet he was powerless about it. Unfortunately, he could only swallow this humiliation and sign the contract. Immediately, an additional 4,000 gold appeared in his pocket. 7,000 gold. Hidden Cloud shouted as these words echoed throughout the auction venue. Even Quiet Melody was momentarily stunned. She couldn't believe that Hidden Cloud would be this decisive. She had only managed to gather a total of 5,100 gold. The auction would be long over by the time she gathered enough money to make a counterbid. This Ye Feng really is hateful. Even though we are secret partners, he loaned the money to Hidden Cloud. Blue Phoenix huffed as she watched the calm Ye Feng. I was truly blind to have thought of him as a good person. However, Phoenix Rain, who sat beside Blue Bamboo, remained silent as she seriously evaluated the distant Ye Feng. She, too, had initially been angry. However, her anger quickly dissipated after she read the message Ye Feng had sent her. The message was very simple: the golden tablet is dangerous. Although she did not know what kind of danger the golden tablet possessed, she did not think that Ye Feng would lie to her. After all, she had a close partnership with Zero Wing. She had previously stated that, after she obtained the golden tablet, she would split half of the slots to learn the secret technique with Zero Wing. This trade would benefit both sides. There was simply no reason for Ye Feng to reject her offer. She also did not believe that Hidden Cloud would be generous enough to split any of the learning slots with anyone else. While Phoenix Rain pondered, the hostess smashed her gavel a third and final time. Congratulations to this gentleman for obtaining this tablet. Let us give him a round of applause. The beautiful hostess announced as she clapped her hands. I finally got it. At this moment, Hidden Cloud felt ecstatic. When the golden tablet rested in his hands, wondrous fantasies of a powerful future filled his mind. He then shifted his gaze to Ye Feng, ridicule flashing in his eyes. Now that I've obtained the tablet, I'll take care of you soon. Ye Feng paid no heed to Hidden Cloud's gaze. Instead, his eyes shifted towards the venue's second floor. The moment Hidden Cloud obtained the golden tablet, the mysterious youth on the second floor smiled happily at the assassin. When Ye Feng had first laid his eyes on the golden tablet, he, too, had wanted it for his own. However, when he shouted his bid of 4,000 gold, he had turned his attention to the second floor. Indeed, just as Ye Feng had guessed. This golden tablet was not some kind of treasure at all. It was a fatal poison. The instant he announced his bid, the mysterious NPC on the second floor had shifted his gaze towards him. Ye Feng had lived in God's domain for many years, so he was very familiar with the game's NPCs. He was also very familiar with the look in the youth's eyes when he turned towards him. It had not been a look of curiosity or congratulatory. He had looked at Ye Feng as a predator looked at prey. Since the golden tablet was the youth's apparent target, Ye Feng had dropped out of the foolish competition for it. After the first auction item sold, the venue's atmosphere grew heated. The items that appeared afterwards sold quickly, one after another. However, none of these items caught Ye Feng's attention. Ladies and gentlemen, the next auction item is a precious tool in God's domain. With this, not only can you strengthen your defense, but you can also preserve your equipment's durability. This is definitely a must-have when adventuring. The female hostess then presented the attributes of the strengthening device. When the players in the venue saw the strengthening device's attributes, they were flabbergasted, and a passionate flame began to burn in their eyes. Chapter 834, Tool of Astronomical Value. There's actually such a thing in God's domain? The strengthening device was even enough to tempt gentle snow. As players reached higher levels in God's domain, battles grew increasingly intense. Against powerful monsters, in particular, the burden on their equipment durability was massive. It was impossible for players to fight for extended periods in the fields. They had to return to towns frequently to repair their equipment. This limited their grinding and questing efficiency. Unfortunately, no one had found a tool in God's domain that could solve this problem. The only solution they had was to prepare several sets of equipment as temporary replacements. However, guilds simply did not have enough equipment to supply every member with multiple sets. It was especially true for top-tier equipment. Even a first-rate guild like Ouroboros had to rely outside sources for equipment, not to mention other guilds. To make matters worse, As players faced higher-leveled monsters, equipment drop rates decreased. This had significantly slowed guilds' development. If guilds had a tool like the strengthening device, they could solve this problem. Although the strengthening device was somewhat expensive, compared to the cost of preparing 1 or 2 additional sets of top-tier equipment for a player, the strengthening device was a cheap solution. Gentle Snow wasn't the only person who had realized this. The representatives of the various large guilds also understood the value of the strengthening device. Unfortunately, only one device was up for auction right now. I wish more were up for sale, Gentle Snow sighed in disappointment. Although everyone shared her feelings, nobody held back when placing their bids. 2 gold. 2 gold 10 silver. 2 gold 30 silver. Although only one strengthening device was available, many people participated in the bidding. This was completely different from the golden tablet sale. The tablet's price would soar randomly by several hundred or thousands of gold. Small guilds simply could not afford to participate. However, they could compete for an item that only cost several gold. 5 gold. Hidden Cloud decisively raised the bid by a large margin, causing hesitation to ripple through the crowd. After all, if they call out a higher bid now, they would be challenging a super guild. They were not so desperate as to offend a super guild for a single strengthening device. Suddenly, Quiet Melody shouted, 6 gold. Melody, you think you can challenge me? Hidden Cloud sneered. He then shouted, 10 gold. Now that he had the golden tablet, the guild elders were extremely pleased with him and had marked down his contribution to the guild. Hence, he was in a very good mood. Moreover, the guild had sent him the collected money. Even after paying off his debt to both Gentle Snow and Ye Feng, he still had around 5,300 gold. He was not afraid to compete with the Sacred Temple in the least. When the bid reached 10 gold, everyone promptly gave up. If they bought the strengthening device for 10 gold, they would lose money rather than saving it. After a moment of thought, Gentle Snow chose to give up as well. Only a single strengthening device was up for sale. Even if she obtained it, its impact was limited. After the hostess slammed her gavel 3 times, Hidden Cloud won the strengthening device. Unfortunately, before Hidden Cloud could celebrate his victory, the hostess presented another strengthening device. Unlike before, however, she displayed a stack of 100 strengthening devices. 100 devices? Gentle Snow was momentarily stunned. Immediately, joy blossomed in her heart. 100 strengthening devices would have a far greater impact than just one. It would be of great help during large-scale team quests. 300 gold. 310 gold. 500 gold. The bids continuously increased. Do you want to compete with your meager wealth? Hidden Cloud laughed. If he could obtain these 100 strengthening devices, he could contribute far more to the guild. He then shouted, 700 gold. 800 gold. Phoenix Rain bid 1,000 gold. Hidden Cloud raised the price without hesitation. 1,050 gold. Quiet Melody gnashed her teeth as she rose the bid. If she missed the opportunity to purchase these strengthening devices, who knew when she would get another? 1,200 gold. Hidden Cloud leisurely raised the price once more. Even to a super guild, 1,200 gold was not a small amount of money. In the end, both Quiet Melody and Phoenix Rain could only relent. However, nobody could have expected that, after this stack of strengthening devices sold, a stack of 10 strengthening devices would appear on the screen. Damn. Is the system playing with us? Can't they just tell us how many strengthening devices will be up for auction? Although the various large guild representatives were excited that the strengthening device had appeared again, they also felt helpless. After all, who knew if this stack of strengthening devices would be the last available? For a time, everyone participated in another bidding war for the strengthening devices. As one strengthening device after another sold, Ye Feng's elation grew. In the end, all 2,000 strengthening devices had been purchased, with an average price of 10 gold. After deducting the 30% handling fees, Ye Feng earned a total of 14,518 gold. This was far more than he had initially expected. With this money, he would have no problem purchasing the 5 plots of land in Snowfield City. After the auction concluded, players began to filter out of the auction house. Boss, we really hit it big this time. Not only did you get the golden tablet, but you also bought plenty of strengthening devices. It won't be long before you secure the position of the 4th floor master. Blaster whispered his congratulations. It's still too soon to celebrate. Now that we have the rights to the tablet, as long as you guys put on a good show, it will only be a matter of time before I become the 4th floor master," Hidden Cloud laughed. He then shifted his gaze toward Ye Feng, who walked alongside Gentle Snow, and said quietly, "But the Ye Feng cannot stay. He swindled 2,000 gold out of me. He is looking to die. Send someone to keep an eye on him. Once I'm done dealing with the golden tablet, I'll teach him that it is not that easy to earn my money. Boss, rest assured, my men are already following him. He won't escape," Blaster reported as he patted his chest. He could only feel sorry for the swordsmen throughout God's domain. There were very few people Hidden Cloud could not kill. He had even recently obtained an excellent dagger. The weapon was practically a nightmare for Hidden Cloud's targets. Just as Hidden Cloud and the others left the Blackwing auction house, everything on the street froze. What's going on? The players wandering the street were shocked. None of them could move, not even a step. They couldn't even make their fingers twitch. It was as if time had stopped, and only their minds remained active. As the space had frozen, fear surfaced in everyone's hearts. They felt as if they stood in the middle of a ferocious beast's nest, and this ferocious beast had already stretched its jaws and was prepared to devour them all. Even Phoenix Rain, Quiet Melody, Gentle Snow, and the other top-tier experts were astounded by this surprising event, much less the various ordinary players. After all, it wasn't just players who could not move. Even the level 180, Tier 2 guards patrolling the street had been rendered immobile. Meanwhile, without anyone's notice, a black figure had appeared in front of Hidden Cloud and quietly overlooked the assassin.